Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. We'll just give a few minutes for folks to start joining. Thank you guys so much for joining today. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the BI Livecast series. My name is Lataria Coy, and I'm the head of ethical media here at Influential. Welcome to the Women's Summit. Thanks so much for joining us on this last day of Women's History Month. Today is really going to be special, and we're thrilled to kick off this event. Today's theme is focused on women in marketing, and you'll hear from an outstanding lineup of women across many phases of their professional careers, from topics like balancing life and work to gender bias. There's a masterclass on how best to reach women and families. There are a series of fireside chats where you'll hear intimate conversations about women leading business transformation efforts, pathways to entrepreneurship, and much, much more. Earlier this month, we acknowledged Equal Pay Day. I know we would all love to get to a place where Equal Pay Day is obsolete, but unfortunately, we're not there yet. In fact, Asian American Pacific Islander women, Black women, Native American women, and Latinas will not experience Equal Pay Day for several months. And while today's conversation is centered on women, we acknowledge that women are not a monolith. In fact, this is, a super inclusive space, and it is apropos that today is also Transgender Day of Visibility. So we are here to celebrate all women. Each session will be super engaging, so stick around for as much of it as possible. Throughout the event, you'll be able to use the Q&A functionality and the chat functionality to connect with panelists, other attendees. So please fire away, ask questions, and the moderator will pull them out of the chat. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming our speakers for the first session. Noelia Callejas, Head of Global PR and Influencer Strategy at Hollister. Mary Hill, Director of Influencer Marketing at Initiative. And our moderator, Taylor Bowman, Senior Director of Sales at Influential. They will be discussing women in influencer marketing. Of course, we start with this fantastic topic who's near and dear to our hearts. So thank you so much, ladies, for joining. Welcome. Great to see your faces.
Hello, good morning.
Nice to see you as well.
All right, so take it away, Taylor.
Awesome. Well, hi, I'm Taylor Bowman. I'm the Senior Director of Sales at Influential, and I'd like to welcome you to the Influencer Marketing Panel, where no topic is off limit when it comes to social media and influencer marketing. This panel is for agency and brand direct marketers to gain more knowledge within the influencer industry. And it's also for influencers who are looking to break into the influencer world and secure brand deals. We will discuss diversity, effects on social media has on young girls, return on investment with influencers, and so much more. I'd like to introduce our two panelists, Noelia Callejas, Head of Global PR and Influencer Strategy at Hollister, Gilly Hicks, and Social Tourist. Noelia is brand communication, social media, and influencer strategy thought leader with a deep love for telling meaningful, multi-channel, and culturally relevant brand stories that spark brand advocacy among diverse Gen Z and millennial audiences. Her experience spans from startup to agency to in-house at renowned global brands like Red Bull. Next but not least, we have Mary Hill, Director of Influencer Marketing at Initiative. With her 10+ astonishing career in custom media, Mary has worked with such notable brands as the Coca-Cola Company, Nintendo, Unilever, and T-Mobile, to name just a few. Mary launched her career client-side at Sony Pictures, a position that prepared her to transition agency-side to produce award-winning influencer and digital media campaigns. Most notable is Dove's The Crown Act, a campaign that seeks to end ethnic hair discrimination within the workplace and schools. And again, this is a panel conversation, so we're going to switch off between Mary and Noella. And I would like to start asking Mary a question. We're going to talk about always on and tentpole moments within influencer marketing. Again, always on is having an always on strategy throughout the entire year. So January to December. And then the tentpole moments would be those bigger activations within agencies and brand direct, which would include a product launch, co-collaborations, or a special campaign like a spring campaign that is coming up or back to school. So Mary, you're up first. Mary, if you had one budget, a budget of $1 million, we'll say, and you could choose to put that budget towards an always on influencer strategy or influencer activation with those tentpole moments, which would you select? Again, you can only select one. And what is your reasoning behind your selection?
This feels like if you get the wrong answer, you're not going to win on the Survivor Challenge or something. But yeah, thanks for having me. I would say I would choose an always on strategy because that's the trend our industry is in right now. And I project it's going to stay there. And I think the good thing about using an always on strategy is that you can bake in those tentpole moments and the other activations that you spoke of throughout the year. I think another good thing about always on is that if you have talent for a full year, like you spoke of, you can also have that paid media to boost within the downtimes when they're not creating organic content. And then you can also integrate their authentic content into other media channels on the plan, some of which could be a tentpole activation. So I think I'm going to go with always on.
I couldn't agree more, Mary. I think always on is definitely the way to go. Again, you could only choose one out of the two, but both are just as important as the other. Thank you for answering that. The next topic, we're going to talk about the top social platform. And again, this varies with your experience with an agency and brand direct. Obviously, the biggest platform that everyone is talking about is TikTok. We're going to have both of you guys answer this questions. We're going to start with Noelia first. In your opinion, what is the leading social platform? It could be Instagram, Meta, Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube, where influencers stand out the most and help brands shine through the noise.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. Great question. I mean, on its face, it depends on your goals, right? And your audience. For us at Hollister, we do focus on Gen Z specifically in that youth consumer. So, I mean, we love TikTok, we love Instagram, YouTube, Snapchat, have great relationships with all the above. Personally, I have a soft spot in my heart for TikTok because of the discoverability of the platform, the ability for creators to break into virality that is unlike other platforms. And I also love the communities and the micro communities on TikTok that I think are really special and really powerful. We've also done some really cool stuff with TikTok as a partner, like the first TikTok fashion show made by Gen Z for Gen Z with Charlie and Dixie D'Amelio for our brand Social Tourist that we launched last year. And that one was amazing to kind of play around with the commerce functionalities, that integration, the interactivity with the fans. And we had a lot of great success with that. It beat our benchmarks and it beat TikTok's benchmarks. So definitely a soft spot for TikTok personally.
I couldn't agree more. So I used to work at TikTok. I think some fellow TikTok coworkers are on, but I absolutely loved that live shopping you guys had on the runway with the D'Amelio sisters. I thought that was amazing, and you guys are definitely leading the retail innovation industry, just within social in general. And Mary, do you have the same opinion, or do you have a different opinion on your favorite?
I would say both. I agree that it depends on your audience. It also depends on the KPI, the key performance indicator. So if you are looking for engagement, it's best to go on a platform where engagement is welcomed beyond, the vanity metrics of likes and shares, so TikTok challenges and things like that. And especially for Gen Z would be the place to go. can't say I have a soft spot for TikTok. I appreciate the platform for all it does and all it's continuing to do, but I do think there are some algorithm that hiccups that they could improve to ensure that BIPOC creators, those that are creating the content that ultimately goes viral, surface more to the top in that search versus the really high arching influencers that are kind of taking that credit and then in turn getting the other brand endorsements. So I know TikTok is actively working to course correct that with, fostering relationships with Black and Latinx and Hispanic creators. So I have no doubt that they're on their way and on the rise, but my soft spot is Instagram. Besides that, I'm just a photography head by heart. It's my passion. So there's so much more to be said in photography in one scenic image than in video. But that's just my personal opinion. I can work with either one, and all platforms have what it takes depending on what you need.
Yeah, I was going to say my favorite is TikTok, but I personally definitely use Instagram more. So I totally see where you're coming from. And Mary, kind of just going off that as well, could you go over like a multi-channel approach, or maybe like a past campaign you've worked on where it just wasn't one channel like Instagram or TikTok, but it was all like YouTube, even Twitter?
For sure. Yeah, I think another area we are going with most of our clients / brands is picking the best influencer and not just baking in, this is going to be a TikTok activation. Really determine the best influencer, the most relevant one first, and then wherever they are best performing, whether it be TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, Triller, we work with them on that platform. So when I first started off, it was very much so, what's your KPI, what's your audience, and what's your platform? Sold, and it's cemented in. But now it's, no, who's the most relevant influencer that's going to get our audience's attention in the way we need them to? And then let's work with them on the platform where they perform best.
I love that. Couldn't agree more. All right. So next we're going to talk about Hollister's influencer marketing journey. We already kind of touched on this, like Hollister, Abercrombie and Fitch, they're leading. I personally think they're leading within the retail industry on all social platforms. So Noelia, Hollister, Gilly Hicks, they've really reinvented their brand image with the help of celebrities and influencers. So how did those influencers kind of like help shape the company? And what has Hollister learned throughout that entire journey?
I think we're huge believers in human-powered brand building, right? So letting the people that are fans of the brand speak for us and really tell those stories. I think that's incredibly powerful. Influencers are a really integral part of our strategy across all of our brands. Again, our target audience is that global high school age teen, and our focus is really on being where they are and understanding who influences them, what do they love, and how can we add value to their lives. And one of the best ways we've learned to do that is by co-creation. So partnering directly with the Gen Z to support their passions, to create product, to launch campaigns, and also launch brands. And I think a great example of that is Social Tourist, which we launched with the D'Amelios. So people, partnering with people is at the heart of everything we do. And we say it ad nauseum internally, and we've seen a lot of success there.
I couldn't agree more. I think co-collaborations are huge, and it shows on all social platforms that influencer content performs the best. So why wouldn't, brands collaborate with influencers, even on those bigger activations? And kind of going back to the Social Tourist, I think that's so interesting that that whole brand was kind of came to fruition through the D'Amelio sisters. So how did that come? How was that brand created? And obviously you guys are still working with them. So what do you guys see for the future of Social Tourist?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, again, a great example of our philosophy on influencer marketing, which comes down to building symbiotic relationships that are long-term. So the girls are a great example of that. This is born out of a back to school campaign with them that grew into so much more. And that just came down to talking with them, building relationships with them, understanding what are your goals? What do you want to do? And then those goals aligned, and we pulled the trigger, we went for it. And it's been amazing to work with them. We're coming upon our 1-year anniversary in May. So super, super excited about that. And there's a lot of really exciting things in the pipeline. that I can't share, but we're excited about and we'll be announcing in the coming months.
I can't
We'll
wait.
make sure to follow and like and engage when it is announced.
Please do.
Yes, I definitely will. So our next topic is all about young, ambitious women and mentorship. Mary, we'll start with you. So the influencer industry is booming and companies are finally realizing the potential of influencer marketing. You know, it's not going to go anywhere. I remember a few years back when I was at another influencer marketing company, everyone's like, I don't like influencers. I don't want to work with them. They're going to go away. But they're here to stay. And college students are also realizing that this is a great industry to get into, to have like a very promising career. So let's say a young woman just graduated from college and is like applying to those entry level influencer and social media marketing positions. You know, in your experience working at top brands and agencies, what advice would you give her to like applying to a new job, like how to get that interview and secure that position?
Yeah, well, I think that's an easier one to answer because of the agency I work for. At Initiative, we pride ourselves into bringing your true self to work. You know, don't just leave you at the door, bring all of you in, whether it's your bright pink hair, your influencer TikTok following, like bring it in because yes, you will be behind the scenes, not the consumer, but you are the consumer in other ways. And so your true opinion outside of your education and your skill sets is what brands want as well. So you can have myself who, as you know, TikTok, you know, I'm more Instagram than I am TikTok. But if I have a young college student or entry-level person coming in who their soft spot is TikTok and they're on TikTok, then I am going to pull them in and sit them down at the table with me and use their insights beyond their knowledge and skill set, because that is just important as what they can bring to the table from a resume perspective. So that's what I would encourage women, no matter the industry, just come in realizing that you have transferable skills, whether you have a job on your resume or not. You have so much experience that you may not realize you have. So really just dive deep and find that and feel free to speak up and lean in those rooms where you can.
I would say definitely the traditional resume is still present.
Yes.
But, you know, those entry level, those younger Gen Z millennials are coming up with so many creative, innovative ways to really stand out to brands, whether it's like Instagram Reels, just posting about it on Instagram and actually tagging the brand, or doing like a fun TikTok video. That's how people are getting hired now, which is crazy. And when I was at TikTok, people were actually hiring TikTok to help them with their recruiting campaigns, which is crazy to think about. And Noelia, this is kind of the same the genre we're going to be in, but how would you mentor a college student or, you know, young professional, again, trying to break into the industry?
Yeah, honestly, I'd say similar things. I think top level, the obvious, right? Apply, customize your resume. Every resume you submit should be different, customized fully to the JD, talk to everyone you can, alumni from your school, coffee chats, just fully outreach. But I'll also add, again, something similar, that the exciting thing about the industry is that it is still young. Right. And expertise is accessible. So I remember when I was first applying to a job in an industry, I mean, I didn't really know, honestly, what it was. They asked me what was my favorite influencer. And I was like, Googling on the phone, like, oh, it's this person. Got the job. Don't know how. Right. But it is so long ago. I mean, it was so early that there was a huge opportunity. There wasn't anyone with 20 years influencer marketing experience. Those people didn't exist. So that was a huge opportunity for a young person to really rise the ranks really quickly and own that expertise. And there's similar thing exists here today, just in a different lens, right? Similar to what Mary said. There's so many ways to have expertise in influencer marketing that's not official, right? Whether you're a micro influencer or you're obsessed with beauty TikTok, there's so many ways to show value there. You just need to really flex that and lean into that. And as someone who has been hiring, right, for roles for the last several years, and specifically now for people that are experts in TikTok, it's hard to find. It's really hard to find. So it's a huge value. Just lean into that.
Yeah, I would also say that a lot of companies are asking for, 4+ years of experience at entry level positions as well. I've seen a lot of LinkedIn posts recently about this. where, as you just mentioned, Noella and Mary, that, those Gen Z and those millennials coming into those positions are on it every day for like 2 to 3 hours. So maybe we should raise that bar down a little bit, maybe 1 year experience, or just a social media, a love for social media and content creation.
Yeah, and then also the candidate can preface that, for my 4 years of experience isn't desk experience, it's social experience. And I'm familiar with writing copy and creating, there's so many ways on both ends. And that's where the importance of comes in, because we, as mentors, should be helping our mentees customize their resumes, like you just mentioned, to ensure that that 4 years experience, it doesn't necessarily mean job experience. It could be real world, depending on how you word it, right? All PR.
Exactly. That's why everyone should have a mentor within the industry. And if you don't know anyone in the industry, I would definitely recommend just reaching out on LinkedIn. I feel like I've connected with so many individuals in Chicago on there, born and raised in Milwaukee. When I was just coming up within the world, you're surprised, honestly, how many people will respond and say, yeah, let's grab a coffee, and let's get to know each other better and learn the industry more.
And one last comment, kind of funny story. Actually, one of my friends that I'm going to see next week, that's how we met. She reached out on LinkedIn and she was like, hey, love your career. We, I am also Latina, like, let's talk. And now we're also friends. So lots of opportunities to connect with people depending on your background. And again, your alumni, like, it's a lot more accessible than you might think.
Couldn't agree more. All right, Mary, you've worked at lots of amazing agencies and companies. So we're going to talk about kind of like influencer marketing strategy based on verticals. Can you share an influencer marketing strategy you have implemented for a specific vertical? For example, if you're working with a CPG client, what strategy have you executed for that brand?
Okay, yeah, can't speak with specific brands, but I'll take the example of CPG. Those type of brands are really big on brand exclusivity, because that market is a bit oversaturated, especially for social and influencer media. So we at Initiative, we have an overall strategy, but it's not cookie cutter. It has to be customized per vertical or category. So for a CPG example, because they're very concerned with the competitive landscape, we bake into the strategy confirmation that whatever influencers we're identifying have not worked with any of their competitors or will work with any of their competitors within an exclusivity window that we determine in our contracts. So that's one way. And then we also have, proprietary data tools that can also weed out the truth versus the faux. So there's always that. I think another category or vertical would be pharmaceutical. Believe it or not, that is a very, very, very rapidly growing vertical for influencer media, but it's also, it can be scary, outside of FTC regulations, you have FDA regulations and what's right and what's wrong. And the great thing about Influential, I have to shout you all out, you really know those regulations just as well as we do. So you help us tailor the strategy for whatever client we're working with. I think an example to suffice your answer would be understanding branded versus unbranded, especially in the pharmaceutical space. So we really have to tailor our strategy for branded to make sure, if a brand is mentioned, they have to be a patient or they have to be a healthcare professional to talk about it. If it's unbranded, they don't have to be. They can be a caregiver or a friend that has been affected by it. So it's like those little nuances that you have to adjust depending on the vertical.
Couldn't agree more. Brand safety is huge. I don't have a lot of experience in pharmaceuticals, but I couldn't agree more with the brand and the unbranded content. We're going to dive into brand safety since we're on the topic. Noelia, how does Hollister vet influencers for campaigns? I'm super curious. And what steps do you take to ensure the influencer follows those brand guidelines and is considered brand safe when posting?
Yeah, and it's pretty robust. We vet across brand fit, content fit, and audience fit, and each one of those has various categories and various guidelines established across each and every one of our brands. So that's pretty robust. So that's kind of the first step, right? Ensuring that the creator is brand aligned and brand safe. First check mark. I think the second is just ensuring that the creator understands your brand, understands the do's and don'ts, guidelines, right? Giving that information and ensuring that they have those tools in order to be able to develop that content for you. And then the last layer is just approvals. Any paid program for us, we approve every single piece of content. So honestly, we haven't seen any issues, knock on wood, yet on that, but we found with those kind of 3 check marks that we're able to set expectations and get content that fits those expectations.
I was going to say you have a very robust team at Hollister and Abercrombie where you guys can monitor and give the influencers a creative freedom to still create, but then again, follow those brand guidelines. And a hot topic that everyone's going to be covering throughout the panels and the fireside chats is inclusivity, diversity. So let's talk about it. Mary, we'll let you start off. So, many brands are reinventing their brand image and promoting inclusivity, sorry, I need another cup of coffee, and diversity on social media. So how can brands, utilize diverse influencers to create change on social media and actually impact society offline as well?
Yeah, that is a loaded one. I would say the biggest thing is, it's the low-hanging fruit is for brands to come in when the timing is right versus when the timing is awkward and followers and consumers are thirsty for some type of guidance and inspiration. I think a good example of that is, let's take LGBTQ IA plus community. It's one thing, there's so many brands that jump in during Pride, but then they hop in and they hop out versus staying long-term and really investing. So that is one key way to do that. And not just in an overall media creative strategy, but incorporating influencers that are of those communities. I think a good example of that is P&G's My Black is Beautiful evergreen campaign. That is a purpose campaign, not a product campaign. So it's always on. They're promoting their main consumers and just really exemplifying beauty, what it is, what it isn't, Black beauty, how it could be embraced and encouraged just as much as it is, used and seen in a negative light, so that's an evergreen campaign that pushes purpose, not product. Another good example is Dove, the Crown Act. They are pushing legislation to literally make it illegal for companies to make someone feel like them bringing their true ethnic, authentic self to work is literally illegal now on a federal level. So it's things like that brands can do. And it goes back to what you said earlier on, always on. Hollister's approach of long-term investing. When you're in it and you stay, you do more than reach that campaign awareness or engagement play. You build brand loyalty and love and respect, like all of those metrics that aren't always measured, but you keep the consumers' hearts, not just their attention. So I think I said that. And then I also do want to give out a shout out to TikTok and Instagram and Facebook, all the social media platforms that are going beyond the actual influencers and updating their algorithms, fostering influencers on a BIPOC level, like educating them and training them and taking the talent that they already have and helping them amplify it behind the camera. And then we have media partners and influencer networks like yourself that go beyond the influencer and work with BIPOC production companies and creative agencies. So it definitely takes a village to make this work. But I would say the short answer is an always on approach with people of the community, not just speaking to the community.
Thank you. That was like the best answer I could have ever hoped for.
Yeah. I'm here to influence.
Yes, influence away. Let's talk about creators and how they actually create. Noelia, we'll start with you. So do you think creators and influencers should have the capability to create content, again, with their authentic voice and help steer the direction of that content that they post on behalf of the brand? Or is there like a fine line again? Or should the brand provide like a brand brief? What's like too much direction and what's like not enough direction? I've heard horror stories with working with influencers, the content not coming out right. So what does Hollister do?
Yeah, I mean, the magic is really in that balance, right? In a true partnership with your creators. And the goal, right, is to create content that story tells the brand through the creator. So we're the expert on the brand, the creator is the expert on their content creation and their audience, right? So it really is the fusion of that together that creates powerful, powerful content. For us, most of our programs, our paid programs, are all long-term. So we're in a unique position that we're able to just iterate like across months and really talk to these creators and give feedback and ideate and brainstorm together, which is awesome. But I think top level, just again, making sure that the creator understands what you're trying to do, right? Like, what are the goals for the content, as well as giving them loose creative guidelines, right? They need to know what they're doing, like top level, like any like artist, like any professional, to help get them started, but allowing them that flexibility, right? So the key for me is finding ways to fold the brand into the content or the creator's voice and content, not the other way around. So not trying to force the creator's voice back into an overly prescriptive, obviously sponsored piece of content. And when you mix that, when you get that quite right, again, there's no like perfect formula, right? It is really an art sometimes and a little bit of a science. Again, that's where really the magic happens. And we've seen a lot of success working that way.
I would say consumers are very smart now. Not that they weren't smart back in the day, but consumers are getting more and more smart, where they can tell if an influencer is working with the brand, if it's scripted versus, again, when they're using their authentic voice, but still helping the brand drive impact or drive sales or awareness or whatever their KPI is. And I have a question as well. Let's say you're working with those amazing creators at Hollister, and the first time they take a stab at creating content, it isn't right, or like, do you have like a revision process? Like, what's too many revisions if the influencer doesn't get it quite right the first time?
Yeah, we have one. I mean, I think if it's more than one, then maybe you're not briefing correctly, right? Like, you have to take responsibility for that as well, and be a good partner. Right. And I also started off at agency, so I've kind of seen both sides. So for us, we do have revisions, but also, like I said, we iterate over time. So there's been times where, actually was just on a panel at YMS last week talking about this, where we worked with a creator and it was his first, and again, we have this program called Hollister Good Vibras, which is supports rising Latinx creators. So a lot of those creators, their first time brand deal, like first time, they don't really know like what is expected, right? So a lot of that is working with them. And he came in thinking, oh, they want me to do this, right? Assumptions, like they want me to hold up the Hollister shirt and say, I love Hollister. He really wanted to do a good job. So it just took talking to him to be like, no, we trust you. We're working with you for a reason, because you're so talented and you're amazing at what you do. And once we had that back and forth and that touch point, the content just got so much better, because again, like, he fully understood what he was trying to do, and we were able to kind of fuse that. So again, like, that balance is key. And understanding that we're all humans, right? Like, we're all humans. Like, there's a lot of communication that's important on both sides, not just theirs, right? So the brand really does need to take a lot of responsibility.
I was going to say, are you still working with that influencer? I love how we started with like the Hollister shirt out, right? And then I'm sure his content got so much better as time went on.
Yeah, so that was actually our long-term program. So Good Vibras is a long-term program. So that was his first month with us. And then month over month, it just got better and better. He got more comfortable. And we brought him in again. We were at a panel at YMS together last week talking about that process together. And it's just so beautiful. I mean, we're friends now, right? Like, it's all about relationships. So I love that progress in that journey. And we have different journeys depending on the creator, right? Depending on how much experience they have. But I think at its core, that communication, that relationship building really makes the difference.
Couldn't agree more. It's all about relationships in this business. Mary, I'm going to hit you with one of the hardest questions we have on this panel. The effect social media has on young girls. Again, this could be negative, positive. It could be both. So Mary, again, young people have more access to social media than ever before. They are consumers, creators, or both on all of these social platforms. And unfortunately, social media addiction is real. And young girls and young boys, spend most of their screen time scrolling through these Instagram and TikTok For You pages. So what do you think about social media for young girls? Is it positive, negative? Could it be both? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the tough answer that is that it is both, and the solutions vary. I think it's very easy to point the finger at the social media platforms, but that's not fair. It's social media platforms, it's the brand messaging we're throwing out there. So it definitely, it's the parents for not monitoring, who they're following and how long they're on. So it is definitely, the finger is everywhere, but the solutions can be everywhere as well. So I guess a good example is the My Black is Beautiful campaign. Again, I'll bring it up, and you would think I worked on it because I keep bringing it up, but it's just they have me as consumer because of this campaign, right? And it's one of the, going back to brands not just splashing in one moment but staying long term. So imagine yourself being a young girl and you're scrolling through all this content. You're not seeing yourself reflected in a good light, but a poor light and a negative light, or someone taking your style and you're being a culture vulture to your style but downing you when you embrace the same type of culture. So you're scrolling, you're seeing all of that negative, and then you see a campaign, My Black is Beautiful. So it's like they boldly splash into the space and just reiterate you, hey, young girl, you have your magic. You can keep scrolling till you see something you like, or unfollow or take a break. So yes, the effects are real, they are harsh, but going back to the community, all platforms, brands, and partners like yourself are acknowledging that and are really thinking through solutions in the content that we produce.
Again, you're just killing it here, Mary.
Do I get a prize? Do we get a prize after this?
I could look into getting some swag sent to you guys.
From Hollister, preferably.
Yes, we have 3 questions left. We only have a few more minutes here. So we had a question come through. Again, if you have questions, feel free to shoot them over to us right now. So a question for you too, what tools and platforms do you use to find influencers for your campaigns? And Noelia, I'll let you take that one first.
Sure. It's a combination of a few things. We use CIQ. We've also used other tech platforms in the past. We used famous birthdays to measure kind of like spikes over time, relevance. We use an agency, so we have an AOR, and then just everyone on my team is just always online. So I'll be scrolling through TikTok, I'll like a creator, like, oh, I think this person would be perfect for this, right? And then we just funnel it all into a list. So I would say all of the above.
And hopefully influential soon. Had to say that. Mary, do you have any feedback on that?
Yeah, no, I'd agree. It is definitely a cross between science and art. Coming together. So on our end, we're a media agency for our clients. So we have data-backed tools that can identify influencers based on, their cultural relevance, demographic, psychographic details. We have partners like Influential who have tools like that as well. So, it takes all of those tools, but you do have to have that human layer too. Just because someone's data makes sense doesn't mean that they make sense. It all comes down into how they project the content and if it ultimately fits with the brand's DNA. So a mixture of human and a mixture of science.
I love that. Thank you. So one of our last questions that I see one more coming in, return on investment with influencers. This is huge. Again, this is for both of you. So influencers are proven to drive, impact and business results now. So brands are longer looking at likes, comments, video views. I mean, all of that is still important, but there are other ways now. So how is your team proving ROI with influencers at Initiative and Hollister?
I can kick it off. Yeah, I mean, I would say, again, maybe a hot take. I think likes, comments, views are still important. I mean, they still tell you something, right? I think if your goal is awareness, you just need to go deeper, right? You can't measure in a silo. I'm a huge believer in that. You need a variety of things to help tell that story. And you really need to know what the program is for. What are the KPIs for? So for our top funnel programs, we report on, yes, impressions and engagement, but we also go deeper. We look at sentiment. We look at, yes, people are engaging with it. What are they actually saying, right? We also look at share of voice. We do brand lift studies. right? To get that much deeper. We look at virality, we look at shareability. So there's a variety of different metrics that help tell that story. However, we also have dedicated bottom funnel affiliates programs on the influencer side of things. And that measurement looks very different. So then we're looking at click-throughs, we're looking at sales, and we're also going deeper and looking at customer quality of those folks that are coming in. So average a value of cart and new to file and all of that good stuff. And we have programs in between. So I'd say that, right, like understanding what you want to do with a program is incredibly important. And then we also can't forget about things like added value, like the fact that you can reuse your content, again, that help tell the full story of the value of your influencer program. And that's really what distinguishes an influencer program from an ad buy. So I want to kind of underscore that as well.
It's like Mary.
Ladies.
Sorry. We're up.
I love this conversation. It was so inspiring, so many gems. Both of you guys said that you took a people first or influencer first approach. And like, that is just the magic, the special sauce to creating authentic content experiences across the board. And it sounds like you guys are both doing it. And this was a fantastic first session. So I thank you so much for joining us. We hope to have you back again, because I feel like we can talk forever and ever about this particular topic. But thanks again so much for joining us today. Thank you, Taylor, Noelia, Mary, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks.
Bye.
So our next panel is an exciting one. I feel like I'm going to take copious notes because it's about balancing life and business, and I unfortunately have no balance right now. So this one is for me personally. So please join us. We are looking to talk to our moderator, who's Elizabeth Firth. She's the VP of Partnerships, Brand Partnerships at Influential. Kalana Warner, SVP and Client Business Partner at and Lindsay Mulder, I'm so sorry, Lindsay, Brand Marketing Director at Merrill. Priya Narang, Partner at LMA's Junk Couture. So this conversation is like near and dear to my heart. I'm super excited for it. Thank you so much, ladies, for joining us. And Elizabeth, everyone's on. All right, awesome.
Thank you. I think everybody's just jumping on and joining and putting video screens on. And as Lataria mentioned, we have a really exciting panel with some pretty amazing women that are joining us today. Our focus is really about this idea about balancing life and business. And today in this session, we're going to talk about how these really powerful women have been navigating their marketing careers, creating better workplaces for working mothers, and then also finding new growth drivers for brands as part of this. I'm really excited to welcome both Kalana Warner, who is a SVP at and a client business partner and award-winning media marketer who has stewarded amazing global brands across a variety of verticals. She's had leadership roles on businesses like the Spotify business, Accenture, Emirates Economist, New York Stock Exchange, and Credit Suisse. I love that Kalana is also has hosted UM's 2019 International Women's Day, really involved in the 4As and anti-racism task force, and provides mentorship for students in multicultural advertising intern program. In addition, Priya Narang is joining us, who's a partner of LMA and Junk Couture. Priya has an extensive background and experience working for Fortune 500 brands. She has led media marketing for companies like Volkswagen, BMW, Sprint, and has focused also on the publisher side, including Vogue and Time Inc. brands. What she is doing now is really special, working with a variety of brand leaders to actually focus on a global rollout of Junk Couture, which is the world's largest, most sustainable fashion competition to Gen Z audiences. So really excited to talk to her about that. Lindsay Mulder is a brand director over at Merrill. She really does have a passion for building brands that have staying power. She began her marketing career at Wolverine, which is the parent company of Merrill, and her focus right now is ultimately driving amazing kind of creative brand experiences to shed the light of the benefits of outdoors. So ladies, welcome. Really excited for this session.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Great.
Elizabeth.
I know. We're going to jump in because I know each of you are really excited and ready to talk about this topic. And I know in our earlier discussions, there was a lot to talk about. And I think we may have maybe about 5 hours of conversation to have, if not more. But Priya, I wanted to start with you. And as working mothers, that topic of balance is very much regularly part of that conversation. And I'm curious for you if you do think that balance can really be obtained, or if there's a more productive mindset or approach to kind of navigating those pressures of, profession and family life.
The golden question, right? So I would start, Elizabeth and team, by saying that in order to assess whether balance is achievable, we probably really need to, in my opinion, redefine what balance is. I could share with you that pre-COVID 2.5 years ago, balance for me meant waking up at 5:45 in the morning, throwing my daughter's lunch together somehow, somewhat, kissing her goodbye while she was still sleeping, jumping in the car that hopefully my husband had started, racing to a train, commuting 4 hours a day to a job, working, making every excuse possible for why I might have, come in right at 9 and left right at 5, not having to play victim to, there's 4 extra hours here. And balance for me was the ability to do everything, not fail anybody, be, a successful mom, be a successful wife, be a successful, employee, a leader, a mentor, but not, to almost cut every corner I could possibly cut to do it all. And if I say anything, I would tell you that those boundaries of balance, I didn't choose. Those were the boundaries that were set up societally, I'd say, for us as working women and working mothers. I didn't choose those boundaries. I felt privileged that if I got home and got to see my child awake or asleep, I had achieved balance. So I'd say that what COVID has taught us, and me particularly, is the need to redefine what balance is. And I'd say that it probably taught a lot of dads and men that as well. I don't want to fall on the gender bandwagon here, because I think what we realized, or at least what I realized, was balance was about quality and not quantity. It was about doing what I was doing right and giving 100% of my time, and reaping 100% of the benefits from those interactions. So balance for me was actually getting to read a story at my daughter's school for the first time. It was getting to do yoga every day. It was having the ability to get on email at 10 o'clock and do all my work, or redefine what 9 to 5 means. And so I really do think, is it achievable? 100%. But how we define it has to start personally and be adopted institutionally.
Yeah. I love that kind of redefining what does 9 to 5 mean anymore. Lindsay, I'd love to hear your perspective, because I know we were talking a little bit about this yesterday as well.
Yeah, everything that you just said rings so very true. And it's interesting when we talk about balance, I think of one of those old school scales that's like this, right? And it feels like it's personal and work. And you're trying to somehow do both of them perfectly, but the scales are never perfect. And I'm totally going to paraphrase this, and I hope that I'm crediting it correctly and all of the things, but Madeline Albright recently passed away, and I had a friend who had an interaction with her and had shared something that she said about women being able to have it all. You just can't have it all at the same time. And I'm wildly paraphrasing that, but that has become very, very true for me since becoming a mom and continuing to grow my career, that there are moments when your career is the thing that's going hard and going fast. And it feels like you're doing a 4-hour commute, and you're kissing your kids when they're sleeping, and lucky if you're kissing them when they're awake. And that can be that way, and it can be that way for a little while, but at some point in time, you're probably gonna shift, and it's always going to be this constant like shifting back and forth. And when you can recognize that you can do all the things, but you might not be able to do all of them at the same degree at the exact same time. And that's okay, because the season that you're in right now is not going to be the season that you're in forever. And those seasons change, and our careers change, and our families change. And for me, I think understanding balance came sort of to light in a clearer way for me in acknowledging that and saying, like, there are parts sometimes when my career is going to take first, and sometimes when my family is going to take first. And that's okay, because what is the choice today is not going to be the choice forever and ever and ever. And so, yeah, it's really wild what COVID did to like throw us all into a tailspin in that way, and sometimes in the very best way.
Yeah, I love that. And one of the, just to build on that, because I think there's kind of COVID and also all of you work at pretty amazing companies and organizations that are really reimagining kind of what the workplace is and the programs that they're putting in place for women. And Kalana, I'd love to, knowing you're coming from with a really strong company culture, I'd love your kind of perspective in terms of the actions that have been starting that have been put in place to bring that better community for working moms and create a more welcoming environment. And I'd love your perspective too, just in terms of how that's shifted over time based on your experience and your role in that.
Yeah, sure. So I'm the mother of a almost 5-year-old, and I'm a single mother. So for me, I'll say any job throughout my career, it's really important to have a company that supports working women. And I feel very fortunate that I've been able to work for with since I was pregnant and up until now, where my daughter's almost 5. About 5 years ago, there was a group called Mums that was started. It's so like moms at UM, a little play on the British spelling of mom. And since then, it's really grown organically. It really started really small, and now we encourage all new mothers to join the group even while you are pregnant. And what it is essentially, it's a vault. You can come in, talk about any challenge that you're having within your career. We're very connected with leadership. We've had many of our leaders come to the monthly meetings because we have a curriculum of topics from like back to the office. How's everybody doing at vaccinations, vacations, like everything. And we're able to really draw from each other and our experiences to help each other. And I love the group very much for that. And then the other thing I would say is really critical, and especially because I'm a single mom, is Bright Horizons. And for those who aren't familiar, so Bright Horizons is a child care facility. So you'll see them throughout New York City and even in New Jersey, which is where I live. But they also have the option to have someone come to your home. So as part of our benefits package at if you need extra backup care at any point in time, and trust me, it's my lifeline. I've used it for when I'm like, my daughter's sick and can't go to daycare, or if I have to travel for work, we all get a benefits package that includes a certain number of days so that someone can come to your house. But I also feel like as a working woman, the experience is not monolith. So it's not just about childcare. It also includes, care for an elderly parent who may need someone to care for them as well. And I think that that's something that's really critical for in terms of driving the culture. You feel very welcome. It's very different from how the industry was 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm. And I think building on that, because Lindsay obviously is like part of Merrill, there's a big push around community at Merrill and Wolverine at large. Love to hear kind of your perspective on how that is kind of how that's changed since your tenure there too.
Yeah, there's been a couple of things that I think have been really critical for me in the last couple of years. The first one is just the importance of how consumers engage with brands. And we are a brand, like consumers want brands to be authentic. They want brands to be their friends. And we as a brand literally exist to get people outside. It's like, it's what we preach. Spend time outside. It's good for your body, mind, and soul. It's worth it. It re-inspires, it improves your energy, it decreases your stress, all of those things. And it's sort of a big like smack in the face when it's like, oh wait, I'm not doing what I'm preaching right now. And it really puts it in really good perspective. And I think the team has a really healthy culture around here of making sure that we are keeping that in check. And we are people who want to live the brand. And I think that consumers want brands who have people behind them who want to live the brand. And so that's been really critical. And then the other thing for me was, again, a COVID realization. Everyone knew, you would walk around the office and everyone like sort of knew, oh, that person has children, that person has cats at home, they really like their cats. Oh, I think this person likes plants, like all of those things. But man, when you had to turn on those Zoom cameras from your kitchen or from your living room or from your spare bedroom that is now an office or whatever it is, and your children like climbed into screen, or your cat walked across your computer, or any of those things, wow, that really made it all just more real and in a really great way. Like, no longer was it like, yeah, Lindsay's a mom, but it's like, oh no, Lindsay has Duke and Chloe at home who she's responsible for, who have needs and are real little human people who she needs to take care of. And honestly, that's carried us well into being back in the office and returning to the office, that there's names and there's real people behind the people that we show up with at work. And I think that that's been a really like lasting imprint. Like the children, the passions, the animals, all of those things have moved beyond like the desk picture, because that's what it used to be, to like real engagement with coworkers. I mean, with my brand president has now seen our kids like walk onto the screen. Like, that's what it is. And there's no longer any like shame in that game, because it used to feel a little bit like, kids, get out of here. Like, get out of here. You can't, my work people can't know that I have like real things going on back here. And I've just seen that like that level of sort of shame come way, way, way down. And that's been awesome for culture and for work-life balance and for all of those things.
I think it's funny. I mean, it takes us to move to virtual video conferencing to actually build deeper connections with the people that we work with, or spend, 8 to 10 to 15 hours a day, which is just, I think that part, when I know, Lindsay, when you and I were talking about that, and that it was just kind of a revelation to me.
It is. It's bizarre.
It's really unbelievable. I was, for a period of time, I was, with my parents out in Florida. My mom regularly did laundry behind me. So everybody was like, hello, Mrs. Firth, hello, the laundry at every single formal client business meeting, which was a true delight on my end. But everybody got to know my mom fairly well, which was really nice over the course of it. I know Lindsay just touched upon him, and Priya, you're interesting in that in your new role, you've moved from working from American, based companies to now a European owned company as well. And in your role, global rollout, I'd love to kind of get your perspective from the LMA Junket Tour standpoint in terms of how do you foresee this kind of short-term back to work, in quotation marks, narrative take shape? And what do you think may be lasting to kind of build a better future environment for working mothers in the long term?
Yeah, sure. So I think there are a couple of questions in there, and I'll tackle them as best as I can. First of all, I think that for us to say, work is finally or about to return to quote normal, throw that out the window, guys. I mean, there is no return to normal. Like it or not, I think we're in the process of redefining, what work 3.0 looks like post-COVID. And for as horrible as COVID has been, I will say that the positive that's come out of it is, touching upon this whole, reason for this panel is this thing called balance, right? So we've all had a taste of it. How do you have a taste of chocolate or a taste of something you love and never go back to it? We've all had a taste of what it's like to be able to, define our hours, still be very, very effective. And I think that's the big headline is, guess what? We didn't all crash and burn. We survived. Businesses are on the uptick. Businesses are thriving, depending on what the businesses are. Hospitality, all that, no, not during COVID. But I think what we've taught ourselves is that it is possible to to have a virtual presence. It's possible to not have to commute 4 hours a day and still get your job done. And I think it's possible to say that the new normal can actually be more productive. But what I think is really important is not to, jump the guns and say, okay, everybody is always going to be home, or there is no, in-person interaction. I think we have to figure out what the smartest hybrid model is. And from my perspective, it's find those reasons or those opportunities where being collaborative. For me, it's always about a brainstorm. For me, the most effective time I've had is, get a bunch of us, in the same conference room and throw things up at a wall and see what sticks and feed off of each other's momentum. And, that's amazing. But showing up to show your face is it's not necessary. So let's start by, being smart economically. Let's be smart as business owners. Can we reduce our overhead? What does our new physical footprint, from an office perspective look like, at a floor plan perspective? Are there A/B teams? But let's be really strategic and do that in a way that incorporates both. The other thing I would say is, it's time now to erase the working mom stigma and working from home stigma. I've just about had it. And I think that it's very important to stop apologizing. And it's very important for us to be heard and have a voice. And I mean that. In a career where I personally took the big ice pick for the first decade of my career to the glass ceiling and effectively broke through, I was then forced with pretending and making excuses. My child's kindergarten graduation, I couldn't say that. It had to be a doctor's appointment. Well, why couldn't I say it's my child's basketball game, or an important, I want to read at her classroom? I just think the time has arrived. So that's important. I do work for a European company. I work for a company, and I've had a past that if I got hit by a car, I always say to my daughter, I would die knowing I've done a lot. But this company, Junk Couture, is all about purpose. It's about teaching kids about sustainability through fashion and education. And what I do love about working for, they're based in Ireland, but a European company is, they kind of got it right. And it's not about the siestas at lunch and wine. I take that every day, but it is about, it is about the siestas. It was, ingrained early on in the culture that you take time to eat lunch and talk to one another. My life has been eating a chopped salad, which I overpaid for, at my desk like this. And how many of us have done that? So I'd say we need to redefine what the new normal is. And we collective, women, working moms, working dads, they've had a taste of it too. Let's just not apologize anymore, and let's help be the architects to build this new house.
Mm-hmm. And Klana, I love your perspective too, because obviously on the agency side, culture culture and collaboration are just really huge, kind of important territories and differentiators, when it comes to the marketplace. And I think for a long time, this idea of whiteboarding sessions and physically everybody in a room, and that's the only way to be able to get work done. I love your perspective in terms of, from the side, how you see that changing. And to Priya's point, is this a forever thing, or do you anticipate that there's anything that's going to kind of go back to the way it was, for example?
Yeah, sure. And we're actually going back on Tuesday. We've been open. So April 5th is the day. But I'll start by grounding what I'm about to say with the fact that I always tell myself that none of this matters, my career, anything, if my daughter never saw me. But then also at the same time, I think, well, bills don't pay themselves. You want to go to Disney, I want you to see that I'm on this laptop. Me typing and doing all these things, means something. And so I start with that to say that it's really important as we go back to craft your own personal balance. And so I've been super purposeful on a personal level about what going back means for me. And then I just had to send a big email to my team this week about, all right, we're coming back. We're going to eat lunch. We're going to have happy hour. But then also leaving it up to them to decide how they want to design their own life, because I'm a working mother. And so UM has given us 2 days on average per month. There's no policing. There's no in-office police coming to check. I don't think anybody cares, but I think the idea is that we're going to come in on certain days where we can actually be together, and there are meetings where we can throw things up at a wall. I do think in this industry, there are a lot of meetings that are just as effective virtually, and we have seen that for the last 2 years. But I'm also a believer that we're a creative industry, and we do feed off of each other's energy, as Priya was saying. And I do think there are times when being in a room, brainstorming, putting things on a wall, or even being able to have a happy hour and really connect. I feel like some of my best friends in this industry, I've made because I've sat in rooms with them for far too long. I'm spending way more time with them than my actual family. So as far as balance, I think it's a bit of both. So for me personally, my personal balance is going in on Tuesday. That's one of the days. And then the other one, we'll see what happens. And everybody else is free to do the same. And I'm glad UM is flexible. And the other thing I also want to say is sometimes crafting your balance means that you work from home permanently. We also have employees that have that flexible option who are permanently working from home, and we want to ensure that they feel encouraged, that they're also part of the culture, and we try to incorporate them as much as possible too.
I think that's pretty amazing. I think that flexibility and actually what you're saying, Klana, just is, I think, a great example kind of in our next area that Lindsay, I'd love to get your perspective on, is this idea of empathetic leadership. And your example, Klana, of just saying, here's what my schedule is going to be. Here's laying out, that there is a significant amount of flexibility in order to do both great work for your clients and the brands that you support. But you're able to do that and be able to kind of fit with your own schedule, I think is pretty fantastic. This idea, I think that's just an example of empathetic leadership. And Lindsay, I love your perspective, because I do think that's, it's kind of a pretty powerful value, and I think really comes through within the Merrill brand. Mm-hmm. I'd love your perspective in terms of your approach to empathetic leadership, and do you see that that's kind of changed over time as your career has evolved?
Yeah, I feel pretty passionately about this topic of empathetic leadership, because I know so many other people. I find myself really frustrated with what's going on in our culture, and that we live in somewhat of an outrage culture right now. And yes, there are definitely things that we should be outraged about that we see happening around us. But this combination of people just wanting to get super, super hot on specific things and feeling like we aren't all working together well, or living together well, or existing together very well, I think for me really boils down to this idea of empathy and being willing and putting in the effort to consider where somebody else is coming from. To consider that we are not all the same, and what makes we know this, what makes the best businesses, what makes the strongest businesses, what makes the most profitable businesses are made up of diverse people. And that means that it's all sorts of different people who are not going to always see eye to eye, who are not going to have the same set of lived experiences or learned experiences. And on the one hand, we know this, and we seek out increasing the diversity around us. Gender, race, religion, experience, everything. And then on the other hand, sometimes it still feels like we're not all very good as a society at being empathetic to other people who have different viewpoints than us, or who have different experiences than us. And from a brand perspective, again, when you are preaching it from a brand perspective, and for us, it's about the outdoors being something that everyone is not only welcome, but everybody feels like they belong outdoors, and everybody knows about what the outdoors can offer to you. And we believe that the people who work here believe that to our core. And then when you don't live that out, then it's the worlds come sort of like crashing into each other, that something is really wrong. And I just think as like leaders, and I think women are better at being empathetic, because I just think it's like the community of women. But when you're able to stop and take the effort to say like, what might that person be feeling, and why might that person be feeling that or thinking that, or coming to the table with that perspective, and appreciating that they are coming at something with a different perspective than you, I think is where you get better teams, better businesses, better results, like, and better working relationships, like all the way around. So I feel like it's like the unlock for us in like moving our society to a more positive place. Not that we all need to be more the same, but that we can appreciate that people are different for the experiences that they've had in their lives.
Lindsay, could I jump onto that, just because I love and appreciate everything you said, and I feel like we'll be friends off panel. But to me, empathy, it starts with you, even if it's not given to you. And I learned that the hard way. My job pre-COVID, when I was negotiating it, 5 years ago, 4 years ago, my boss at the time, I had come through the working 5 days a week, the this, the that, and everything. And I begged for 1 day from home. I absolutely begged. And so he said no 5 times. And then I finally said, it's a deal breaker. I need 1 day from home. And so then he said, okay, well, let's talk about, how we can cut then your ask on the pay side. And I was like, whoa, wait, so are you saying that I'm not working, or am I working from home? Because I plan on working from home. So long story short, I ended up taking a bit of a pay cut just to have it, but it was worth it for me. He then proceeded to call me beginning on that Friday from home every Friday, beginning at 7 o'clock in the morning, and checking up on me in half-hour intervals. And I couldn't make this up, just to make sure, there were no blow dryers or like nail dryers in the background. I'm like, no, I'm actually working from home. Also, I could just go pick up my child and she could see me physically. And I just want to say that we need to pay it forward, because unbeknownst to him, I managed a staff that had 3 working women, working mothers, and 1 working father. And do you know what I did? I gave them all a day from home. And I just said, nobody knows about this. Just don't take it all on the same day. And I perfectly for years managed to, give to them what was kind of not so easily given to me. And it was like, don't ask, don't tell, don't screw it up, get your work done. And this is something that I think is a right, not a privilege. It's a right. So be advocates for those that you do have the ability to influence their lives, even if it doesn't come to us, because you know what? Damn if I can't be a mentor and pay it forward. And that to me is, it's super important. And I would just encourage all of us to, have empathy where it doesn't necessarily or hasn't necessarily come easy to us as well. So I just wanted to share that.
Priya, I love it. One of our commenters in the chat said, break the cycle. So I think there is so much yeah. I think there's so much power in that. And I think there is this legacy to say, and and whether that's, men or women or, or other individuals that have kind of gone through this history of, this is what it was like for me. So this is what you're going to have to deal with. And I think it takes a true leader and an empathetic leader in this space to say, maybe I didn't necessarily have that best experience, but what I'm going to do is really start to change that for the future. And you know what? The work's going to be better. The people are going to be happier. You're going to help build a lot more retention, probably in the long term, to be able to, create an environment that people want to work. And honestly, those are the leaders that people follow over time, and those that are kind of, really trying to prescribe every single kind of moment of the day are going to be less successful in there.
Absolutely, amen.
The other, I think, just to build on that, as you think about, we'll talk about or whatever, breaking the cycle. I also want to talk about how you feel that your individual companies have really positively evolved with strong female presences in leadership roles. Kalana, I know coming from UM that there's some pretty powerful and amazing leaders, female leaders. So I'd love to get your perspective in terms of your experience and how that dynamic has started to shift.
Yeah, sure. I've been at UM for about 6 years, and joining, it was just such a breath of fresh air. Well, at the time, we had a female leader, and then we've had our global CEO currently is a female leader, and then our last 2 US CEOs have been female as well. But what I like about all 3 of them is that they're also working mothers, and that's just not something that, as I was more junior in my career, I saw a lot of. It seemed, previously that there was this giant sacrifice that had to be made, and as Priya talked about, the ceiling that, forget women, working mothers as CEOs. And so it's been a huge inspiration to me. We also have a new US CEO who is a male. And one of the first things that, he shared with us as he joined the organization in January was telling us about his identity and who he is as a family and as a father. And I feel like women in leadership has been very strong at UM, but then it's really important to have men in leadership who are not just advocates, but then also allies, and that they are, taking time off to go to the basketball games, et cetera. And sometimes when, I'm struggling and having a tough day, I sit down and I think, well, there are women out here, running companies. Like, you can do it. I don't feel like I have to sacrifice my career because I have a live example, and it's not just, talk, because a lot of companies talk.
I couldn't agree more with everything that you just said. From when I was young, when I was a young girl growing up in the community that I grew up in, if there was a adult woman who was working, she was most likely a teacher or a nurse. Like, check, like those are the jobs. And this marketing thing and the business thing, even my parents probably are guilty of thinking that this would have all stopped once I had kids. And I totally agree with you that for me, it was really seeing those women ahead of me and seeing those women here within the organization that were doing great at their careers, but they were also being really great moms, and their kids were great, that it was working, that I was like, okay, we can do this. This is a possible thing. And when you, lots of organizations I do know or industries have boys clubs, for sure, the shoe industry back in the day, that was a real thing. But I think to what you guys have talked about a little bit, when women break some of those parts, when you pass on something different to the next generation or to the younger, then it begins to entirely shift. And then I also have to echo, not only seeing women around in leadership and just this shift in really amazing women leaders who are also moms, but also the men who have championed it as well. Our brand president is a man, but also out of COVID, got to take his kids to school more often and comes into the office and talks about those things, and then also encourages all of us to live that as part of our lives too. I couldn't agree more with what you said.
Lindsay, I think you touched upon that, just the building your own kind of personal network and brand as well. And I'd love to kind of just hear everybody's perspective in terms of the power of networking and building those relationships and how that's helped your respective careers. Priya, I'll start with you.
Yeah, sure. I think networking is probably the single most important thing that one could do. And for me, I was lucky to have great mentorship when I started at my first agency a few decades ago. And my boss said, whatever you do, when you start in advertising, you think you have all this fake power because you have a budget. But my boss said, you never keep anybody waiting. You return every phone call from every media rep. And I don't care if it takes, you have up to 7 days. I gave my team up to 4 days. I thought that was more respectful. And if I saw anybody waiting in the lobby, I went crazy. But the point of driving it back to networking is, if you can just be respected in the industry, that goes really far. And there are those people in the lobby that you never know where they're going to end up. And they're going to remember that you weren't an a-hole to them, that you didn't keep them waiting, that you didn't take a boondoggle from them and then tell them they weren't getting the business. I mean, there's just like how to be a good person. And I'll quickly, because I know we're short on time, just say the other thing that I really think we need to do is let's stop with internships starting at college because people want it for their resume, or putting something, take your daughter to work day. From my perspective, why can't we have internships starting for tweens? Like, why can't we get kids to start experiencing what they want to do and building their network at an earlier age? So then when you get out of college and somebody says, what do you want to do? You actually have an informed choice, and not you're expected to turn a liberal arts and education into, now I know exactly what I want to do. Nobody knows. So build your network, rely on your network, and build it early is all I would say.
Yeah. And Lindsay, what, in just our last couple of minutes here, Lindsay, I'd love to hear just a little bit of like, what is the legacy that you personally feel like that you want to leave as your, as being kind of a mentor and a leader in this space?
Yeah, one of the most, this is probably a weird way to start it, but one of the most disappointing things that I think I've seen throughout my career for me is when I see women choose to leave our organization, choose to leave our brand, choose to leave because they don't feel like they have the option to make two things work, whether it's like their kids and their family and their career. Like if you choose to leave because that's the choice that you're like, this is what I want to make, I'm done with this thing over here and I'm going to do this thing over here. Amazing. Like I wish you nothing but the best, but it has really like broken my heart kind of when I'm seeing people leave because they don't feel like there's a choice. Like they feel like all the choices are being made for them, or they can't possibly ask to work from home for a day. They can't possibly ask to, show up at 9:15 because they're going to do school drop off at 8:40 or what have you. And in the same way that I've had women who I've seen go ahead of me and do being a mom and do their career well, like I want to be that for the next generation of women, but I also want to help leave it better for them than it has been for me. And it's been good for me. Like I can't complain, but I want it to be better. I want women to feel like they can do all of the things and they can do them well, and they don't have to give everything 100% all of the time, because we don't have 200% to give, but that you can take control. And there are times you can rev up being a mom, and it doesn't mean you have to throw a career away or even like completely put it on a back burner or put it on pause, but that you can do those things. And that's what I hope to like leave behind for me as I like continue to move through my career and go forward.
I think to double click on that point, I would say that we're talking about women in corporate America right now, and we have been super lucky during the pandemic to have flexibility to work from home. But there are millions of women who don't have those sort of support systems and are unable to. And so I was thinking a lot about Bright Horizons when Kalana mentioned that, and how that has been a part of my corporate experience my entire career, but it isn't for someone who works in hospitality or even a teacher. So when this group, and you guys were super dynamic, thinks about what the new balance is and designs that, let's think about all the women. So. This was fantastic. I wish we could talk much longer all day, but
we have hours to talk about.
For sure. Thank you so much for lending your time, Kalana, Lindsay, Priya, Elizabeth. I so appreciate it. We'll definitely have you guys back on, because this is a topic that needs to be exhausted for sure.
There definitely has to be a part 2.
Yeah.
Thanks, ladies.
So long,
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. So we will tee up our next panel, which is going to be equally exciting. It's a fireside chat that's going to examine gender bias. And we have Lisa Kalani Johnson, Senior Vice President of Marketing at Rowe, as well as Corey Bankert, Vice President of Midwest Sales and Influential. So there they are. It looks like they're coming on now. Thank you both so much for being here. I'm sorry that we ran a little bit over, so I am going to leave and let you take it away, Corey. Thanks again.
Of course. Hi, everyone. I'm Corey Banger from the Influential team. And when Lataria kicked off the event today, she mentioned Equal Pay Day in 2022 was March 15th. I think this is worth repeating because it's a symbolic day that signifies the gender pay gap. So currently, if a man works from January 1st to December 31st and gets paid a salary, a woman would have to work until March 15th of the following year to earn the same salary. If you're a Black woman, you'll have to work longer and even longer than if you're Latina. In influencer marketing, we're seeing that this is the case. While close to 80% of content creators are women focused on targeting other women, we're seeing that male creators are still getting paid on average 30% higher. It's something that we're focused on shifting here at Influential. In 25 years, the pay gap has only shrunk by 8 cents, and that's frankly unacceptable. As Megan Rapinoe recently testified to the House Oversight Committee, one cannot simply outperform inequality. As recently as last night, the Barcelona and Real Madrid's women's match hit record numbers for attendance in women's soccer, over 91,000 fans. And while this is incredible, it further highlights how far we are from where we need to be, especially as women's soccer isn't even always televised. Numbers like last night prove that interest is there, and media coverage highlighting this is hopefully what will help the fans and the sport overall. Today, I'm really excited to talk with Lisa Kolodny Johnson, SVP of Marketing at Rowe, about gender bias in marketing. She has over 20 years of experience across a variety of industries spanning media, travel, food, and now telehealth, where she oversees all marketing and care practices. This includes strategic positioning for new and existing products and conditions, brand development, content and community engagement, and creative execution for all marketing programming across Rowe brands. She's a mom of 2 kids and 2 dogs and a proud breadwinner. I've just said a lot about Lisa, so I'm going to let her tell you a little bit more about Rowe.
Ori, thank you so much. It's so nice to be here. And that the Barcelona soccer team, my friends, I'm going to Barcelona in a couple of weeks to visit friends with our kids. And they happened to send me a video this morning of them walking to the game and then seeing the game. And with daughters who play soccer, just super emotional to see those kinds of fans showing up for women's sports and, you know, really like being there because they're there for the players, they're there for the sport, and this really feels like a change. So I'm hoping that all of these things coming together and the media really truly covering it, like you just said, will make a difference in terms of sports marketing, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, back to Rowe. I just have to say that because I got super emotional watching the video.
Oh my God, the pictures, they were incredible. For those who haven't seen them, please go look.
Please Google it now. So Rowe, you know, many of you may have heard of Roman more than Rowe, but we're a direct-to-patient healthcare company. And we are, you know, our purpose is to radically improve life for every one of us. So when you think about healthcare at large, healthcare, particularly in the United States, unlike many consumer products where a marketer would be completely focused on what people want when they're trying to buy things, healthcare is never focused on what patients want, right? It's focused on everything but. And so Rowe, the experience that we're building, the products that we're creating, everything is completely focused on what patients want. Our services they cash pay only, so we don't accept insurance. And we dream of a world where people in the US might not even have to have insurance anymore because your employer might give you a $30,000 credit on a card and you can go vote with your feet on what type of healthcare providers give you. But for now, in terms of telehealth, we offer all of our services cash pay only. So our services span mental health with Rowe Mind, Roman, which is our men's digital men's health clinic, which offers sexual health and hair loss and all sorts of other pieces there. Rowe Derm, which is skincare, and we recently acquired Modern Fertility, as well as a company called Daddy, and we are focused now on fertility offerings, both for men and women, and we can talk about that a little bit later, but there's certainly been bias when it comes to healthcare, particularly around women, the amount of airtime women's issues get, and when it comes to fertility, the amount that women sort of shoulder there. So that's a little overview of Rowe and the work we're doing.
Thanks so much. Well, now on to the fun stuff. I thought today we'd spend our time talking a little bit about women navigating careers in marketing, and then discuss some recent trends you're seeing that are working to fight gender bias in marketing. So I've read, and I really believe that you want to be in a room and surround yourself with women who would mention your name in a room full of opportunities. And I'm going to have a little love fest for Lisa right now, because I've known her for over 20 years and she's one of those people. A fun fact, I met her when I was an intern. She started a little bit after me, immediately wowed the powers that be of the company with her charisma, wit, and intelligence, which will be on full display today, I'm sure. But she was never too busy to help me. I was like the lowest person on the totem pole, and she was one of my greatest allies. So as I was getting close to graduating, she let me know of all the jobs that were across department and were available, helping me get interviews. And when that didn't work out, she followed up with me for close to 3 years while I was at another company, letting me know every time a position was available, and was eager to pass along my resume. So when my dream job actually was finally available, not only did she help me prepare again, but she also gave me guidance during the negotiation. I honestly didn't know what the heck I was doing. And it was ensuring that I was compensated appropriately when I accepted a position. And I just think we'd all be so lucky if we all had a Lisa. So I digress, and I'll let her. Lisa, I'd love to have you walk through your journey of how you ended up at Rowe and how you've built confidence over the course of your career.
First of all, that was so nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we can have love fest forever, but I think really important is that, to your point, women do, support one another. And, looking through my career, first of all, I'm the youngest daughter of 3 girls. So I always grew up, strong mother, strong grandmothers, strong female influences throughout my life, and a very supportive and amazing, father. So I've been very lucky in that sense when it comes to confidence. I don't think I ever felt not confident in a room, full of men, women, whoever it may be. I've always been, relatively confident. I don't know quite how that happened. I'd say my parents are part of that equation probably. But, when it comes to career, that being said, suddenly you get thrown in, to the workforce, and it really is dependent sometimes on the people who are on the other side of that table, right? And how much they respect you. And there have certainly been times in my career, I started out, I call myself a recovering media executive, but my first job out of college was actually at Deutsche Bank. And I remember very clearly, I was in campus recruiting, that a woman told me, like, literally, you're not the smartest person in the room and you need to adjust your attitude, right? And I remember that really clearly, because first of all, I was like, I didn't think I was acting like I'm the smartest person in the room. Okay. And so that was just kind of like a wake up call for me, in terms of wow, people are going to perceive you in certain ways. And this is not the place for me. And I think the reason I tell you that story is I have always been, my mom has always said to me, you need to trust your gut. And when it comes to career, the times that I haven't trusted my gut have been the times that I have faltered in terms of confidence, right? So anyway, went through media, spent a variety of roles, and starting actually in licensing and then moving into a variety of roles in marketing. After my time at NBC, I was part of a women's brand. That was where I met many of the people who have been super formative in terms of my career and in terms of giving me that confidence that I was worth investing in. And I say that because iVillage, which is where I worked there, was the largest content-driven community for women on the web. It was purchased by NBC for a significant amount of money, and they immediately didn't know what to do with it. They turned it into a TV show hosted by Bill Rancic, who is the winner of the first Apprentice. And it didn't work, right? You can't just take a digital brand and spin it into, at that time, into a TV show with seemingly nothing connected to it. And so when I came in, I was actually hired by a woman who was married to someone I had worked with previously. And I didn't really know what to expect. I just kind of came in there we need you to reposition this brand. I don't even really know what I need you to do. Can you come do this for a few months? And being exposed to the women who work there was something that I would not have expected to impact me in the way that it has. These were incredibly intelligent, incredibly driven, creative, business-minded women who pulled up a seat next to them and said, let me teach you about this. And when I say this, it was like not just work, it was also life, right? And for the first time, I think in my life, I saw women, I was considering marrying my husband, who's a musician, like not the kind of person on paper necessarily where you're like, oh, great, like we're really financially sound. And, they were all these breadwinners around me, all of these people who are showing me how you can, make your own career, et cetera. Anyway, so Jody Kahn, who is the president there, became a mentor of mine. And, when you talk about building confidence in your career, having in particular for me, someone like Jody who would sit down, walk me through business things that, expose me to things that I would not get exposure to at my level, but because she wanted me to learn, became really critical in me being able to understand, one, the type of leader that I wanted to be, but two, what opportunities were out there for me. So iVillage was huge. Then I went to, some e-commerce worlds, and then I'm not going to go through it all, but I'm here every step along the way. I will say there's been times that I've been knocked down, right? And laid off or, experienced some really crazy things, but having that network of people that I built along the way was huge in keeping my confidence intact.
That's awesome. I mean, like I said, it's incredible to have people as a network to support you along the way. So outside of Jody, is there any meaningful advice that you consider on a day-to-day as you're looking at how to move forward and lead?
And that's a great question. I think, we sort of talked about this yesterday. I think there's advice that comes to you at different times in your career. And I actually did a podcast recently where I talked about not all good feedback and not all advice is good, right? So it's like, you have to really, as you, get through your career and sort of, I wouldn't call it climbing the ranks, but like, are more experienced, you have to learn which types of feedback, including advice to take to heart and what to not, right? So like the advice that like, you're not the smartest person in the room. Okay. Like,
advice.
Like maybe that's no ego amigo. I don't know, but like, whatever. I took what I needed from that. I think, my mom telling me to always trust your gut. I got, I've been in experiences where I haven't trusted my gut and it's come out, it's hurt me and my career, frankly, in ways. When it comes to, other advice that I've received over the years, one thing that really stood out for me actually was that, and this is just when you're talking about bias, right? And this was a really eye-opening experience for me in terms of like, wow, I can't believe I even asked this question, but like was getting ready to build a team at Fresh Direct, which was an online grocer that I worked for, and was bringing along someone who had worked with me. And so like, literally I was like, I'm just going to redo your resume, get in, we're going to get you in with this recruiter today and we'll just seal this deal. So it was moving very quickly. And, she says to me, I think like after she interviewed, she says, listen, like I'm 10 weeks pregnant. Is that going to be a problem? And, now if someone said that to me, there would not be any, I wouldn't even question it. But I actually went to my boss at the time and was like, this person's 10 weeks pregnant. Is that a problem? She's like, why would you ask? Jody? It was Jody again. Looked at me. She's like, why would you ask that? Like, that is literally like, why did you even think to ask that? Would you hire you if you were pregnant? The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Like that's not even a question someone should ask. And I think like, it's just interesting that came up for me as a memory, which was like, sometimes I wasn't saying that because I didn't think she could do the job, but it was good to reflect back that like, that is a biased thing to say. You were just more worried about yourself because she wouldn't be there when you're relying on her. Right. But it came out in the wrong way. So I think what I took from that is like, you really have to like, as a woman, to be there and to be supportive for other women, you have to watch what comes out of your mouth and the sort of like table that you're setting for others, because even asking a dumb question like that, if someone else had been in the room, could have sent the wrong message.
Totally. And so I guess like when you're in situations like that and you do ask that question and, obviously she had a response that pointed you in the right direction, but what do you start to do sometimes when like self-doubt creeps in and you're in a situation? Like, how do you kind of pivot yourself back?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, self-doubt happens, even for confident people, right? Self-doubt is going to happen because there's just a lot, first of all, there's a lot of information coming in at all times, I would say, right? Like, and I think the way to get over that is, and it is to just be like, what's the worst thing that could happen, right? Like if I put this out there, or if I say something, that I have to refine later, if you're an authentic person and people know that it's coming from the right place in the workforce, I think, and someone on the panel before was talking about the work environment that you work in and the type of culture you work in. You should be able to feel safe, and that self-doubt should actually make you grow because you push through it. And the worst thing that happens in a career setting, at least, is you put something out there and you get fired, I guess, like, and I've been laid off multiple times, and I think every single time, and that's not being fired, but like every single time you come out on the other side of it because you've learned. So self-doubt, I try to not let it creep in.
I mean, we're all human, right?
I think, the bias, or people talk a lot about, oh my God, the term is totally like sort of flying away from me right now, but just like how women do have less self-confidence and do have a lot more self-doubt, frankly, than men. And so really trying to like physically work through that and show other women that are working in an organization like a strong,
right, that we all deserve a seat at the table.
Right. Presentation style, like they don't all need to know that I have self-doubt. I might tell them afterwards, right. But
Yeah. Well, kind of to continue on that point. So over the last week, there's been obviously a huge gender-focused power struggle. It's impossible to ignore with Ketanji Brown Jackson during the confirmation hearings for the Supreme Court. This is unfortunately like not uncommon. So has there been a time where you've been in a gender-driven power struggle that you've noticed?
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
And I think
you're like, which one?
Right. Well, I mean, I think, look, as much as workplaces should not be political, from time to time, they end up being political. And oftentimes, and especially coming up through media, by the way, there was a lot more of that, right? But I will say I have been in a situation, and again, this is where that intuition or just like listening to your body's gut reaction becomes very important for me, at least, because I'm a feeler. Like I had put together this incredible amount of work, and I think a really amazing approach to launching a new market at one of my organizations. And I present it to a room full of, men, maybe a couple of other women, but largely a room full of men. And the CEO looks, after I present it, basically like looks past me and says, "Hey, Chris, what do you think?" Right. And it was like, just like he needed a man to confirm that these concepts or like this plan that I had led and, he had participated in was right. And I remember in that moment feeling so incredibly frustrated, and that realizing that, I was at that time reporting to that CEO, and that was a new structure because, my mentor had been, had left, and I realized how much she had shielded us from that sort of interaction, and that she had been doing that on our behalf so that we, didn't be made to feel this way. And so I felt incredibly sad in that moment, but I also felt like, well, why am I here? Right? Like, why have you actually, invested in my career and had me put this together if ultimately you're just going to ask someone else what we should do? Right. And that is when my gut sort of like went into, I didn't listen to it immediately, but it started going into like, hey, I'm alerting you, right, that this is not right for you anymore. Because, and I wish I would have listened earlier, because that type of microaggression kept happening, and it really did chip away at my confidence in ways that then manifested in like physical panic attacks, right? And so really important for people to understand that when that type of thing is happening, you have to react to it. Anyways, I think, in that Ketanji Brown Jackson, the whole thing was crazy to watch a lot of it. But I will say watching Cory Booker come to her aid was incredible, right? And actually emotional for her, of course, and for him. But the world needs more Cory Bookers, right? And like, had someone in that room when this man overlooked me and my work said, hey, actually, like, why don't you have Lisa let you know why this is whatever? It would have felt 1,000,000 times better for me, right? So I just am saying that because I think when we're talking about gender bias and power struggles at work, you know, it's not just about men and women, of course. There's so many different shades of this, but people have to be paying attention when they see this at play, and really come to one another's aid, because it can like make an incredible difference.
Right. The allyship is the essential part of the equation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, to shift gears a little bit. So in the past few years, there's been a huge movement focused on female equality and inclusion. So at Row, how are you addressing gender equality as a company in your hiring practices, company culture, and marketing efforts, ensuring everyone has a seat at the table?
Oh man, it's a good one, because Row is doing a lot. And actually part of the reason that I chose to come to this organization was because of, you know, there's a variety of factors for me that were important, from culture to having working parents to having female leadership, you know, sitting at the table, but also to the diversity approach that we were taking in hiring practices. And so, you know, our long-term goal for Row's employee makeup is to reflect the diversity of the population. And we talk about it frequently. It's you know, at all hands, we talk about it. We talk about it at leadership. And we're fostering a culture where equity and inclusion are really woven into the way we approach everything that we do. And so, some, you know, stats that I was just looking at, you know, 33% of our leadership team is female. It's just above the global average. I know we're constantly looking to promote and hire there, but our primary focus is really on improving diversity in our tech org, which is our largest org. And also, you know, where we're hiring the most, and it feels like that's where we can have the most change. And, you know, just to give you a note, across the tech industry as a whole, it's estimated that women make up just 25%, which is crazy, of tech workers. At Row, we are getting close to 50%, if not already at 50% of our tech org being female. And then, of course, we're also focusing deeply on URM. And so, you know, I am really excited to see the work that's being done there. And, you know, it's a hot market right now when it comes to hiring. And so it's no small feat that our recruiting team and, you know, hiring managers are so dedicated to this across the board. So I think, you know, that's really heartening. What was the second part of your question?
Well, I think something that we kind of discussed in relation to this question is maybe talking through some of the different things you guys are doing to smash the stigmas around health conditions, especially as it's related to gender bias.
Oof, good one. Yeah, so I mentioned this a little bit up top, right? There's stigmas around, you know, when it comes to medical conditions in particular, there's stigmas all over the place, right? For men, there's, you know, around erectile dysfunction, which is largely where we started, stigmatized condition, even though, you know, there had been a lot of awareness of it, but still something people aren't willing to really talk frankly about. And so from Roman's perspective, and maybe where people are the most aware of our brands, we have taken what we would say is like an unconditional, like a unapologetic approach to talking about sex and talking about with erectile dysfunction, that its impact actually on your life. It's not just, you know, some other brands out there will just make it about eggplant emojis. And, you know, it's really an emotional condition, right? And it's an emotional thing that doesn't just impact you, but it impacts actually your partner. It impacts your confidence, and even like sitting on the couch close to one another. I mean, it creeps into other aspects of your life. And so we've done a lot of work sort of digging deep on consumer insights there, and actually starting to create conversations between couples, about, you know, their role in just, and I'm just talking about erectile dysfunction there, but then we've also looked at things where, like fertility, that I think we've made big investments in over the last year with our acquisitions. And the reason being, one, when it comes to women's health, right? Like there's tons of research out there that women's health is just under funded in terms of research, right? Particularly when you get to things like menopause. And we can talk about the amazing things that some brands are doing out there for menopause, including former boss of mine, who's the CEO of Our Kindra, and is just doing an incredible job of like driving conversation around this, how it impacts women at work, how it, how it really, again, same thing, it impacts your confidence, it impacts the way you show up, right? And so how can we normalize this conversation? And I love that these brands are doing this. When it comes to Roe, modern fertility, they have been very focused on putting control into women's hands around fertility data, right? And the modern fertility hormone test is actually creating a category. This has never existed. People didn't know they could take a test at home to get some sort of understanding of those fertility levels and what it all means. It's like,
how accessible it is.
Right. It's incredible. So, that's huge. And that team has done an amazing job. And then recently, we've been really discussing with different audiences, though, that there's this misconception that fertility is actually a women's issue. And it's not only untrue, it's actually unfair to women, right? And so women tend to carry the burden of like, TikTok, you're getting older, like you can't, freeze your eggs, whatever, that type of messaging is. When in fact, 33% of cases of infertility are female factor, but 33% are male factor. And 33% are caused by something that's unknown, which means, right, that men play a role in this. And we just have not started having an equal role in this. And we have not started having conversations where men would maybe even understand that as society at large. So we're working to normalize this conversation. We've just sort of gotten started around this. So whereas modern fertility is, there for people with ovaries or women to understand their fertility, we've also launched Rose Sperm Kit, which is really for, people with sperm or men to understand their sperm health and then have the opportunity to store that. And so now you can see that there's options, to help educate on both sides. And so we're really excited about the type of messaging that we'll be doing there to help sort of knock down gender bias, particularly when it comes to fertility.
And then one thing I wanted to touch on, because you mentioned it and I thought it was pretty interesting, was Roe Derm and your guys' approach within that segment.
Yeah, this is really interesting. We just recently relaunched our prescription skincare business, which is, really exciting. And we initially, it had been offered underneath these gendered clinics on our website. And there's really no reason that skincare should be gendered, right? And one of the things that we observed is skincare, is like for everyone, first of all. And then when it comes to skincare and sort of traditional, and skincare is very interesting because you're sort of in the same category as beauty brands can be, right? You're delving into wellness and beauty brands. And so the competitive sort of category is much larger. But for us, because you're looking at making, dermatological, that word is very hard to say, prescription grade skincare more accessible, we really wanted it to be truly more accessible for everyone. And so we like to talk about, aging comes in here, right? And ageism in general, you have a lot of brands who are out that like, get that dewy, perfect glow, like whatever this is, there's so much pressure, with influencers and just image out there and filters and people who are wanting to look, they're staring at themselves all day on Zoom and they want better skin.
Right.
We did not want to add to that pressure. Again, understanding that be comfortable in the skin that you're in, you have your own goals. This is about your confidence. So we say that we're pro-aging, right? And aging like pros. So if this is like, you want to get rid of dark spots, great. You want to reduce wrinkles, great. We're not dictating. We're just, we're here to sort of help. We've made a very gender neutral brand with Roe Derm, so that any gender can feel comfortable going through that online visit and not feel like they're going through something that is, biologically made for men or women. Right. And that helps us with accessibility across the board. So we're just getting started there, but we're seeing really great uptick with the new brand and adoption, and we're super pumped.
I'm excited for that because as we were talking about earlier, that article that was written in the Morning Brew yesterday, talking about how only 7% of people in advertising are over 60 years old, and it's 2-to-1 men versus women. So I look to, Roe Derm to lead the change in that.
Well,
front.
even on that, Corey, like, I don't know if anyone here has seen our commercial, and I'll stop talking about Roe, but for Roman, one of our latest commercial is, it's called Code Words, and it's couples, making like want to do the taxes, right? And it's obvious that they're like going off to do something, but the last couple is a couple who is clearly, above 60 years old, 70, and they're fun. Like, they're going to go, and the woman actually has a really great zinger of a line. And we felt really great about that because, like, women, empowering older women and older men to, like, just really show them, in their life. It doesn't mean just because you turn a certain age that you don't have sex, right? So, like, really showing them in a way that's empowering and funny, that it resonated very well with audiences and with our own, when we tested it. And I think it was just, I was excited to see a woman take that role on. And the couple is a real couple in real life, and they were just awesome.
So, that's so cool. So I think a really fun thing as we prepared for this conversation was talking through a lot of the examples that we've been seeing about gender bias in media. So I wanted to give you this opportunity to kind of walk through some of your favorites that have been current.
Okay. Well, you know this. So I've mentioned a couple of times that I'm the breadwinner. I'm very passionate when it comes to women in finances and even negotiating what you're worth, et cetera. One of the things, a former iVillage actually editor who I'm still very close with, she wrote a book called Think Like a Breadwinner, which was really like a call for women to get started early in their lives with the mentality that, you should be building long-term wealth. And one of the things she had highlighted for me in our discussions was that in her research, she saw that both parents and media starts talking to boys at a very young age, right, about investment and long-term planning versus the language that is used for girls is like, save to splurge, skip that latte to buy your Manolo Blahniks, right? And it's not focused on longer-term investments. So why I'm talking about this is that Gray actually came out with a campaign for Mass Mutual in the last couple of weeks that I think, totally taps into this cultural bias that women are somehow, and in their case, the bias that they have highlighted is that women are bad with money. And that actually a recent study came out that shows that 65% of financial articles target women as excessive spenders. Okay, so we talked about sort of microaggressions before. The media has a huge role when they, playing in this gender bias and sort of upkeeping these things. So what I love about this campaign is it features headlines in sort of like old school newspaper looking, font. I wish I knew what the font was. It's not, we should have figured that one out. But, and the headlines, one of the best headlines is "She wastefully spends," right? And then it asterisks and highlights this piece. And I think, Mass Mutual is bringing this across digital. They have print pieces. I think Washington Post was last week. Then you also see, brands like Ellevest and other financial institutions. And I know you said that, you all work with a lot of financial companies who are really turning their attention to elevating women, not only, as earners, but as long-term investors and wealth builders. And I think I'm just so excited to see it. So that was one that I wanted to talk about. I think another one that came to mind, and it was, actually, you brought this to me. You want to talk about the sports, like bringing it back to sports?
Yeah, that was one that we saw. I mean, again, we had so much fun with it this week. And I think it's very timely given the focus of the month. But it was the YWCA in Canada. They put M in front of all of the sports leagues. So it was like MNBA, MPGA, MNHL. And it was kind of like, why are we defaulting to men's as the NBA, but not, and then WNBA? Because like at the best, it considers the women's league as like additive, but like at the worst leaves them completely out of the conversation.
Ridiculous.
So Well, I thought yeah. Oh,
I love
Tara,
that one too.
are we coming to an end?
No, I mean, you guys,
Okay.
first of all, this was a fantastic question. We have a couple more minutes.
Okay.
I love, you guys sort of came full circle, like talked about microaggressions in like it being an employee.
Mhm.
And then also like sort of talking about the microaggressions that show up in our work and how those things are so connected. And it's just like a perfect way to end the segment. So thank you for that question in this conversation. I will say that my favorite part about your talk today was
Mhm.
just seeing a real live mentor-mentee relationship play out, which I just wasn't expecting. And literally the best advertisement for like how important mentorship is and the long tail of it, not even just, when you're signing up for a mentorship and in the moment you sort of
Right.
6-month sponsorship or whatever, but like you guys have had a relationship for most of your career, Corey.
I know, I'm so lucky.
I
And
love
when
it.
this was coming up, she was the first person I reached out to, and she wrote back in like 30 seconds. And I'm so grateful for that.
I love it. May we all have Lisa.
Right?
Like to be Lisa,
You
Lisa like
guys, come
mentor.
on. Look at that guy.
And may the world be devoid of the Chris's who
Right.
It wasn't Chris. Poor Chris. He actually was a nice person. The other one. I just
The
agreed with him
CEO.
a little bit. Yeah, the CEO. Anyway.
yes.
Thank you
And
so
also
much.
it's hard, right? It's hard work to be an ally. And so we have a couple of men who are actually going to be moderating, which we're excited about, but it's going to take men to sort of stand up in this moment to support women and to call things out when we see it. But we know how uncomfortable it could be for a person like Chris and like what type of bravery chops Cory Booker even had to sort of dig in to lift his voice and on behalf of Ketanji Brown Jackson. So it is not easy work. None of this is, but I'm thankful that you guys are here doing it for sure.
Thank you. And I was going to say to that, I think like it also, I do truly believe sometimes like people don't even see the bias when it's happening.
Right.
And so it takes cultures too, organizations who will do the learning and development, who will put that work in to help us all be better. And I do want to call that out, that I think Row is an incredible place for that. We invest so much, but any organizations, if you're on this and you think about where you can invest, making sure there's trainings and making sure you're helping encourage people to identify bias is really huge.
I love it. And it also seems like not only is Row doing the work sort of internally, but it's also coming out in your products. And like that is the benefit I think most companies need to see, is that when you take care of the bias within your organization, like the fruits of that work is just like boundless.
You're totally right. I love it.
Yeah. Thank you again so much, Lisa. Thank you, Corey. I appreciate you both. So I guess can jump into our next panel discussion, which is a really nice segue from this one. It's actually going to be a masterclass on reaching women and families. So sort of a slight shift, not necessarily gender bias, but this one should be really, really interesting. So speaking of allies, Jordan Romano, thank you. Welcome. Thanks so much for being the brave soul to tackle this panel.
Hey, great segue. Thank you.
Yeah, so we have Samantha Howe. She's the Vice President of Brand at Grove Collaborative. Carly Turum, who's the Senior Director of Brand Marketing at The Honest Company, and Jordan Romano, who's the Director of West Coast Sales here at Influential. Thank you all for joining us. Jordan, take it away.
Thanks so much, Lataria. Hey, Carly. Hey, Sam. How you both doing today?
Good, thank you.
Excited to be here.
Great. So I want to do this as more of like a round table discussion, as opposed to, just asking you both questions down the line. So we'll just start with Carly. So Jessica Alba recently spoke about her vision for bringing wellness to the masses. Can you please tell me a little bit about how Honest is driving innovation, connecting with customers, and democratizing wellness?
Yes, of course. So Honest was founded on the principles of creating safe and clean products. And the story of how it all began was when it was over 10 years ago, when Jessica was pregnant with her oldest daughter, Honor. Her mom had recommended that she wash the baby's clothes before the baby was born, as we all do, with a detergent that she had used. And so when Jessica started folding the clothes, she broke out into a huge rash. And so she realized that like even these products that were designed for babies actually had, questionable or unnecessary ingredients in them. And so she really made it her mission to like figure out how we can do this better. There were a few natural players at the time, but they, were either overpriced or they didn't perform at the same level, at the same effectiveness. So she wanted to create, safe, clean, eco-friendly products that actually worked. And of course, Jessica wanted them to also be extremely well designed too. And so that's how we stood out from kind of like the boring and blah other products that were out there. And today, this is, really a part of who we are as a brand. Sustainability, performance, safety, and design are really at the core of it. And then Jessica, of course, always pushes us to make sure that we can deliver these premium, clean ingredient lines at, accessible prices and, in stores that are accessible to the masses.
Yeah, that's so important. That's so interesting. And to that point, Sam, for Grove Collaborative, Grove was recognized by Fast Company as being one of the world's 50 most innovative companies and #1 in the CPG category. Can you please tell me a little bit about how you're able to accomplish that feat?
Yeah, I mean, it's an amazing accomplishment and something we are very, very proud of. Awards and recognition are really nice, but it's not why we show up every day and not why we're doing the work. For us, we're really, truly focused on creating amazing, sustainable products that really work, that, can help consumers change their habits and, do good for the planet. And we're really striving towards that. That's at the core of everything we're doing. And, we're really invested in making the planet a better place today, if possible. We're not setting, far off goals that are like 2050, we'll figure this out. Our CEO has very clearly said that he's going to do it on his watch. He's not passing the buck on to the next generation. It's something we're going to change today. And so we made the commitment to be plastic free by 2025, which is terrifyingly close, and I think by setting those commitments and really truly leaning into our values, that's what has been recognized ultimately, and our products often take years to develop. They don't happen overnight, and change doesn't happen overnight, but we're committed to it for the long haul. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very admirable. I mean, a lot of companies, I feel like they say things and they might do like a 10-year, 20-year plan or something like that. But to put that timestamp on it by 2025, I feel like that really sets things in motion. So that's really interesting to hear.
Yeah, and we don't have all the answers, people are always asked like, how are you going to do it? And we're honestly a little bit like, we don't know fully, but we're committed to figuring it out and challenging our, manufacturers to make the changes we want to see as fast as possible.
Yeah, you're kind of like building the plane as you fly it kind of thing, right? So
Yep, definitely doing that.
Yeah, well, this is a Women in Marketing Summit. So, our sub-theme here is women and families. Mm-hmm. So Carly, back to you. I'd like to know, what is Honest doing to support women?
So much, of course, it's kind of at the core of what we do. So from an internal perspective, I'm very proud to say that my team is all women. Not that we don't like working with men, but of course it's very empowering to be surrounded by, smart, hardworking, and creative women. We also have an employee resource group called WELL, so Women Excelling in Leadership and Living, that runs a lot of employee and personal development workshops. It's, talking about the last panel, we actually had one on financial wellness next week, which is just funny how, relevant that is to how we support women and how we talk about women in finances, I could go on and about that separately. And then, from an external perspective, we celebrate women in our marketing campaigns. And it's really important for us that when we talk about women, we don't just talk about mom, because mom is a part of who she is. It's not only who she is. And also, as we think about gender roles that are shifting more and more, we make sure that we need to talk to dad too, because every family looks different. And we want to make sure that we support all the different types of families and parents out there.
Yeah, that's really interesting and important, right? To diversify what a family unit looks like, and to include everyone, mom, dad, stepmom, stepdad, grandparents, maybe.
Right.
So that's really cool that you guys are doing that.
Exactly, because when you talk to dad about changing diapers, you're also supporting mom, right, and empowering women in general.
Right, I never thought about it that way. That's really interesting. And then Sam, what is Grove doing to support women?
Yeah, I mean, the same thing, internally, our Grove team is 53% women. So anything we do has to support over half of the company. And we actually created a women's caucus. I was a founding member of the caucus and still on the caucus. And we meet monthly, and through that group, we discuss women's issues. We discovered that younger employees were craving more mentorship. So we actually created a mentorship program that matches senior women with younger employees and has a set structure to, help guide them through their time at Grove. We also created a speaker series that allows, us to bring in experts on different topics. And, people submit, I would like to know more about this or that, or, a lot on work-life balance, or how to negotiate for a better salary and things like that. And, so we've brought in speakers to address those topics. And it's been a really awesome experience to see the group thrive. In fact, we just opened up, the speaker series has always been open. It's created by the Women's Caucus, but we invite all the men in the room so that they can be allies as well. And then the mentorship program is focused on mentoring women, which has been really awesome to see. And then externally for our customer base, we really try not to assume that it's only women buying our products. And I think that's really important when you're talking about home care, kid care, even personal care. We've definitely made, a concerted effort to be very diversified in our media mix and who we're speaking to and at what time, and even our products try to reflect that, we're not creating a laundry product for a woman, because men do laundry too. And, I think it's really important that we recognize that and that we really approach it with a real gender neutrality, because our aim is obviously saving the planet, and we need everyone to be on board with that, and everyone who touches laundry can help. So
I love that. Yeah. And for the mentorship, it's who better to mentor younger women than older women that have maybe been through that before, right?
Yeah.
Write about what you know. So I think that's really important.
Yeah. What's been really interesting is it's opened up a lot of discussion between women that may have not been there anymore. I sort of think there's an assumption amongst a junior base that, more senior women have it all figured out. And what's been really interesting is when they're like, no, I still fight the fight on a daily basis, even at this level, that, and I think that's been really interesting for people to understand. And it's been really awesome to create relationships across the company as well. The company's at a scale now where I don't get to know everyone. I joined when we were 13 people, and we're not that small anymore. So, I've been matched with people in product and engineering who I would have never normally had a chance to speak to, and hearing their experience in a very different, part of the company from mine has been really, really insightful.
Yeah, right. It goes both ways, right? So it's the senior leadership could learn a lot from, the people that are just starting out at the bottom of the company. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And also just, having a pulse on the company and, what people, what is going on from a cultural standpoint, what motivates them. And I thought it was interesting what you said about, people think that, more senior leaders have it all figured out. It's the same thing that, kids think about their parents too, right? You think that they have it all figured out until you become a parent and you realize no one really knows or has all the answers. And I think just sharing and opening up about that, creates that trust and builds, everlasting relationships.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely agree. And Carly, I think a lot of our viewers would love to know how Honest has supported women in unconventional ways that we may not have been thinking of.
Yeah, so I have a personal passion for, doing things in a little bit unexpected ways. And so, one campaign that we did was called Honest Start. And, in talking to our consumers, and I'm sure a lot of you guys know, what you see when people have a baby is they post kind of, the birthday, how many pounds, how many ounces, and then you don't hear from them for a while. They go quiet, or maybe you just see like, a picture of the baby with how many weeks they are. But those, the first 4 weeks is, a really, really, can be difficult time. It's filled with no sleep, crazy hormones, weird things happening to your body, but also so much love that you're like witnessing with, your new baby. And so what we really wanted to do is kind of showcase. And so we worked with creators too, and we had them film everything over 4 weeks, like what it was like when they didn't sleep, what happened when the baby accidentally peed on their face, all of those ups and downs. And so I think that's another way to support women, is telling real stories and like showing kind of those raw moments that are really relatable and helping people and family realize that they're not alone.
Yeah, that's such a good point, because so many times on social media, people post maybe the highlights of their life, right? Like, as you mentioned, the birth of their child, but a lot of people aren't seeing those tough times, which actually brings me into my next question for Sam. Influential is an influencer marketing company, so that's what we do here. Can you tell us a little bit about what Grove is doing for your influencer marketing strategy and how you approach the ever-changing social landscape at Grove?
Yeah. Influencer marketing has been a core part of our brand and growth since I joined. I was really actually brought on board to really help nurture that and build it. And, it's been how we've gotten a lot of the word out about our services and products and what we're doing. And from day one, we made a real effort to make sure that we are treating, our influencers, who have been, majority women, with respect. We sort of, have coached them. Sometimes we ran a webinar series in, helping them to understand Facebook ad practices and how to like grow their following and things like that, so that we could empower them as much as we were working with them. We try to constantly look at what's new and what's happening, and, social trends are ever changing. And, as a home care brand, personally, a lot of the areas I look to are beauty and gaming. They seem to be really on the pulse of everything that's kind of new and innovative. And, is a platform going to stick around? Well, it is if those two core groups adopt it. And what's nice about that is that, I look at it and I'm like, okay, we need to be prepared to jump in. And that certainly happened with TikTok with us. We saw the rise of TikTok during the pandemic and made the call to open it up as a new channel and start partnering with creatives and leaning into, what's going to work there. And it was very different content than we'd ever made before. But it's been highly successful for us, and we've, really enjoyed getting to learn and understand this whole new medium of communication and trying to teach, the generation that's on there about sustainability and how to live sustainably. So, it's an ever evolving field. Influencer marketing, what it was 5 years ago is not what it is today. And I sort of love that, but, you definitely can't take your eye off the ball. And it's something we pride ourselves on. We have an in-house team of dedicated experts who, honestly, I laugh sometimes. I'm like, it is your job to sit on Instagram all day. It's kind of like, that's what they do. And they're really good at it, and it's been really wildly successful for us.
Yeah, that's such an interesting point too, because it's like what would work on TikTok might not work on Instagram or Facebook, right? It's kind of a different medium in a way.
Yeah.
But if you do want to reach possibly maybe a younger consumer, maybe you would activate on TikTok as opposed to a Twitter, or, if you wanted to do Snapchat or RIP to Vine, like that platform didn't work. So you don't think about, a lot of the platforms that actually didn't even work at all. And you have to kind of tailor your marketing to what are those hot platforms right now.
Yeah, and our influencer and social team really work hand in hand on that, because of course, we're partnering with influencers as one channel, but we also use them as content creators as well. We don't treat them just as they're shouting about us on their channel. we really see it as, a mutually beneficial partnership, and we really try to build long-term relationships with people as well. So.
Definitely. And Carly, same question for you. Can you tell us a little bit how your influencer marketing strategy has evolved at Honest and how you approach it in this ever-changing social landscape?
Yeah, I think very similarly, like for us, it's not just influencers, it's creators, right? And from the beginning, influencer marketing, creator marketing, community marketing has always been at the core of Honest strategy, even before it kind of blew up and evolved so rapidly over the past couple of years. I feel like I could even argue maybe Jessica was one of the OG influencers in the space. But in 2020, when the pandemic hit, we really leaned on our incredible creator partnerships team to find creators to tell these stories, because we weren't filming traditionally. We weren't creating any assets or ads, with full production the way that you would typically think of. And we realized that it was actually like way more authentic to use these people that are already part of our community. And then this year, we've made an even bigger shift to using creators and influencers. So it's on everything. We actually feature our community on our packaging, collaborating with them on content. And then we work with both micro and mega influencers. We're actually currently partnering with Cassie to make sure that we can reach and connect in relevant ways. And, constantly just testing and learning to figure out how we can use creators on different channels, who to use where, what's the role of that person, what kind of, content makes sense, what is the role of, just earned and sending mailers to influencers versus working with paid influencers. So it's really a comprehensive strategy. And we're, like Samantha was saying, we're constantly pivoting, looking to see kind of what the next thing is and where people want to hear from us.
Yeah, you bring up a really good point too with, with Jessica kind of being one of the initial or first influencers, right? Influencer marketing has changed so much from just celebrities, I feel like in the beginning. And some people might still feel like that's what influencer marketing is. But, it's also about, reaching those micro influencers, mega, not celebrity level, but they can also resonate with your consumer, right? So a lot of times, consumers will trust influencers maybe over a brand's own handle just because they feel like they know that person, they're friends with that person. So having those, micro and mid-tier influencers is really important as well.
Yeah, and often even like the micro and nano, their community is much more engaged or much more of, our target audience than, some mega influencers who have just, a broad reach following. So especially when we're talking about certain products or certain life stages, it's really important that we think about both. And, as we think about the roles of what each plays, how it all comes together.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We definitely see a lot of strong engagement from, the smaller communities. And for me, it's about the blend of it all together. You won't be successful if you're only doing one. It's about, you build this sort of beautiful patchwork quilt of many types of influencers that reach many audiences, and, you have yourself a beautiful, beautiful brand moment.
Definitely. And yeah, you both kind of touch on this a little bit, but Sam, for Grove specifically, would love to know, how do you measure success as it relates to influencer marketing and influencer partnerships in general? And are there any recent partnerships that particularly stand out to you?
Yeah, I mean, we measure influencers in various ways. Some we measure by conversion, some we measure by impressions and reach and engagement levels. I think it depends on how that partnership came about and what the content was created for. Some influencers, we partner with purely because they're excellent content creators. And then it's about, did we see the engagement from our side that we wanted from the content? And it's nothing to do with their reach or following or, anything like that. But, we did some recent content with our sustainability advocate, Jonathan Van Ness. And that has been a really fun partnership we've had for a couple of nearly 2 years now. And it has been so incredibly well received. It was, we've created a series of reels all around educational sustainability moments. And Jonathan has brought it to life in such an engaging and fun an entertaining way, that the engagement and reach of that content has just been through the roof. It's been some of the most successful, partnership content that we've created and he's ever seen on his channel as well. So that's been really fun to see that, something that could have been a very serious topic, about what plastic can be recycled or not, really like do so well and have people really engage with it, because you hope that by delivering something like that, it's registering in people's brains as well as something to take action on. So that's been really powerful to see. And of course, he's a big influencer, but has been a wonderful partnership.
Yeah, that's a good point too. It's, it might not be directly correlated to sales, right? Like your strategy could be influencing or educating the consumer about sustainable products. And, maybe if they learn where that plastic goes, if it's not recycled, without getting too dark about that or pushing that agenda on somebody, right? But they're learning about what they can do to help, maybe by switching to your brand as opposed to another brand, right?
Yeah, and it showcases Grove's leadership, and this is an issue and something that we're passionate about, and it helps people understand why what we're doing is important and therefore why our products matter, from that point of view. So, and we blend that with, an influencer posting about, our products are on sale at Target, right? And that does really well for that community of people who like to shop there and like, to discover what's new, from our retail partners. And then we have influencers who point to, our own D2C channel. And so it's been, again, I mentioned, that was a fun partnership to watch bloom, but it isn't about just the one. It's about sort of the many that we pulled together.
Right. And that's also a fascinating point too about, where people shop. So the consumer at Target might be different than someone at Whole Foods or at Walmart or another place like that. So it's about reaching those different audiences for sure.
Yeah.
And Carly, same question for you. How do you measure success as it relates to influencer marketing and influencer partnerships?
So, I think it's funny because I go back a few years ago and, we're putting together a brand strategy and we're looking at the funnel and saying like, is influencer marketing upper, mid, or lower funnel? And there was always arguments where like, where should we put this tactic as we're thinking about it? We're like, we know TV goes at the top, right? We know search goes at the bottom, but, where does influencer marketing fall? And I think, what we've realized is that it actually is a full funnel approach, depending on what your specific goals are of the program and, what that initiative looks like. So, when it's upper funnel, we think about impressions, when it's lower funnel, we look at conversion and ROAS. But I think, really the theme of the year for us is discipline and being very clear about what our KPIs are up front for whatever the activation is, for whatever the business objective is that we're trying to achieve, and just holding ourselves accountable throughout it. Because, it's when you don't do that up front, then at the end of the day, you're going back and you're like, well, this didn't deliver on ROAS. And then you say, wait a second, the goal of working with this person on this specific activation was really just about reach and, telling a story and getting brand awareness out there. So, it's been really important for us to kind of be really diligent about measurement so that we can make sure that we're funding the right initiatives and continue to put, our budget where it's working hard and delivering on our goals.
Yeah, that is a good point. I know a lot of companies, maybe they have, TV as their priority budget, right? And maybe influencer budget is kind of towards the end of, their budget for the year. But I feel like increasingly I've been seeing a lot of companies that kind of put that influencer budget, in with the TV, whether they use influencers to amplify, what's already on screen. So that's good to know that it's kind of moving to the forefront, and it's also, upper and lower funnel as well, not just an awareness play. You can actually drive sales directly,
right,
from influencer marketing.
Or is it mid funnel, right? Where you're talking exactly about, why you should consider a brand, what's better about it. These influencers can really talk about their experience and like help people understand what the products do and how they fit into their lives too.
Definitely. And Sam, what are some strategic partnerships or collaborations, organizations that you formed, Grove has formed, or given back to you for women's empowerment and or social justice?
Yeah, I mean, Grove just has a value of giving back. Environmental partnerships has been a big focus for us, obviously, given, our brand, and some of those have been, repurpose. We partner with the Arbor Day, planting trees, things that help the environment. When it comes to social justice, we made a commitment to purchase $250,000 from Black-owned brands. And since we made that commitment, we actually exceeded it to hit a new high of 377,000, purchase from, Black-owned brands. And then we also pledged to create, 15% of digital shelf space for these brands. We've actually hit 10% there. So, still a little bit of way to go, but it's something we're highly focused on. And then we really heavily support women-owned brands. Recently, you can buy women-owned brands on Grove. And recently for International Women's Day, we highlighted a bunch of them that we sell on the site. My personal favorite one is Fresh Monster, which is this cute brand that sells, has like little monster faces, and it's kids products for bath time. That they've been really well received, and the kids love them because they're very bright colors. And another popular one has been Marley's Monsters, which is reusable paper towels and things like that. So we try to make sure we give space as a retailer, as an online retailer, to highlight some of these smaller brands and really drive adoption through our community.
I'll have to check those out. I have a 3-year-old daughter, and I feel like she would love those little monster things. So
yeah, they're very cute.
Yeah,
very
I
cute.
love that. And Carly, Honest Brand line continues to grow. Can you tell us a little bit about some of your new products and also how they relate to women and their families?
Yeah, so we have, we continue to expand our portfolio into new categories, to, be that trusted partner in clean, conscious products throughout, parents' entire lives and kids' lives, thinking about each life stage. So, during the pandemic, obviously, sanitizing wipes, disinfecting spray, and our conscious cleaning line, we launched all of that, because there was so much out there. Like, I remember all of these random brands of hand sanitizer, and you didn't really know what ingredients were in there. So it's important for us to avoid any of those questionable ingredients and prioritize the safety of the family. Our beauty line has expanded dramatically. We have a sensitive skin line, an anti-pollution line, and even a spa line, because we know how important self-care is. And then within diapers and wipes, we launched dry wipes, which were targeted at newborns for a very, very pure wipe, and our nourishing and hydrating wipes that are 100% plant-based and without synthetic fragrance. So we really kind of think about consumers at each from teenage years to starting to thinking about getting pregnant and starting a family, to having kids, to other skincare products. So really thinking about that whole journey and making sure that, we have solutions for her and him, whoever it might be, that we can be that trusted partner delivering kind of our brand promise to them.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I've changed.
And we have a lot of exciting stuff coming out too this year.
Nice. Yeah. So both men and women could use your products, right? It's not just female centric or baby centric, even as you mentioned, goes up to teenage years or for adults. So, you get that consumer base from all these different age ranges, right?
Totally.
And Sam, for your own brand line, that continues to grow as well. So can you tell us a bit about some of your new products and also how they relate to women and their families as well?
Yeah, so our flagship brand line, which is Grove Co., which is now available at retail as well as on our D2C, that has really prioritized on sustainable home care that's really powerful and effective. It's not aimed at just women. I think I made this point earlier, but we've really tried to make sure that our products are approachable for anyone who wants to adopt a sustainable home care line or routine, I should say. My favorite product that we have there at the moment is a laundry detergent sheet. It is a plastic-free sheet of laundry. It comes in a fully recyclable cardboard box. And so it is a 100% sustainable, plastic-free laundry routine. When you pair it with our wool dryables, you don't need fabric softener, you don't need dry sheets, you don't have big, giant jugs of plastic that you're then getting rid of at the end of the thing. So it's been really exciting to see those come out into the wild and see people adopt them. They're fantastic. I have 3 kids and they actually do work. You know, I deal with a lot of stains on a regular basis and I do a lot of laundry. And so that's been really awesome to see those get adopted. And, you know, we also created a line of products called Peach, which is a personal care line that is all bars. So it's plastic-free shampoo, body wash. And we just last week launched our kids range in there, and they're really fun shapes. So kids can like get a bar and like wash their hair and wash their body. And it's got like fun coloring and activities inside the box as well. And again, zero plastic, fully sustainable personal care routine. So, you know, again, innovation is at the heart of everything we do. You know, we really wanted to create bar products that really work, that are effective. And it's something we believe anyone can use. You know, Peach is a very inclusive line, so we're really excited about that.
I love that you said you have 3 kids and, you know, you use the laundry. It's like one of those like kid tested, mother approved types of moments, right? Like you can attest to it that it actually works.
Yeah, and laundry was a tough one. It was one of the things I took the longest for me to switch over from a like natural, you know, more sustainable point of view. But the sheets have been amazing. And, you know, they're great when you're traveling because you can just pack a little tiny box and, you know, get to do laundry on the go. So yeah,
definitely efficient. That's good to know.
And TSA approved.
Yeah.
It's through, right? And yeah, I would just love to know, you can both answer this, you know, what's a key motivator for you as we come out of the pandemic? You know, a lot of us are working from home or in a hybrid model or fully back in the office. So we just, on a personal level, just love to know your thoughts on what motivates you every day.
Do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. I'll go first. So, you know, for me, it's really, you know, 2 things. It's the brands and the products, right? And I just really believe in the mission and I'm passionate about what I'm working and really believe that, you know, our products can make a difference in consumers' lives. And then the second thing is my team. So I absolutely love my team. I think, you know, and I tell them this all the time, that it's the first team that I've worked on where, you know, everyone is kind of super engaged, super passionate, super smart, hardworking, and we all really believe in what we're trying to do. And when we, you know, face challenges, we face them together. And so that I think makes a huge difference in the day-to-day. You know, sometimes we go into the office just because we're like, we haven't seen each other in a while. Like, let's go in today and like all work next to each other and kind of brainstorm. And so it's been nice to have both kind of the flexibility, but then also really maintaining that team culture and camaraderie.
Yeah, I would agree. I think for me, the mission and just the fact that we are, you know, trying to really change something, you know, microplastics were just detected in human blood for the first time. And so I sort of feel that what we're doing as a company is really urgent and it really does matter for everyone. And then, you know, I was actually one of those rare people who thrived in the pandemic, being able to work from home and be with my kids more than before, you know, picking them up from school and then coming back and finishing the workday. And, you know, it's been an awesome, you know, opportunity to have that flexibility and still be able to feel connected to my team. And, you know, my team is now all remote. Everyone is all over the country and sort of really enjoying what life they want to lead. But we still, you know, feel very connected, and I'm grateful for the power of Zoom for that.
Definitely. Yeah. It's nice to have that human connection, whether it's on Zoom or in person, and the ability to make it work for your life. Right.
Yeah.
You have a family, yeah, you can stay home with them, and time management is key as well. Also have a question from the audience. You don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but what % of budget goes towards influencer programs? If you have a ballpark figure, you can throw that out there. If you don't know, that's fine too.
I mean, it's changed a lot for us. I think there's the money we put towards supporting influencer content from a paid social point of view, and the money we put towards buying the rights or actually paying creators. And then, as the brand has grown, I think influencers, while still an important channel, we've also begun to invest in TV and places like that, which takes up a bigger share of the budget. So it's definitely ebbed and flowed. We're probably somewhere between 10 to 15% at the moment is around there. But like I said, it can ebb and flow.
Got it. And we see Lataria just joined. So Lataria, I don't know if you have any questions that you wanted to ask or anything that you wanted to add as well.
This conversation was fantastic. I'm definitely going to avoid looking at the microplastics in blood research. So I'm just going to skip right over that and sign up for some Grove Collaborative products. I loved hearing about Honest Start. Honestly, Carly, I think that's so fantastic. I have 2 children. They're a lot bigger. They are 7, almost 8 actually, and 10. But yeah, all of that first month is a blur. And so even just from the perspective of you remembering what it was like, it's pretty cool to see. And you just don't see it because we see sort of very glossy Instagram version of motherhood. And so when you're going through it, it can feel, isolating. So it's fantastic that the Honest Company is taking such a cool approach. And I also am psyched that Sam, TikTok is your favorite platform right now, because I'm a huge fan of Clean Talk. In fact, I cannot even clean my apartment without watching a little inspiration video about organizing something or cleaning up. But it's so interesting to see platforms adopt and change and just find like new audiences and ways of communicating that just do so much more authentically than, a television spot or something like that. So they all go together. I worked at an agency. I get the magic of the media mix, but there's something pretty magical about social, and you guys are doing fantastic work. So thank you for joining us today. I truly, truly appreciate it. Jordan, thank you for being the brave ally to come on and moderate this fantastic group. Any final words? If not, we can just kick over to our next panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is great.
Thanks so much, Carly and Sam. Really appreciate your time. Great to chat with you.
Take care.
Thanks.
Bye.
So thanks so much for sticking around with us. We are super excited to introduce our first fireside chat, actually. So it is called Breaking the Barriers of Entrepreneurship. I always struggle with that word, so I'm glad that I think I got it right. We are going to welcome Jackie Hermes from Excelity, and we're going to welcome back Taylor Bowman, who are going to have a fantastic conversation, I'm sure. So welcome, Jackie. Welcome back, Taylor.
Thank you, Lataria. I know I'm back again. You can't get rid of me.
Love it. Take care.
Thank you. Again, I'm Taylor Bowman. I'm the Senior Director of Sales at Influential, and welcome to our fireside chat, Breaking Barriers to Entrepreneurship. So what is entrepreneurship? I looked online today and I found a lot of different definitions, but I used Investopedia. So it states that an entrepreneur is an individual who creates a new business, bearing most of the risk and enjoying the rewards. The process of setting up a business is known as entrepreneurship. The entrepreneur is an innovator, a source of ideas, goods, services, and procedures. I founded a company in 2016, and I quickly realized that entrepreneurship is not for everyone. You need to dedicate your daily hours to entirely investing in your business, no social events, and no downtime. Real entrepreneurs work hard and play hard after the business is up and running successfully with revenue coming in. Even after launching a successful business, the need to always be committed and dedicated to your company never quite switches off. So I'm super excited and honored to introduce a true-hearted entrepreneur and my fellow Milwaukeean, Jackie Hermes, founder and CEO of Excelity. The agency helps SaaS startups get to revenue and grow way faster than they would if they didn't use Jackie. With nearly 100,000 followers on LinkedIn, Jackie sparks discussions about the daily life and challenges of growing a bootstrapped company, her adventures in personal development, and so much more. And in my opinion, Jackie is definitely one of the top leaders in Milwaukee. She advises and mentors multiple companies and is also the founder of Women's Entrepreneurship Week in Milwaukee. And fun fact, she's an adopted foster parent as well, and is hopeful she will have hobbies outside of working in the near future. And welcome, Jackie.
Kind of given up. My bio says I'm going to look for hobbies and it's false. So I should probably delete that.
Oh no, you're super busy, which is a good thing. Again, this is a fireside chat, so it's all about Jackie and her entrepreneurship journey. We're going to give advice to entrepreneurs that are looking to break into the scene, and also current entrepreneurs how they can excel in this world of entrepreneurship. So Jackie, in 3 words, this is like a simple question, but it's also a very hard question, I feel like. Usually this question's asked in like interviews or like on dating profiles, but how would you describe yourself in 3 words?
Okay, so I got the prep questions and I texted this question to my husband, and I don't even think I'm going to share what he said, but I was like, this is not helpful. I'm trying to come up with some solid words to describe myself. Okay, so this is what I have. Straightforward is one that I've always been extremely, extremely straightforward. And it was kind of like to my demise earlier in my career because I was not as tactful as I needed to be. But now I think it's very beneficial for me. Hardworking, I think you have to be as an entrepreneur, and just honest too. I try to be just really, really honest about everything that I experience. I'll try to be really honest today with all of the questions. So those are my 3.
I would agree with you. I've known you for a few years, and those 3 characteristics definitely fits you as a woman and an entrepreneur. And let's talk about, that work-life balance, especially in like the new working remote world. So what does your typical workday look like, and how do you manage your work-life balance, being an entrepreneur, a CEO, a speaker, a wife, and a mom of 3 kids?
I know that work-life balance is an important topic to everyone, and I'm going to just go ahead and say that I don't have a ton of it. I mean, my life just kind of flows together, right? Like I will wake up and I know if I have something really important to do, I will literally roll over and grab my computer and work for an hour. Now, I know a lot of people say not to do that, like getting on screens is terrible right away in the morning. I am of the opinion that whatever works for you is what you should do, right? So then I typically will do that, get my kids off to school, work out. I block off my mornings for focused work time. Typically. So I try not to take any meetings in the morning so that I have time to get things done. I feel like when we leave our schedules open and then you have meetings half the day and they're all like dispersed all over the place, and it's just really hard to get anything done in between. I take all my meetings between 12 and 5 or 12 and 6, usually dinner with the kids, and then sit down and work for a few hours at night. But it's also, I mean, it depends on, like, am I driving gymnastics carpool that day and whatever else is going on. And then I will usually work like a couple hours each day on the weekend too. I know. Again, I think a lot of people would say that these are bad habits, like rolling over and working right away or working on the weekend. And I think that you have to figure out what works the best for you and keeps you sane and do that.
Exactly. It's like whatever works on an individual level. I know when I wake up, I usually check my emails first. I check Slack, and then I'll go through social media as well. And I think it's also very important to block off your day. I know Influential, we have a power hour weekly where, sales individuals can prospect for that full hour and send out emails, just because your day gets so busy with just meeting with clients and internal meetings. So I think that's huge and very important. Okay, the next question, let's talk about burnout. Burnout's real. There's a great resignation happening within the workplace. Employees are sick of being unappreciated, getting an increased workload, and are getting burnt out to a place of no return. So I'm curious, how do you prevent burnout in your personal and professional world?
Yeah, the great resignation is almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy here, right? Because it's like people are burnt out, so they're quitting. And the people that are still there are just getting that work distributed to them. And then companies are like, good luck, you have twice the job, but I'm not going to pay you anymore. You don't get a new title. You're just going to work harder. And then those people quit, and the people that are there still, it's really, I don't see an end to this. And it's also very good because the power is moving into the hands of employees, which it truly should have been in the first place, because they are what keeps the business going. So I think this is all long overdue. I think when I look to prevent burnout, one of the main things is knowing how to identify the signs so that I know it's coming. I have an employee on my team that has been with me for a long time, and she used to get burnout like every 6 to 12 months. And after we went through that together a few times, I was like, okay, like we've been through this a few times. Now, what are the signs? Are there certain things that are happening? Are there, like people that are quitting on your team that you have to cover for their work, or their processes that we need to put in place? And I'm telling you, since we did that and figured out what was causing her burnout and how to deal with it, I haven't seen her like that again. And now she knows how to teach other people how to do that. So just identifying the signs. And I'm actually in a phase right now where like restructuring my company a little bit and making some changes. And well, not restructuring, that's like a severe word, but making some changes internally, right? Mm-hmm. And this is a time where I might start burning out often. So I know that historically, when I've been in these situations, I get less sleep than I need to, or I'm not taking as good care of myself, or I'm unwinding with a glass of wine every freaking night, which is absolutely horrible for my sleep. So now I know when I'm in these situations, these are like the things not to do. Sleep has to be a priority, because when I haven't slept enough, then I do not have like the mental capacity to deal with everything that's happening. So identifying, and then deleting and delegating are two big things that I do. So I look at my to-do list when I'm this busy, and I'm like, what do I need to do? And what do I not need to do? Like there's a lot of things that are, oh, that's nice to do, or that's been on my list forever, so I'm going to prioritize it, but you don't necessarily have to do it right now. So that's a big one. And then, I'm lucky to have help, right? And an assistant. So she takes a lot off my plate. She's constantly like, what can I do for you? What can I do for you? And that is very, very helpful. Everyone does not have that, that privilege to have that help, but.
Exactly. Well, it sounds like you're very self-aware, which I feel like a lot of people are not, and it's hard to become self-aware. You have to really get to know yourself and what are your stressors when you're pushing yourself too much. And I love how you have like an open door policy with your employees. I think that's huge. I feel like companies are definitely working on that, where they're trying to get more of the employees' opinions on what actually matters and why are they burning out, right? And I was curious, how many hours of sleep do you get on like an average day, or like during those nights you're drinking wine every night? Obviously, it probably differs, right?
Yeah, I have this Whoop strap that is like, I saw an ad for it on Instagram like years ago, and it was like worn by professional athletes for their performance. And I was like, I probably don't need that. I'm certainly not a professional athlete, but it's really cool because the amount of data that it gives you is insane. Like it tells you how many disturbances you have at night and how much time you're actually awake while you're sleeping. And before I started wearing this, I would put myself in bed for 7 to 7.5 hours. And I learned that I was really getting like 6 to 6.5 hours of sleep. That's why I was so freaking tired every day. And so like sometimes just having that knowledge is the power that you need to change your habits. Now I know I have to put myself in bed for a minimum of like 7.5 to 8 hours a night if I want to feel well the next day. So usually I'm getting about 7.
I need to buy the watch. And what is it called again, Jackie?
Whoop. Whoop,
okay.
Whoop. It's WHOOP. It is seriously like, I got this and I was like, oh, this is kind of ugly. Am I going to wear this all the time? No, I've been religiously wearing it for almost 2 years now. I'm obsessed.
Well, I definitely want one, and that was not sponsored, just so everyone knows. So
I should be making money on this thing though.
Good. Well, this is recorded, so you can always send it over to them after. So advice for future entrepreneurs. What advice would you give to college graduates who want to become an entrepreneur and like get into this crazy world?
I feel like the first thing you have to do is think about why you want to do it. There's a lot of people, I talk to people all the time that are like, I want to be an entrepreneur. And I'm like, cool, why? Like, what are the things that you're searching for? And is entrepreneurship the best way to get there? Because I think it looks really cool online. It looks really cool on Instagram, but like most of the process is not that cool, to be honest. It's like lost sleep, a lot of hard work, and there's a lot that goes into it. So if you consider why and you're doing it for the right reasons, whatever those reasons are to you, then I would say my next best piece of advice is to just start and get started. There's a lot of analysis paralysis that goes into the process of creating something that's your own, because it's literally like the world is your oyster, right? You can create anything you want. So just starting, going and having sales conversations with people and understanding, like, is the product or service that you want to create something that people want? How much might they pay for it? I think telling people what you want to do and starting to have those conversations helps you with accountability as well.
Yeah, I was going to say definitely have a business plan. So after college, I worked at Harley Davidson for I think 3-4 years. And I actually quit Harley, which was like my dream job at the time. And I started a company called Jax Taylor, which I'm sure you're aware of. And yep. I should have had this conversation with you because I wasn't happy with Harley at that time. Just being there for a few years, I was burning out. And I thought Harley was the end all be all. So that's why I quit and I started my own company, but I did not have a business plan put together. I didn't know what it took to be an entrepreneur. And then I quickly realized that I shouldn't have quit Harley Davidson and that, this world, it's crazy. You definitely have to put in the hours. But it is cool if you do have a great idea. And it is nice if you're the founder because you have like all the creative ideas, like are all possible. You just have to really work for it.
Yeah, man. It's hard. It is not I think people are talking about this more and more now, but like the whole like, oh, look at all the money I had from starting a company on Instagram kind of thing is like, dude, most people don't get there and half of what you see is fake anyway. So it's just like, you have to make sure that you really know what you're getting into. And I'm glad that people are having more honest conversations about it now.
Yeah, I've definitely seen people like post about their Porsches and whatnot. So that is definitely a world that we live in. And I think honest conversations are very important. So let's talk about culture and values. Both are very important within a company. So what kind of culture exists at Excelity and how did you establish that culture?
Yeah. I have a podcast and I was recording a podcast about this the other day and thought through this question. And I don't think I went about establishing my culture in the right way up front. I think that I was like, oh, establishing the culture, like that is the kind of work that I don't want to do. And, because it's hard and it's nebulous and it's a big, important thing. And I put it in the hands of other people in my company. And I think it turned out okay for a few years. And then I needed to take a step back and be like, okay, I need to be really intentional. Culture comes from the top and I have to define this and I have to talk to people about it and talk with people to see what they want it to be, right? Mm-hmm. So I would say our culture now is very flexible. It's very personal. I have a pretty good personal relationship with most people on my team, which I think is really good. And I know, like, I see them hanging out outside the office or just like on random meetings, chatting all the time. And I think that's really good because it's discouraged in a lot of companies to waste time or whatever. And then I think the last thing too is like the baseline of the company is respect. My company is almost all women. And I think that helps us, not that men are bad, but I know that men sometimes talk to each other and are very, very straightforward in a way that sometimes women might not, right? And so we try to just be really, really respectful of each other. Like there's no yelling. If you say something crappy in a meeting, you better go apologize for it. Whereas we have some clients that like they yell at each other on meetings, and we're like, ooh, I mean, I've gotten yelled at by a client or two, and I'm like, I do not want to be spoken to that way, because it doesn't motivate me to be yelled at, and I think it doesn't motivate the rest of the team either. So I don't know. I would say those are the tenets of the culture. We're fully remote now.
Okay.
And it's like, I don't know. As long as your work is getting done, I think we're good to go. You know, we used to track every minute as an agency of your time. Mm-hmm. And now we only track billable time. And it's like, great. If you're like getting your billable time in and you're working with clients as you should, and clients are happy, then we're good to go. I think a lot more companies are adopting this mindset now.
Hopefully, I couldn't agree more. Fingers crossed. Thinking different is good as well. I feel like you have lots of different thoughts compared to other entrepreneurs or women that are entrepreneurs. So what is one thing about, entrepreneurship you find true that most people would probably disagree with?
This is a really good question. When you sent me the prep questions, I was like, thinking through this. So I guess my answer is, there are a lot of entrepreneurs that say they start to get flexibility. That's why I started. I was like, I have a baby at home. I want a more flexible schedule. I don't want to work as much, whatever. And I think the real truth of it is that most people never get there, and yet no one wants to admit it. Right. So there are a lot of entrepreneurs out there that are like, I have my time back. I report to myself. I'll never work for anyone else again. When really it only gets harder 9 out of 10, probably 99 out of 100 times. It only gets more difficult. And you may report to yourself, but you're going to put in more hours. And if you have employees, you're not just like jet setting around the world while your employees are back at the office running your company most often. Because until you get to a certain size, you are a big part of the company. So I think that's just a common misconception. Mm-hmm. And I think that no one wants to admit that they don't have the flexibility that they thought they might get.
Well, I love your response. And from the audience, we have some comments, no questions yet, but they love all this insight, and being an authentic brand is huge. And then we have another one from Alicia: lead with love, it will come back tenfold, which I couldn't agree with more. I think it's really important to be authentic, true, and just really treat your employees well. Because if you don't do that, and if you don't have a good culture, they're going to leave most likely, and find a place that has like a very well-established culture.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I've worked in a few corporate environments before starting this company, and I was like, here are some things that I want to model after, and here are some things that I absolutely don't want to do. And so having that knowledge before I started kind of like building my own team and culture was really helpful.
I was going to ask you another question that was not in the prep questions, but since we're talking about like corporate world, is there anything you like miss from the corporate world that you don't have currently?
Yeah, I mean, I am the only like owner of the company. And so I kind of miss having friends at work. Like I have friends at work, but at the end of the day, I'm their boss, and they always see me through that lens, right? And I remember, God, when I started in corporate, just like screwing around, playing pranks on each other in our cubicles, and it was fun. And like I kind of miss having work friends. I think if I let my barriers down a little bit, I would have more work friends, but it's like towing this line of like professional, being the boss, being friendly. You know, it's like with my kids too. Like I want to be friendly, but I can't necessarily be their friends at this moment because I need them to like respect me.
Yeah, exactly. There's like a fine line. You're like, when do I cross? And if I do cross, how do I act? But you also are like super involved within like the Milwaukee community, which is huge. I feel Milwaukee's just like sprouting. Not that it wasn't there before, but there's just so many new businesses coming. I like to think that's like the Bucks too. I like the Pfizer Forum and Giannis. But obviously you're super involved in Milwaukee in general. Like you're the original founder of Women's Entrepreneurship Week, which is huge. Do you see like a difference when you're still a founder, obviously, but do people treat you as like a boss still, or is it more, have you found like good friends through there or like business connections?
I have a lot of good friends that I've met in Milwaukee and business connections that are, I feel like one thing that you have to do when you're a founder is look for people that will be your truth tellers and are willing to tell you like how it is and when you're screwing up. And I've met a lot of those people that are just like, we're just really honest with each other. And I think that's very cool because you have to be willing to like look at yourself as you're growing a company. Yeah, I love it here. And yeah, speaking of Giannis, have you seen his videos on Instagram? He's like the cutest man alive. I can't.
I do follow him on Instagram, and I definitely have to agree on
He's
that.
so good.
I need to go to Bucks game though, for the next season, because I did not go to any Bucks games. And I have connections there too, and I still didn't go. So I'm a little upset about that. But I'll have to leave Chicago and come back to Milwaukee. All right. So lessons learned. I'm sure you learned so many lessons, and maybe we can hone in on like one or two. But what are some of the biggest entrepreneurship lessons that have really impacted how you work? And what was it like before you learned? And then what was it like after?
I think one of the biggest things that you realize as you build a company is like, I don't want to sound negative, but I do want to be truthful in that when you start a company, it is sometimes hard to find support. Like, I feel like when you're in grade school and you're like, I want to be a doctor, everyone's like, that's amazing. And if you're like, I want to start a company, everyone's like, maybe don't though, like that's too risky. I don't know what it is, but I feel like people really project onto you and people don't really support you until you reach some level of success, whatever that is, right? And then people are like, oh, cool, look what this person's doing. Like, you're doing such a great job. I'm so proud to know you. And it's like, you have to be so self-motivated and you have to be so like thick-skinned to get through all of that. And so I definitely did not have the thick skin that I have now before. And now I'm like, people will always doubt you, and it's even more fuel to push through it. Yeah, but I did not quite know when I signed up for this what that was going to be like.
I would say, yeah, same thing when I thought I was going to be very entrepreneur. Get into that. My parents were obviously supportive, but very scared that I was quitting Harley at that time. Mm-hmm. And then I also, you have friends that are kind of concerned, but then once you like throw a cool event or your website's live, they're like, oh, wow, she's actually really serious about this. I also think when entrepreneurs get very passionate about their brand, obviously they're going to be passionate about their personal brand or their company. Sometimes it's hard to let that company go. Have you started a company that is no longer around nowadays, or everything you started is super successful? I know.
No. So the first company that I started was a vegan cookie company, actually. I mean, very personal. My ex-husband wanted to go and get his MBA. And then he was like, never mind, I'm going to start a company. And I was like, oh. And he was like, let's buy these cookie recipes that are for sale on Craigslist in New York and try to make a business out of it. And I was like, okay. So we did. And it was literally like searching for packaging online and creating labels in Vistaprint and just like the scrappiest thing you've ever seen, standing in the grocery store handing out cookies on the weekends. We eventually did sell it for like a few $1,000s to a woman that lives in Madison, and it's no longer around, which is fine. I mean, I almost blocked that part of my life out. It was so freaking hard. And I learned so much, but yeah, that brand is no longer around. And then Women's Entrepreneurship Week, we passed on to new leadership last year as well. But that one is still going, and she's doing a fantastic job.
Amazing. I'll have to go to it this year if it's coming up. And when is that Entrepreneurship Week in Milwaukee? Just for anyone who's in the Midwest.
I think it was last November, but it was all online. And I'm wondering if it's going to come back in person this year. We'll see. I don't know. I'm not making the decisions anymore.
That's true. We will see. We have a question from the audience. What do you feel is the biggest misconception about being an entrepreneur, specifically a female leader?
I think that a lot of people see women as there's such a weird conversation going on around this, around like women being like soft and how they run a company and how women should be in business, as like the male counterpart to the men who are very straightforward and whatever it may be. And I've always been much more like I function more like a man, I guess, in business than people would expect me to. And then there's another conversation that's going on that's like, oh, well, are women trying too hard to be like men in the workplace? And I think the misconception is that we can be whoever we want to be, and we don't have to fit into a certain mold or a certain leadership type. And everyone, no matter your gender, is completely different. And I don't know, it's very interesting. I think that women just get a bad rap as the founders of like, oh, not being serious about scaling or not being as hardcore as men. And it's like, just let us be. I don't know.
No, I agree. Just be yourself. It's harder said than done, but to be yourself and then not worry what others think about you, but you can't win everyone over, right? So everyone's going to have an opinion about something, right? And then
literally everyone.
Exactly. And I know you're super active on LinkedIn as well. I've been seeing lots of posts about, again, this is not on the prep question, so I'm going to hit you with this. But what do you think about like the boss babes or, those more like female entrepreneur? I've seen people just post like, let's just call ourselves leaders or entrepreneurs. Why do we have to put like woman in front of it, behind it, or boss babes? What do you think about that? Are you like all for those woman names, or are you more like, let's just be leaders and be out there like the men as well?
Yeah. Another one is like mompreneur. People love to use that term. And then some women get mad about it. And I'm like, I see the case for it, because being an entrepreneur as a mom is more rare than some other types of, or like people that are entrepreneurs. Being an entrepreneur as a woman is more rare. So I see why people want to do it. And I myself do not use those terms. So I'm not offended, but I don't love it.
Yeah. I was like, that's the best position to be in. You don't love it. You don't use it, but you don't mind if other people do, which I think is the best position you could probably be in. Again, standing out, there's so many companies out there, agencies. So what makes your company stand out from all the other businesses in your niche, whether it's like Milwaukee or just like in general?
I think that it's specialization, because we are so specialized. Like, we work with a bunch of companies that sell software to insurance companies. That is extremely specific, right? Called InsurTech marketing. And so when we run campaigns or we reach out to people that are selling InsurTech software, they'll respond and, like, oh, we're not hiring an agency right now, but if we were, you would be our first choice, or we've totally heard of you. And it's like, cool, we have gotten so specialized in this one area that people are starting to know us, because who specializes in marketing to insurance companies? Not a lot. So I think that specialization is a really, really good way to grow, and often overlooked by people.
I love that. And that kind of brings me into, staying relevant. So what online marketing techniques do you use to promote your company? Obviously, you have a huge personal brand on LinkedIn as well. And how do you recommend, other entrepreneurs to start building out their personal brand to really like stand out with that oversaturated professionals market?
To me, honestly, if you're starting a company from scratch, starting a personal brand is the best way to go, the very best way to go, because people connect with people. And it is very, very hard to start driving web traffic to a brand new website unless you have budget, which a lot of people do not have budget. So if you're like scrappy bootstrapping, which is exactly what I did, I would get out there and start putting yourself out there. And we've talked about LinkedIn a few times. I remember Gary Vee like 5 years ago was like, LinkedIn is the next Facebook. And everyone was like, okay. And then, it turned out to be, and there's still incredible reach that is available on LinkedIn organically, which is not similar. I mean, Facebook, you can't even, I post on Facebook just because it's like, oh, well, I guess I should, it's not like, I bet this is going to get a lot of traction, because you have to pay if you want people to see on Facebook. However, on LinkedIn, there's still a really incredible organic opportunity to get out there. And it's getting easier to market from company pages on LinkedIn as well. Like they just introduced a new videos tab, so you can put videos out on behalf of your company. But it's always easier to launch something when you have a personal brand. So I know now that anything I launch, I can get eyeballs on it because I built a personal brand. So it's the best way to go, in my opinion.
I love that. I'm kind of going through my personal brand creation right now. I know we follow each other on Instagram, so it was really fun doing the photo shoots and doing the logos. And that's obviously to help me with Influential as well. If anybody needs any influencer campaigns done, come to me after the summit. But
I saw the pictures that you were posting and you're like working on something new. And I was like, what is it? And now I know. I feel like I'm in the early now.
Hopefully some of my friends are on, and some people that are in my network, and now they have the inside scoop, right? But we are running short on time. We have a few more questions for Jackie. So now is the time, if you're in the audience, to ask away, and I'll look in that Q&A. But Jackie, how do you find like top talent? So what are your tips for building a great team? I know Stephanie is actually at your company, and we went to UW Whitewater together. So how are you attracting like these amazing people and getting them to like stay?
I really think that, I hate to be like, every answer is a personal brand, but when you have a really good brand, like Stephanie, when she was in the hiring process, told us that she had been following the company for years and really wanted to work at the business. And I have a few other people that are like, oh, I was waiting for an opportunity to apply for something that was a fit for me. That is really freaking cool. And at a company our size, it's abnormal. Usually you're like begging people to come to a small business because it's like, it's risky and you're going to have to work really hard and do a lot of different things, but do you want to work with me? So I think that having that really strong brand and having people on the team that can speak to what it's like to work in the business and just get really honest, back to that honesty piece about it, is very helpful.
I also think culture plays like a huge role in this too. Like, for sure. I worked at TikTok prior to Influential and being part of this team, and like Influential was super open about like their culture, and they were very open about salary, which I also think that a lot of companies don't do, which really attracted me to join Influential, just because of culture, and there's so much opportunity to grow within the smaller sales team. Like, for example, I moderated a panel today in Fireside Chat, which is awesome. So I think it's really good to provide your employees with those opportunities as well.
For sure.
All right, so I have one more question, and we might finish early, so feel free to ask questions away, guys. So supporting women in the workplace. How does your company help women in the workplace related to professional development, training, career advancement, like benefits, etc.?
Well, I mean, I think we have 20 full-time employees and 2 of them are men. So we are a very woman-focused workplace. I think that a big part of what we do, well, one is promoting from within. 2 of my leaders were like my very first employees ever, and they have been with me and been in like 4 different roles each, and just kind of like evolved as the company evolved. And now we're doing that with other people on the team and trying to just take them with us. Also teaching women, I think, to ask for what you want. That's one of the sayings we use internally: you don't get what you don't ask for. And it's like, whenever someone comes to me and is like, I want a raise, you taught me how to do this, so now you have to give me more money. And I'm like, yeah, I did. And yes, we will give you more money. So I just think there's like a lot of development that's specific to women that we should be doing that no one is doing. And so I'm just trying to create the next generation of like bold female leaders.
I love that. We need more of them, right?
Love it.
What are, it could be 1 or 2, maybe 3, like important habits that you do daily, or maybe weekly or monthly, it could be anything, to be a successful entrepreneur? I know you talked about like blocking off your calendar. Is there anything else that you would recommend?
Yeah, something I do at least annually is a time audit where I track like every single minute of a full week and look at how am I really spending my time? Because it's easy to sit at your computer for 8, 9, 10 hours and be like, oh, I worked all day. But did you? Like, how much time were you sitting on Slack? How much time were you in meetings that you didn't need to be in? So auditing and just making sure you're making the best use of your time, I would say, is one. When I started working out consistently, it totally changed my life, and it changed my attitude and how I show up every day. So I think that like taking care of yourself physically and taking care of yourself mentally, especially right now with everything that's happening, has to be a focus, and you have to make time for it. It can't be the thing that falls off your list every single time you get busy. So I don't know, I think that's 3.
Yeah, time management, that's something I'm always working on. Like not checking your emails constantly and just kind of having an hour or 2 where you're sending out emails and prospecting. That's a big one. And I feel like it takes time to learn how you work the best and most efficiently. And I'm curious, how did you come up with Excelity, like the name of your company?
So when I worked in corporate, we were rebranding a company that we acquired. And it was one of the names that we came up with when we were rebranding. And I was like, oh, I'm going to steal that if we don't use it. And we didn't. And then like 5 years later, we were rebranding, because at first it was like my name consulting. You know, I was like, oh, I'm getting clients. I need a company name. All right, let's go with Jackie Consulting. It's just like, whatever, I need an LLC. So we went to rebrand, and I was like, yes, I already have a name. And then people were like, no one's going to know how to pronounce it. And I was like, too bad. I already picked it. It's over. So that's the story.
Exactly. I think using your name is really important. Obviously, it's not like a super creative, but I feel like it sticks and it's like your brand. So why not use your own name? Totally makes sense. It doesn't have to be like a super creative name, right? It could just be your name.
That's something that holds people up when they get started. It's like, man, if you are trying to grow a business, you don't have a name, just pick something. You can always change it, but let's start growing this thing.
Yeah, the name, the colors, everything. And then how do you foster creative thinking? Like, obviously we're kind of on the topic of logos and names, but how do you continue to be like creative throughout your day, just being a CEO and a speaker? You do so many speaking events. So I want to say thanks for joining ours.
Yes, for sure. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Creative thinking. I think it's kind of built in, which is kind of a cop-out answer. But the other part of that is I like to think about everything as like a what if we could. So there's a lot of situations that are like, we can't really do that, or that's too much money. And it's like, well, what if we could? Is there a different route that we could take? Is there a different tool we could use? Could we find a free way to do this? I think that creative thinking doesn't always have to be like art, like people think of it. Like that creative problem solving is something that I incorporate into my day, and it keeps me challenged every day.
Sure. Thank you.
Jackie, I feel like if you were to come up with another company, you could probably be a life coach, because you drop so many gems, not only for those of us on the line that are pursuing entrepreneurial, I struggle with that word, endeavors, but for those of us who have corporate positions, just the idea of building up your personal brand and taking care of yourself and sleep and maybe not wine every night, which, has definitely been a thing for me. But I love it all. It's so fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us. Taylor, thank you for being such an excellent moderator.
Thank you for having us. Thanks.
It was great. I feel like every single panel can kind of go on and on for sure. But I want to tee us up for the next one. Thanks again. And we'll be in touch for sure. So our next panel, I'm super excited about, mostly because I work with both of these women and it's been a great pleasure. So our next panel is called Shattering the Glass Ceiling, Women Breaking Barriers and Working Through Transformational Change. And this year has been interesting. Well, actually, the last 2 years have been sort of interesting. And these women have been at the helm of carrying their businesses through COVID. And I love that they're both women. I love that they're both chief operating officers. So I just want to welcome Mandy Wallace, who's the COO of OMD. Thank you so much for joining us, Mandy. And Andrea Millett, who's the COO of Influential. Thank you guys for joining us. I'm gonna go off camera and take it away, Andrea.
Thanks, Lataria. Hi, Mandy.
Hi, and thank you, Lataria, for inviting me today.
I know, I love that we both worked together. It's so fun. So so our discussion is really about how do you get to the COO level and the role that it requires you to play and balance it all along the way, and some sort of tips and tricks about advice maybe to get there, and kind of what we've been facing the last couple of years and what we think is coming. But Mandy, before we dig in, maybe you could just tell the audience a little bit more about yourself and your current role as the COO at OMD.
Sure. So I am, I've been here at OMD for a whopping 5 months. And at OMD, we like to say that we enable better decisions faster. And I see myself and my team as really kind of doing that for ourselves internally and ultimately our clients. So, I think everything that we're doing, the group that I lead is called the Business Transformation Office. And so that is, everything that we're doing is trying to make things better for our people internally, our clients, the consumers at the end of the day. And it's a great kind of inspiring, rallying cry to move around. But, outside of work, I'm a mom, and I am an aspiring pottery enthusiast. And, I try to have a life outside of work too. It ebbs and flows, my success there. But, I think that's probably true for many of us.
Yeah, definitely. It's fun. I've actually been at Influential for 6 months. So between the two of us, we've got about 4 companies that we've touched and through the pandemic timeframe here. So, the COO role is a really interesting one, right? It requires you to have sort of touched a lot of pieces of the business over time. What really kind of drew you to that as you sort of built your career over time?
Yeah, I think it was really just in the last year or 2, I think really, as I came back from maternity leave and was kind of asking myself, what is next for me? Where do I go from here? What do I want to do? That I was able to realize, I like being involved in getting things done. I like to know how things work. I think that thread has kind of gone throughout my whole career. And ultimately I settled on, it sounds like chief operating officer. It sounds like someone that gets involved. And I know we were talking about this, this role is so nebulous. It's so different at every different company. Some companies have it, some companies don't have it. And what you're in charge of as a chief operating officer differs so much. And it's also kind of, a carry-all and a catch-all. At my last company, I kind of saw myself as a jack of all trades. I'd been there for a really long time. I knew a lot of what was going on, even if I didn't, it wasn't my responsibility to be part of it. People came to me as a resource and I was like, well, this is what I want to do, but bigger. And so, it really seemed like COO was, what to set my sights on. And I was lucky enough to find an opportunity to do it. And so I'm really thrilled, but, I think it really comes down to the fact that I just, want to make things better. And I like getting my hands dirty. I like being involved. I'm not the expert in everything, but I'm the expert in helping people do things differently or think of them in a different way, and trying to help them kind of, evolve how it is that they do things.
I love that. When we talked the other day, we were talking about how sort of zigzagging throughout organizations and industries, whether that's on the agency side or on the media partner side or even the client side, and in different sort of facets of strategic things, leadership in the client sense, as well as some of the planning, buying, analytics, different departments, but having empathy for what each of those things does throughout your career and how they all work together, right? To have a bigger picture of how success could be reoriented as we continue to transform. I noticed that you've been in lots of different roles in your career. Can you talk about some of those?
Sure. Yeah. So I knew I wanted to do media coming out of college. I was a marketing major, and I actually got my first job at a full service agency on the account side. And I am so grateful for that because it really introduced me to everything advertising. There's so much more to advertising than just media. And that year that I spent in account management introduced me to all the different facets of that. And I had a great education. It reinforced the fact that I wanted to do media, which was good. But it really allowed me to see the full breadth of an agency and the services that it offers and how everyone needs to work together. And then I was able to switch into media, and I kind of grew up, in digital media. I thought I wanted to do traditional coming out of college. I really wanted to buy magazine space. I'm glad now that I didn't do that. Digital is such a crazy space and constantly evolving. Not to dig on the print buyers out there, because still very much an important part of media. But I think, having that background in media, really understanding what goes into it, I might have never been a programmatic buyer because that's a newer thing than when I was hands-on, but I understand the basics of what it takes to do that. And I think to your point, I think empathy in leadership is important no matter what your job is. But I think within operations, so much, even though operations can differ so much, at the end of the day, a lot of the time you're telling someone how to do their job or how to do their job better. And I think if you've had experience doing their job, even to a certain degree, it really helps you have a leg to stand on there and lets you understand what you're asking of someone. I always really like to know how things work because I want to know what I'm asking of others. So, in my last job, we had this homegrown tool that we used. And at the level that I came in at, I didn't have to learn it and use it and really know the ins and outs, but I was managing people that were going to have to be in it every day. I wanted to know what it meant for them when I said, hey, I need you to do this tonight. And like, how hard is that? What am I asking of them? Like, I think having that empathy for you don't know if you know what you're asking of someone, then you can decide how important it needs to be or how you help them reprioritize. I think it's just super important to know also that you don't know everything. And I certainly don't know everything. But having that desire to know and that desire to be open-minded and hear when you're wrong and hear when you're challenged, like I think as a leader, that's super important to me as well.
Yeah, I love that. I love the notion of like the ride along, right? To like come alongside some of the folks doing things that maybe didn't exist or that you don't know as much about. Same is true for me as I move deeper into influencer from general agency work. And I feel like some of this stuff really gets at, in order for us to recommend transforming structures or ways of working or job responsibilities, removing hierarchy, moving to agility, all these topics that we're covering today, you really do have to be able to go deep enough into what the role and responsibility is, or the RACI, right, of some of these folks' jobs in order for them to trust that your recommendation is sound.
Mm-hmm.
How have you been able to articulate that to your team, that you've done the due diligence of digging into some of the stuff they're doing?
Gosh, that's a great question. Hopefully well enough. I think I'm asking a lot of questions and still, especially still being somewhat new here, just really trying to ask what I don't know and not be afraid of saying, like, can you tell me what that stands for? Or, can you walk me through what that thing is? Or, we have a lot of, here at OMD, we have a lot of proprietary tools as well. So I'm trying to get certified in those so I can really understand, everything that we're offering and doing for our clients. Luckily with the folks on my team, with many of them, I have done their jobs. So that is helpful, but with some of them, I have never done their jobs. And I'm very open with them about that, and they know that. And so it's like, I'm here for you. We're just honest about, like, I'm here for you from a career and mentorship standpoint, and I'm going to advocate for you, but like, I'm not the technical person that's going to tell you how to do X or Y. But if you need that, we're going to get you that. Like, we're going to find that for you, like if and when that comes up. So I think, I'm not afraid to tell people that I don't know something. So if, I'm not going to pretend that.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because that in and of itself is a skill you build over time, right? To have the ability to be transparent about that and to lean in and learn. And learning is critical no matter what level you're at as you go through this.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's even more important now. Like, I want to be challenged. I want to be learning. This is not necessarily the last job I'm going to have. I'm going to be working for a lot longer. And so I don't want it to just be the same all the time. Like, I definitely want to be learning more things.
Yeah, I love that. And I think, you touched on some of the, like, you're there to give guidance in career management and stuff. Like, throughout your journey, how have you identified mentors for yourself to give you guidance along the way?
I don't know that it's always been easy. And I don't know, this isn't, to say anything negative of anyone. I've had some amazing bosses. I don't know if I've really had mentors necessarily. I'm kind of like, I'm asking for one, like I have gone to people and said, and actually that's not true, because I have gone to people and said, like, will you be this mentor for me? Like, and I have to be comfortable doing that. And usually, it's always been a yes. And they're really just someone that I admire, someone that, has skills that I would like to grow into having, someone that I think does a great job. And yeah, I think whenever, I don't think anyone's ever just been like, hey, let me take you under my wing. Although I have had like great people that have, recommended me for things. But I think, like, I always come back to this one boss that I had, the first, maybe second boss that I had, first boss in media, who really just made me realize that even though I thought I was doing like a great job of doing this or that, or whatever it was at the time, she made me realize that how others are perceiving me is just as important as what I think I'm doing or not doing, even possibly more important. And it was a real eye opener for me at the time. It was my first job in media. I was maybe a year out of school, and I thought I was doing great. And she was like, are you sure that you really want to be doing this? Because like these things that I see you doing tells me that maybe you're not. And I was like, oh my God, I'm just floored right now. I didn't realize that that's how it was coming across. Like, yeah, I want to be here. Like, I want to be here so much. And I constantly think of her. So Tammy Bondanza, if you're out there, like, I owe you a big thank you. And I'll be sending you an email.
I love that. It is funny because I've had true mentors, and then I've had other people who've dropped little nuggets that just stay with you forever. Right.
Yeah.
I had a recent boss who, if anybody's on from the old Havas days, who said, assume positive intent, right? Whenever you're in a discussion with someone, assume that they don't mean to be the way they might be coming off, right? They are coming from a different place. And I think all those tips about trying to enter any discussion with positivity, even if you have a tough conversation, is ahead of you with a client or whoever, to be able to put a like positive outcome-based solution in front of them, you'll always get further ahead, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think that's definitely a cornerstone to live by,
Yeah.
In work and not work,
Yeah, good point.
Life is so stressful. And at the end of the day, we're all just trying to do a good job, in both places, work and outside of work.
Yeah.
And, what is good for me might not be good for you, and vice versa. But, most of us are not acting with malice. So,
right. Yeah. So mentoring. So it's something that you feel really strongly about, right? And I know you've taken it on as part of what defines you and your career, and as you grow as a person. Can you talk a little bit more about that too?
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely something I'm super passionate about. I've been involved in lots of different organizations, some focused on women, some not, and I love talking with people that are early in their careers or not yet in their careers, and, just making sure that they know what is available to them. The Step Up Women's Network is an organization that I've been part of in New York. They're actually national, but they are an organization that works with middle school and high school girls and gets them, often in, first in their family to be exploring college, and just exposes them to all the different careers and career paths that they could be going on. And it's just so inspiring. I think, like, as a mentor, you get so much more out of that, I think, than the mentees even. You just see these young women who are like so driven and so passionate and so excited about what's ahead of them. And you can't help but be like, oh my God, I'm excited for you. You're going to do such amazing things. And it's like, it's really inspiring, and just kind of like, yeah, like, I don't need to worry. Like, the kids got it. Like, they're going to make this world a better place. Like,
I love that.
It might be past for my generation, but
isn't that funny how, like, you think you're doing something for them, but really they're doing something back for you too.
Yeah. It's so nice.
So, all right, so let's pivot a little bit and talk about this crazy environment that we've been battling our way through for the past 24 months or so. And really, it's monumental change that has happened for good, right? We are in this new place, this new world where, how clients work, how our employees want to work, and the talent crisis that we've all been fighting through. What do you think that companies are going to need to continue to navigate through as we continue pushing ahead here?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we're definitely attuned to here. I'm sure many of the folks listening, their companies are also dealing with it. I think flexibility is the biggest thing. I think we've learned that we don't have to be in an office. And I think that's a great lesson. I think it was harder won by some than others. Some companies, I know, Influential is entirely virtual, right? So, like, pivoting to work from home all the time is not a pivot. That's what you do. Whereas, I wasn't at OMD when it started, but I think, I understand from others that this was a big change. So I think, just knowing and trusting that we don't have to come back to the office 100% all of the time, every day. People can get their work done. We can trust people to get their work done, because, again, positive intent, everyone's just trying to do their job, and our lives look a little different now on the other side. So I think just, like, understanding and being very straightforward with our employees and our prospective employees about the flexibility that we allow for and offer is really important. But at the same time, I think, we've had so many young people start their careers during the pandemic, and they've never experienced life in an office. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to discount what you can get out of that. And I want them to be open-minded to trying it too, because I think, like, it's great to have the flexibility to work from your house and then work from your office and then work from your parents' house during Thanksgiving. So you're, not taking vacation time, but I find a lot of value from getting to just walk up to someone at their desk, meet people in the hallway, come across someone and be like, oh, right, like, I wanted to talk to you about this thing. Can we chat? And you don't get that in a, work from home, entirely virtual experience. And I think there's ways around that too, that, like, those of us doing a hybrid thing, I think we need to get better at having more virtual hallway conversations, and I'm sure, companies that are entirely virtual have more of a plan there, but I worry that some of the hybrid companies will get to a place where, if you're someone that's more virtual than office based, then, like, I don't want anyone to be detrimentally affected by how they choose to come to work.
Yeah.
And I don't think they need to be. So I think it's just, it's the companies have to figure out how to enable these connection opportunities.
Yeah, I believe that is our biggest challenge right now, is creating a sense of belonging and camaraderie amongst the staff, right? In a way where when your relationship is with your laptop, it is a different environment.
Yeah.
You're sitting next to your, compadres at night, like all fighting the good fight together and going out for pizza, right? So it keeps me up at night for sure, especially for folks just joining us from college and from other places. So I think it is going to be quite an interesting next 24 months of how we treat our talent and what opportunities we can unlock for them.
Yeah. And we were just talking about culture today here. Like, I think that this virtual world has allowed for some culture to really actually accelerate. The people that you're talking to every day, the people on your team, you've got a real good thing going with them. Like, you figured it out by this point, right?
Yep.
But when there's other people outside of just your day-to-day team, and I want everyone to get that opportunity to meet other people at the company, to wander by my desk and say hello, to wander by our CEO's desk and say hello, to meet in the hallway and realize, like, or to go to an after work event together and get to talk to someone in a non-work context.
Yeah.
Like, that's the stuff that I don't want to lose.
Do you find a lot of your conversations today are about what other processes or technology need to be enabled to really get the best collaboration and creativity from your teams?
We definitely are talking about that a bit. I think it's also, we've been focused a lot on what's right from a return to office perspective as well. And so I do think that we owe ourselves more time to discuss the hybridness of our work future. Because it's like, do people want to come back? What's it going to be like in the office when they do come back? What happens if there's another spike? Hopefully there won't be, but certainly there could be. And I think that we do, to what I was talking about before with like just a long-term hybrid approach. Like, I do think that we need to be thinking about the tools that we're using together. And luckily, as a big company, we have many tools at our disposal, but we're not always using all of them. I understand from my colleagues that, we use Microsoft Teams, and that wasn't necessarily the norm before COVID to have video conversations. And now it is much more the norm. I came from a company where we always had video conversations because our clients were on one side of the coast and we were on the other, and they owned a tool that was a video conferencing tool. So we always did it. But that's not true at every company.
Yeah.
So there's many more tools coming available now too. I think there'll be more virtual collaboration, and some of it's great, from an environmental perspective. Like, we've proven that you don't have to fly everywhere to have a meeting. Like, you can do some things virtually. And that's not to discount the in-personness, because everyone, loves to get together, and I do too. But there's a time and a place for both.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So we have about 5 minutes left. If anybody has any questions, feel free to throw them in the chat.
Faster.
So Mandy, curious what you think. So before even the pandemic, we had a lot of our clients, a lot of the media partners were really talking about agility and the transformation that they needed to make from hierarchical systems and structures towards more flat, more agile, fast moving, all that stuff. That began before we knew what COVID was going to be. And it is accelerated really through the lens of COVID, because we have seen a whole group of, sort of how do we swarm and squad ourselves around things? How are agencies taking that on?
I think agencies have been needing to explore their models for a while now, and this is no different. I think having a different tools and different models at our disposal and knowing that, one model is not right for every team and every client structure is really how we're approaching that. There's going to be certain cases where, yes, everyone, like, you should be empowered to make decisions, up to this point. And then, maybe at this point, that's when you have to come to someone else to be like, okay, sure. Like, yes, no, I approve that. But yeah, I think, we need to trust our people to be enacting things and making the right choices in the majority of situations. And then just being flexible again, with the way that we work, with the models that we put forward for how our teams, either work for a particular client or a particular group of clients.
I love that. So Lataria just told me we end at 4:10, so we have a little more time. So I get to keep asking you questions. So one more question I had that, it strikes me as we often talk about all the chaos that has ensued with the COVID and the transformation that the companies have had to make. But I kind of feel strongly that it's actually unlocked some really positive things that maybe wouldn't have come along if we didn't have to accelerate towards this kind of behavior. Be curious what your thoughts are on some of those positives that are out there.
I mean, I think I personally feel like the flexible working approach is a big positive. I think that it levels the field for many people that didn't have the opportunity to engage in certain types of work before. I think it also has proven that you don't need to have everyone in, an urban city center. We can hire someone in Montana and they can do the same good job that someone in New York can do. And I think that has given us a lot of opportunity, both as a company, but then also as a person. If you are someone that's like, I can't live in New York City anymore. And so many people did this, right? Like, can't live in New York City anymore. I'm going to move to Maine. And, I still want to be engaged. I still want to have a great job. You can do that. And I think COVID has proven that for us. I think that flexibility, I feel like I've said that word a lot with you today, but I really think that that's the greatest upside that we've gained.
Yeah, I love that. I also think it's funny too, when you engage in this way where it's real up close face, and then you have a boardroom of folks and some people on a Zoom. It's very interesting too, that you miss the up close personal sort of engagement. In a bizarre way, you're almost able to get closer to people in this environment that you might not have been willing to have a meeting with one-on-one or something in a different world.
Yeah. And I think it makes the in-person stuff that much more valuable when it does happen, because it's not going to happen every single day, every single time. So you really make the most of it, and you're more thoughtful about what it is that you're doing and achieving. I would love to get my team together in person, all in one place. I don't even think that they've all, been in person together, and they've been a team much longer than I've been here. But I know that I need to make sure that we have a real agenda that we're going to achieve in that time. It's not just travel for travel's sake. And it's not just social. Yeah.
So you hit on this when we first started. You're a working mother. Has this environment of the hybrid made life a lot easier to balance everything in your family dynamic? Or is it crazier, right? Sometimes in your life.
It's also this is all that I've known. So I had my son right before the pandemic started. I came back from maternity leave 2 weeks after my then company went 100% working remote. So I haven't known anything different than pandemic life. And yes, I think the short answer is yes, it's made it easier. I would not say that I can do it all, because I can't. I think that, and I'm grateful for, my boss and my team's flexibility, because if I'm in the office, I have to leave at a certain time to get my son from daycare. I'm signing off from 5 to 7 every night to do bedtime and dinner and all of that stuff. And then oftentimes I should get back on, and many times I will, but sometimes I'm too tired, and they're giving me grace to know and trust that I'll get the work done, even if I can't get it done that night. And I think that's also a privilege that I get at my level, and with my years of experience, I know that I can't get it all done. And I'm okay with that, in a day. I know that I will get it done eventually. And I don't really feel the need to prove myself in that sense. Whereas, someone earlier on in their career, I'm sure probably feels differently or might have a boss that's less understanding. And I hope that all of COVID has kind of loosened that up for people a bit. I would really be curious to hear from a working mom that was, dealing with it pre-COVID and post-COVID to see what it's like, if it's better or different now. But, I think motherhood is tough and working is tough and doing them all at the same time is tough.
I bet. For me, it's funny. I use this, Lataria, I know she's heard me say it, I'm sure. I believe strongly in being the CEO of your own career, right? So you own it, right? You own the choices you make. And it's advice I try to give all of the team at Influential too, of mark out those times when you're not available. Like managing your work-life balance is something that you actually do have control over, right? I scream to everyone, like 5 to 7, I'm on the Peloton, don't call me, right? Like it's my block of time that keeps me sane. And I'm sure that everyone has those things that are the must-dos in order for them to feel good about themselves, whether that's family time, working out, some kind of engagement in your life that's a mental or physical health thing. And I think it's important that we all encourage everyone to embrace those things and build them into our lifestyle, and define when work happens for ourselves. To your point, you don't have to get it done that day. You'll get it done, right?
Right.
And I think that's an important dynamic.
Yeah. And I think
I
actually am, I was a working mom pre-COVID and now. And I feel like I have mixed feelings. Like in some ways it's, there's flexibility. Like I no longer have a sitter. Like there was someone who literally took them to school and picked them up from school and brought them home. So I don't have to sort of pay for that, and I'm now able to do things like go get them and bring them back, that like 5-minute break versus like traveling from Day Street all the way back to Harlem is cut out of my life, which is really nice. But in a way, I feel like there's less separation. Mm-hmm. So for example, I would come home from work pre-COVID and, focus, let's say 2 hours on the kids and sort of hop back on. But with them around all day, I'm not really available to them, but I'm present. Mm-hmm. And that is a lot for a child to sort of get their heads around.
Yeah.
I will say that like having empathetic leaders like you guys, like Ozzy, like Ryan, like just giving you the grace and space to sort of figure it out. And the fact that everyone is figuring this out at the same time, whether or not you have children, like it's just one of those things to even sort of being a single person at home, just rolling out of your bed, in front of your computer is definitely a mental adjustment,
Yeah,
and you guys are not just thinking about it for yourselves, but you're thinking about it for like 1,400 employees and like what that looks like for every single person in all these different states and places of their lives. So, so kudos to you guys. Also, like I wanted to say that it's so funny to hear you both talk so humbly, but you guys are bosses. You are a C-level. You're leading these companies, and it's so interesting to see also the humility and also the confidence that it takes to say things like, I don't know your exact function, but let me help you do it better. Like both those things go together so flawlessly. And I think, it's that sort of natural inherent trait of like an empathetic female leader that it's like magical. And I don't know that you guys hear it, but I'm sure the audience does. And it was so great to listen to you guys. I don't have another question. I'm just here to observe. So carry on.
I love that. And of course I have the New York sirens going by. So as per usual, this is the fun of Zoom. So just a wrap up question, Mandy, what kind of advice would you leave for women, senior women, rising women, people just getting started in their career? Like what are a couple things you'd embark on them?
Yeah. I think it's a little different for people just starting and people that are rising. I feel like if you're just starting, I really want you to be open to everything because you have absolutely no idea where your career is going to go. Mm-hmm. I started in account management, even though I knew I wanted to do media, and now I'm in operations. I could not have predicted that. And so I would just say, be open to it because it could be amazing. It will be amazing. And then for people that are rising, I would say, to try to have a goal. And it doesn't need to be your forever goal. And it could be short term, it could be long term, whatever. But figure out what you want and say it out loud. I think Jackie was talking about this too. I think you start talking about it. And that's what I did. It took me some time, but I realized I want to be a COO. And then I started telling people, I want to be a COO one day. And I mean, it's not like I manifested it, but like it helps because you're starting to put that idea in other people's head and they're thinking, oh, who can I connect her with? Like, who can I introduce her to? How can I help her? And if you start talking about what it is that you want to do, people will remember that. So
it's almost like a manifestation. I love it.
Yeah. I think like once and you start putting it out there, then, you're putting ideas in people's head.
Yeah. And I always felt like through my journey too, it was like, there was things I was really good at, organizational things, deducing how we could do things better. And there's things I love doing with talking to people, the social aspect, right? The like fun of the media world, and finding a way to build all of that into your life is really important thing to stay like satiated with what you're doing every day.
Yeah. And I think I also didn't necessarily give as much value to the things that I was good at. Because also like the organizational stuff and like keeping on top of like lots of different things, like I just figured whatever, like I'm like, it's easy. It must be easy for everyone. I didn't realize for the longest time that that's a real great skill,
right?
And it has value. So yeah, I think like finding stuff that you're really excited about is very important, and don't stick with something that you're not thrilled by, but also be smart about, getting to your next thing. I think every opportunity is a learning opportunity. There are no bad experiences. Like you might have a job that you don't love, but it's not a bad experience. Figure out like what you're getting out of it, because you're getting something, even if you're learning that you're not that interested in X or Y.
Right.
You might take some wrong steps. I've taken wrong steps, but it's not going to hold you back.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you for the time, Mandy. This has been awesome to get to know you.
Thank you guys.
See this video, and I'm sure, I don't want to speak for you, but I'm sure you agree. If there's other people out there that have any questions for either of us, we're both open to that.
Awesome. Thank you guys. This was fantastic. I truly appreciate it.
Of course. Thanks, Lataria.
Thank you.
All right. So long.
Bye.
So we will get the next panel teed up. It's actually a fireside chat, which we're really so excited about. We talked about a lot of topics today that centered women, and I actually don't think there's anyone better to carry us to the next phase of like implementation, and anyone who's been thinking about women in the workplace more than our next guest, which is Shelly Zales, who is the CEO of the Female Quotient. Welcome, Shelly. And we also have Ryan Zuder, who's the CEO of Influential, who's my boss. And Ryan is the second gentleman to join us today, which we talked about allyship and how important that is. So I'm really excited for this conversation. Welcome and thanks again.
Thanks, Lataria. Hey, Shelly, how are you?
Hey, Ryan, how are you?
I'm very good to see you. Lataria's been doing a tremendous job all day, holding down the MC spot. Really, really proud of what she's been able to deliver. And it's always great seeing my old friend. It's been years. I've seen you since pre-COVID. So this is a good time to reconnect.
I just saw your brother.
I heard he was probably in a leather jacket. He always is. So
he was surrounded by a lot of women.
He was.
He was holding his own.
Yeah, it's very smart women that are talking about the metaverse. We talk about it a little later, but yeah, very excited to see what you guys are doing in the Web3 space. It's a lot of really cool things to talk about today. And I want to jump right in, and we have a limited amount of time, but I would love to tell anyone that's not aware of Shelly, who's a powerhouse. She founded Female Quotient 7 years ago. Now, the world was very different then. 2 years of COVID, how we changed our work habits, our virtual, our remote work. Throughout all that disruption, how has the Female Quotient's mission evolved or stayed the same?
Wow. You know what? We've evolved a lot. I hope we're always evolving. We should never be staying the same. Status quo is never acceptable, especially in the world of women. I hope we're always progressing. But, during the pre-pandemic, we probably had about 50 to 60 pop-up lounges at big industry conferences. Then pandemic hit and physical lounges, of course, in real life stopped. And, you got to always pivot. And so we started hosting virtual lounges, and Zoom became sort of our first name. And so, we probably had about 700 plus conversations. And it was really quite remarkable because who knew what was going to happen? But it was a blessing in disguise because our community evolved. We had quite a large global community, and we started having conversations with women in over 100 countries. And what was incredible was we listened to hear and started understanding more and more what women wanted and needed. And we probably are the biggest experts understanding what coming back from the pandemic more than ever before, what women want coming out of the pandemic for the future of work and the future of the workplace in particular. And so our global community is quite enormous. So I think that has been probably the greatest gift that we have, being the equality whisperer and not so whisper. We're pretty loud, giving advice to CEOs of how to really come back to turn the great resignation to the great retention.
I love that.
That's been pretty amazing for us.
100%. And you are a very busy person. You do a lot of really great stuff. Beyond female quotient, you're also a co-founder of See Her with the ANA, which pre-COVID, that was where we always go see the biggest names in CMOs and big events happening at Cannes and other different places. What drove you to found that? Like, why? What about See Her was a great another extension for equality among the sexes?
Well, thanks. So when you think about the female quotient, it's all about helping, Fortune 500 companies close the gaps inside of their organizations. And See Her is really about outside in. How do we create the accurate and realistic portrayal of girls and women in media and entertainment? And so if you could see her, you could be her. It's all about those role models and the, how do we get Fortune 500 advertisers to create that representation? And it really started at the White House with Megan Smith, the former chief technology officer of the White House. And we were sitting around, Gail Tifford and Patty Kerr, and talking about what can we do. And we came up with this idea, See Her. And the best way to bring that to life was to bring it to the ANA, the Association of National Advertisers. And we brought it to Bob Leodes, and within 1 second, he's like, yep, I got this. And when you get advertisers who represent the biggest, largest representation of media dollars, and get advertisers to bring this into advertising, which is where media dollars are spent, that's where change really happens. The power of collaboration, pocket into the power of the purse. And when you think about 85% of purchase decisions made by women, for the most part, that's where change really happens. And it was pretty instantaneous. And so we created a measure called GEM, the Gender Equality Measure. And if you measure what matters, your advertising, it makes a big difference. And that's what happened just 5 years ago. And now every major advertiser is testing their advertising with the GEM score. Historically, we've used purchase interest, to measure purchase intent and likability and persuasion and relevance. And now we can measure, equality. And it's gone a long way. So if you could see her, you could be her. And that's what happened.
It's the best of both worlds. It's doing right, but also using data. I'm a big data nerd. We are in AI technology ourselves. So the fact you guys were able to actually create a score, a scientific method to figure out how to align those two, kudos to you. And I've been on, actually, I think with IRI on stage with you guys one time, and literally like that was the big aha moment, the reveal. And brands need to validate why what they're spending their dollars on, and you guys just created you created the standard in this part of the world.
Well, we say doing good is doing well, and you can do both, and we see a direct correlation between gender equality and purchase intent and an actual sales data. When you talk about IRI, they've shown case studies that it does make a difference. And so, we want to see more sales, and that's what happens.
100%. Well, so let's take a segue. So everyone knows that gender equality is clearly still an issue. How does the female quotient illuminate the inequity while simultaneously still celebrating the gains of women? Kind of dichotomy of like, there's issues, but look at all the amazing things that are happening. How do you guys kind of square that edge?
Well, I mean, first of all, we shouldn't even really be talking about it. And I think that we are coming a long way. We've come a long way. I mean, why should it even still be a conversation? I think that's really the challenge. And I think the most important thing is, it's not that things have been wrong. So we're not righting wrong. It's just that we're getting into a modern day and age. And I always say the rules of the workplace were written over 100 years ago by men, for men, when women just weren't in the workplace. But now it's time to get rid of the junk in the trunk and just put some new rules of the road in place and ask some new questions and start. It's really not that complicated. If we actually measure what matters and understand that women in general are making 80 cents on the dollar, and Black women 64 cents on the dollar, and Latinas 53 cents on the dollar. If we actually know this, and you can actually see within your own organizations that there is an inequity, and you want to do the right thing, and you're conscious of it, then close the gap. It's not complicated. You just have to be willing to pay more, right? I mean, it's just not very complicated. And what really bothers me is when we say it's unconscious bias. If you use the word unconscious, you're conscious. So now it's a choice. Do you want to do something or not? The complicated part is you have to retrofit, because you can either close the door of inequity and open the new one of equality and start today with your new hires. But then you're going to have people saying, but hello, what about me? I'm already working for you, so you got to back pay me. And every time you buy a new company, you got to, keep catching up, and it's going to cost you some money. Ouch, that's going to hurt. So there's always like excuses. So do you want to make the excuses or not, right? And then when you think about policies, caregiving, it's not that simple, but maybe it is simpler than you think if you want to make those choices. And then when you think about caregiving is still predominantly a female issue, but there's plenty of countries, like the Nordic countries, that are doing a pretty good job. So we actually can learn from them. And if we have mandatory parental leave so that the responsibility is not still on the female, and men take equal responsibility, and by the way, it starts in home, at the home, so that we can have more equality in the workplace, that goes a long way, right? So, and our girlfriend Eve Rotsky has a whole bunch of great solutions, and so does Reshma. So there's solutions for change. You just got to open your mind and be willing to embrace them, not too complicated. And then with flexibility, there was some conversation about that. We can't just say, oh, let's do 4-day work weeks or 3-2 schedules and make that elective, because we know who's going to take it, which is going to be women. And if women elect to take it, it's going to become the golf game again, because guess who's going to go to the office? It's going to be the men. Guess who's going to be seen and heard? It's going to be the men. That's going to become a problem. So we need some more predictive flexibility. What we put in place needs to be for everyone and not just for those that opt in, or else it's going to create the bias barriers again. So we need to be thoughtful about the choices that we make.
So much to unpack there. I think probably a whole other session for that.
Right.
I think of everything as a proxy. I'm curious. You mentioned like the Nordic countries. Is that where are the Nordic countries the best kind of proxy for us to kind of aspire to kind of get them keep raising the bar? Or do you have is there any other places that people should be looking at?
There's different countries doing different things well. Nordic countries doing really well in caregiving, but surprising Rwanda, you know what number they are in equality according to the World Economic Forum?
I don't know.
Number 6.
Wow.
Why? Because President Kagame puts a lot of women in government. So that pushes them up. So different countries for different reasons. Iceland, number 1, 6 years in a row. So, I mean, you know, different because of education. So
Sure.
every country has different things that pushes them up the list. So, you know, there's different things that work for different reasons.
Well, it's a kind of, my next thing I want to talk about is mentorship, something near and dear to my heart. And this is something where you can mentor someone to hopefully on a country level, it'll be amazing, because obviously maybe that's something happening in the Nordic places. But for me, I was honored to be invited to be on the board of the Big Brothers and Big Sisters of America, all about mentorship. Yes, thank you.
Shout out to you also, Marva. Marva's big in Big Brother, Big Sister too. There's a big gala coming up.
Oh, amazing! Yeah, the structure there, the people there, artists, the CEO, everyone has just been amazing. I personally was a little from 8 to 38. I had a big, unfortunately, essentially a member of our family at this point. He passed from stage 4 cancer, but he was there for every moment of my personal and professional life, and really, made me the man I am and the person I am today. I wanted to, and thank you. And Clayton was the reason why I wanted to find a way to scale. I can't be big right now with my current company, but I can find ways to help other places across the organization. But you wrote an amazing article in Forbes called "Mentorship: The Gift That Keeps on Giving." Can you talk about that and some of the examples you gave? Because I think that's a great proxy for how you can lift up, all professionals.
Gosh, Ryan, you're such a good interviewer. You know so many things. So impressive. We got to go on the road together, a little road show.
Thank you, Charlotte. I appreciate it.
I really, mentorship does keep on giving, because I think that, I call it mentorship in the moment. And I think that it's not just about mentorship from top down or bottom up. It's about, mentorship all around. And I think that advice comes from bits and bytes of people from, every walks of life. And I think if you are curious and a learner, you learn from so many different people. And I think that we should always be learning from everyone. And that's why in our lounges, I never put we never wear badges. I don't want anyone to talk to someone because you are so-and-so with a so-and-so title from this company. I want people to discover people and learn. I think you learn from everyone you meet. Spend 3 minutes with someone and you are going to learn something. And that is so important. I learn from younger people, from different cultures, from different people. And when I travel all over the world, I don't care about what I see around. I love to talk to people and learn from people. And I love that. And I have time for everybody that reaches out to me. And I will always make time for anybody that reaches out to me. And that's why I love teaching, because I love learning from students all over the world. And so to me, it's mentorship in the moment. And that is, to me, what life is all about, is listening, learning, sharing. And that's the best life lessons that you could possibly get. And I don't think it comes from a textbook. I think the best advice comes from people who have been there, done that. And, it's not one mentor. It's many. And that to me is how you dimensionalize, who you are. And that's how you get so smart, by giving, by getting, by listening, by learning, by sharing. I love that.
Amazing. Yeah, it's hard to pinpoint one mentor. So many different people have taught you about, I'm sure, different topics. And yeah, for me, I have people that have taught me about business as a whole. Others have taught me about marketing. People taught me about life. So I can only imagine. Is there? Do you feel like you have the time to be able to mentor other people in terms of your organization, or is it just trying to give it in the moment and moving on?
I have learned from so many people, and so I give, and it's when people ask me if I'll mentor them, will only say yes if I'm going to learn from them too. You know, it's
That's
a
great.
two-way street. You know, young people will be, so I think that I just, my best advice is don't just have one mentor. You know, people think they're going to have a mentor for life. What? One person doesn't have all the answers.
Sure.
You know, someone might be able to give you good advice on parenting at a certain age. Someone else will be able to give you great advice on finance. Someone, you know, I think it's, you know, I wrote something once about archetypes, and I did it on Jungian archetypes. And I compared media when we were looking at multimedia to the Jungian archetypes. And I said, it was like the TV was like your best friend, because, you know, you can turn channels and it would just, you know, if you were in a bad mood, you could watch comedy, or, you know, you could switch the channels. And the computer was like the wizard, because you could search for whatever you wanted. And I just compared it to different, you know, archetypes. And that's the same thing like a mentor. You find different mentors for different kinds of wisdom, for depending on what you need. That's a mentor.
Sage advice. Someone that with our IBM Watson partnership, we did a lot of Jungian archetypes, matching it to the personality insights, and that's a great way to think about it. There are these different people in your life you meet that give you different pieces of information that all have a certain, you know, place in your collective consciousness. So yes, for those listening, I'm sure that'll resonate really well with them.
Oh, and think about the mobile phone. You know, when you had, you know, advertising, it better be relevant, because it has to be relevant information, value added, because you're not going to want it to be giving you not relevant stuff. You know, it was how advertising needed to work to make sure it was the right kind of information, useful information at the right time, the right place, anywhere you want it, or your mobile phone. That's how you have to think about your mentor. One mentor is not going to have everything you need.
100%.
Right?
No, it's extremely helpful. Well, I want to talk about the female quotient has been very intersectional, meaning the fight for gender equality across Black women, Asian women, Hispanic, Latinx women. You know, it really is intersectional. Today,
and men have to be part of the solution.
Agreed, 100%. And today is Transgender Day of Visibility. How does the female quotient hold space for everyone, including men?
You know, we say, you know, all is welcome, because, you know, gender equality is not a female issue, it's a social and economic issue. And, you know, I think that is, you know, we've got the biggest sign at the front of the door, you know, all are welcome. It's the place where we all belong. And, you know, we're not going to close the gaps if we are not all part of the conversation. And I think that is the most important piece of our growth. And, you know, I remember once coming into one of our lounges when we first started, and, you know, we have these pop-ups at industry conferences, and we are just a reflection of who's at the conference. It's called an equality lounge. You know, at the beginning, we called them girls lounge, and to take on the boys club. And, you know, the opposite of boys, girl, the opposite of club is lounge. If there's a boys club, now there's a girls lounge. At the beginning, a lot of women said, but we're not girls, we're women. And I said, well, first of all, a ladies' lounge sounds like a bathroom. A woman's lounge is boring. That sounds so boring. Who wants to go to a women's lounge? Ew. And I said, but third of all, have you ever heard of a man object to being a boy in a boys' club? Why are we creating our own double standard? And I called it a girls' lounge to begin with, because I wanted women to support other women, because historically women did not support other women. Once we became 50,000 women strong, with women supporting other women, where we all created our own network of women actually supporting other women, I said, now we bring everyone together, where women became the majority in our lounges, and we were a real network of women. I said, now I'm comfortable bringing everyone together, and women own the mic. You know, we were visible, we were strong, we were powerful and confident. I brought us all together, and we were the majority, and everyone else, we were the collective, you know, the collective minority was greater than the current majority. Men were allowed in, right? Perfect. Men started coming. And it was really quite a miraculous moment. We opened up the floodgates and the men came, and we were an intersectional group we were of course gender, women, but we were intersectional, race, religion, age, transgender, everything. And then the men came, disability, everything. And then the men all came, and the men were the minority, and it was amazing. But all the men felt comfortable. And, it was just quite remarkable. But when I first walked into the lounge, and there was a Black woman that came in at the beginning, peeked in and left. And I said, "Where are you going?" And she said, "Well, there's no one like me in there." And I said, "What do you mean there's no Black women in there?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, get your ass in there and change the color." I said, "Because we are only a reflection of the color at the conference." I said, "So we have to fix this together." I said, "We need to bring more women of color into this industry. And we're going to do that together." And now I have to say, there are more women of color in our lounge than white women in our lounge. And this is collectively, we have to do this. Now, we do also have conversations on panels with Black women, with Latina women, with transgender women, with transgender. We have all, because we still have to have separate conversations to talk about, the individual challenges, but we also have them together to make sure we are dealing with those challenges, to make sure we are all together and working together to create the solutions. So that happens.
I love that, and I love your reference of like the mirror, the reflection. Basically, that's what your organization is. I would just love, for those listening in terms of your organization itself, hiring for your staff and your talent. Do you have a process you take where you guys are looking at how do I find ways to whether implicit or actual biases to hire people? How do you look at trying to find ways to hire for obviously a burgeoning business you've built over the last 7 years?
Well, I hire for passion, train for skill. So I don't look at a resume. I don't care about a resume. I hire for street smarts, and I don't care about a resume. And I mean, I always say, unless you're hiring for a doctor, a lawyer, or an accountant, that's, a whole different skill set you probably need. But for me, I hire for passion, train for skill. So, and I think most companies should really do that today, because I don't care about how many years experience you have or what school you went to or any of that. And I think the whole thing of the fact that women should change their name and pretend they're a man to get hired is horrible, because then it's like, oh, surprise, you thought you got a guy, but guess what? You got a woman. I think it's just creating a bias on the other side. So I'm totally against that concept. I don't think we should fake it and then show up and surprise people. So whoever says we should do that, I think is completely wrong. So I don't want to do that. But in our lounges, and I'm on the board of ColorCom, I just said we should have ColorCom Corner in our spaces, which we're going to start doing to bring great talent in there and get the industry to, when we say there's no women of color to be hired, I'm like, are you kidding me? There's so much talent out there in the market. I don't know where people are looking, but we have so much access to HBCU schools, and there is the most incredible talent. So when people tell me there is no talent, or when people say there are no women to have on main stages, we have the best content. I mean, anyone that's been to our lounges, we have the best content in our lounges, the best speakers in our lounges, and even on main stages at the conference itself. Don't tell me there's no talent for main stage, because we get A+++ ratings, and in our lounges of anybody. So you want speakers for main stages, call us or call Influential, because between us, we have the best talent. So 100%. They are not looking. That's all I want to say.
Yes. Speaking of, I love the passion. Passion is key to get people to really get excited and really, hopefully over deliver beyond even maybe their existing resume. So when I think about passion and your lounges, I was unable to join them here in Miami now. My brother and I think 4 of our most talented people at our company came over to your metaverse lounge. And I'd love for you to talk about how passion and Web3 maybe hits you as a person or even as your organization. It's obviously, it feels like it's new. It's been around for a few years, but really it's taken off in the last 6 to 12 months. How do you feel about Web3 and for your organization?
We're so excited about it. I mean, we just, we're going to be twinning. So we'll have, equality lounges in real life and, obviously in the metaverse, which is going to be so incredibly exciting. And we really just made the announcement, and obviously we had a big event here. Was it 2 days ago? It was over 200 people, and we had the #1 rapper in the metaverse, Latasha, and she was incredible, and the excitement was incredible. So we already have space in lands that's going to be like phenomenal. So we are so excited. And what's amazing about Web3 is women are there. So when you look at it, the presence of women in Web3 is remarkable. You didn't see that in Web2. So we already are ahead of the game. We're educating women right out of the gate and ensuring that women will be front and center in Web3. Fully versed. We'll be writing the rules of the road ahead of time so that we make sure it will be safe, secure, and comfortable for women, so that we are going to be dominating in Web3. So female quotient will be fully present and engaging and leading the way for women in Web3.
I love that. People joke that it's the roaring 20s again. It's the greatest wealth generation potentially in our lifetimes. And Web3 and all of that is really a big part of it. Initially started with some of the blockchain for crypto. Now it's into NFTs. Now it's into the metaverse. Personally, have you bought an NFT yet? Are you in NFTs? Are you still kind of holding back?
I do. I've got my NFT World of Women. I just posted it, which is very exciting. We're doing so much with NFTs and women in NFTs and crypto and blockchain. And, it was amazing because we just had our big lounge at South by Southwest, and obviously pre-pandemic, no one was really going there. And our last South by Southwest, there was no presence of Web3. And all of a sudden, we had our big lounge there, and boom, everything was Web3. It was packed. And so, we are definitely there. The funny part was, I think 20 years ago when I pioneered research, I had little avatars in research 20 years ago. And I was, with Sims, and, no one really cared. And all of a sudden, such a big deal. It was I was kind of trending then, but no one knew it. No one cared.
You were the first. There was Sims, there was Second Life, which was a thing that happened for a while and just kind of before its time. I'm speaking tomorrow at the NFT Miami, so Miami's a very big.
I know we're there. Yeah, I know. You're in Miami. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I made the move partially because of Web3, because I think it is the future, and it's going to be a massive growth generation for from the Web2 of social. All of that's now extending, and actually some of the things that we do, with our clients is we'll do, like you mentioned, avatars. My belief, and I hopefully shared among other people in this call, is that the idea of the metaverse really doesn't exist yet. It's interoperable worlds that will exist at some point in the future, in a more cohesive way. For right now, it's the avatars you build from an IP perspective, distribution perspective. So whether you have Lil Michaela is one of the biggest avatars that got bought by Dapper Labs, a young multicultural woman. It's a great way to look at how she can be a great fit for, whether it's Gucci or McDonald's, doesn't make a difference. Really, but also can be a great person for that. And that's what we're seeing, is that brands are saying, beyond just creators themselves, there's hundreds of these virtual creators that have tens of thousands to tens of millions of followers on TikTok, Instagram, etc. And it really, that is to me the precursor to what eventually will be the Ready Player One version of the Web3, where we all have the glasses on and walk around the world. But what you're doing now is setting really the stage for the future, which is, I think, and tell me if you agree with this, do you think there's going to be Web3 will be a great promotion of gender equality?
100%. We just have to make sure, and Ryan, we're going to be having a big conversation about this, safety, security, and ensuring that, so we're going to talk about that. I mean, because that is the most important thing that we need to establish, and not just with the creativity and, the part of, women getting into it, but ensuring women in the business of Web3 as well, so that we can ensure that it feels safe and secure. So we got to talk about all that and how real, the avatars,
Sure.
are, and for identity and identity theft and all of that kind of stuff. So we'll talk about that. Do you have an avatar?
Well, I have like the Bitmoji stuff, but I've not created my Instagram version of me yet. That's it's coming now.
Because it looks so real.
Yeah. There are avatars where you have to take like 3 or 4 different looks at different videos and images. Oh, that's not actually a real person. Like it is wild. The Unreal engines are amazing. It really does feel as though we're living in like the simulation, as Elon calls it.
Well, I think that's what's so, incredible for the Web3 with the decentralization and, the elimination of the middle man, middle woman, middle man, whatever. It's just opening the floodgates for women, coming on in, and even the flexibility for the financial piece with the wallet of, women getting into the financial part with the time zones, not needing, with Wall Street, not even having the time zone piece, and being able to trade when they want, how they want, is also a great opportunity for women.
Updates coming. Yeah, everyone, updates coming. We'll have some more cool things. I'm sure you guys will write the rule sets that'll be, I think, change the industry. We're really excited.
Together, baby, together.
Let's do it. All right. So the equality lounges are legendary. Can you give us a sneak peek into what's coming? We'll be at Cannes. I'm going to be at Cannes Ad Week. What's on their agenda? What's the big
I think we're coming to Formula One in Miami.
Oh my God! Yeah, come to my hometown. It's amazing. Yeah, it's going to be huge.
We're coming. So, we're in every equation. So, from finance to sports, obviously, to World Economic Forum coming up as well, to Cannes. So we've got a lot of lounges. Go to our femalequotient.com. You'll see where the lounges are. Open for everyone welcome. So can't wait to see you there, and partnering with Influential. So great partnership.
Thanks, Shelly. Well, we have about 5 minutes left, and I want to go some questions and kind of get some of your sage advice. I'd say, so there are a lot of women in different stages of their careers watching. What advice would you give to both the new professionals and to those that are near the top of their respective fields?
I think know your value, be yourself, which is the most important. Everyone tries to fit in, but don't fit in, stand out, because, Oscar Wilde says, be yourself because everyone else is taken. And I so agree with that.
All right. So you've inspired a lot of people today. How can we collectively, anyone listening, can get involved with the Female Quotient? And lastly, how can I support your work?
First of all, I hate when we say male allies. So I think for me, it's about leadership allies. And because I don't care if you're a man or a woman, when we say male allies, it's giving men more power. So I think it really needs to be leadership allies. And that to me is the most important. So for everyone, stop saying male allies. Call it leadership allies, so that it's not about gender. I think that is the most important. Lexicon matters. So I'd love to see us start that new language. Everyone can get involved, show up at lounges wherever we are, whether it's in the metaverse or in physical places. For women, it is your home. in terms of finding, if you feel alone, show up. It is free. There's no membership fees. It is where you will meet amazing people so that you never feel alone. The second you walk in, you will find someone that will go with you to any place you want to go. It's a love and hello, so don't worry about it. Panels, microphones, great place to get visibility and notability in 5 minutes flat. And so men, women, race, religion, anything, everyone will feel welcome in 1 second. Great food and drink, so that you will just probably, once you come, you won't leave. So that's how you get involved. Just find us. You'll find us at any big conference.
Amazing.
I had the great pleasure of going to my first girls lounge event. I was at the New York Times at the time. I feel like it may have been like very early days, since you're saying it's 7 years old. And it was standing room only. Like, it was such a fantastic event. I'm not sure if it was tied to Ad Week, which may have been happening at the Times Center.
Yeah.
But there was something that was said at that event, that first event, that stuck with me. And I'm not sure who it was, but there was a woman who was a mother, and she was clearly a leader. And she said that you have to model how you want women to sort of show up at work. And like, you don't, even though I'm working constantly nonstop, if I'm a mother and that's what I show all of the women underneath me in my company, then they feel like motherhood looks this way, where you're working 24 hours a day. And so she said it was important for her to sort of show up as a full human being that had a balanced life, which gave permission for the other women in the company to then interpret motherhood in their own way. And that was years ago, and it stuck with me. And so my advice to the audience is, please check out a Girls Lounge event. It will change your life. It was fantastic to hear from you today.
Oh my God, thank you so much. They're now called equality lounges, very intentionally.
Yes.
As I said, we went from a girls lounge, which I started intentionally, and then went, and it's really funny. When I started the girls lounge, I actually put hair and makeup in it, not because I cared about hair and makeup, but because I intentionally wanted women to show up as women and stop hiding their femininity.
Right.
Because, and women would say, how could you do that? It's embarrassing. I said, no. I want to stop pretending that we're not women. And by the way, more deals were done getting our hair done together. And I put it in the middle of the room so that women would stop pretending we don't like to do that. And, men would come in and I said, it's okay. This is what we do. Stop pretending we don't. We're power badass women. We still have more money. We're all top of our field. We're doing more business than what's happening at the conference, and stop apologizing. Right. And it's what you said. And I said, and stop sneaking out to go to your kid's soccer game. And once the first woman stops sneaking out, the rest would go.
Yes.
And you're not going to lose your job. What handbook says what employee handbook says, don't go to your kid's soccer game? You're not going to lose your job. I promise you.
Yeah.
But we all thought we were going to lose our jobs. Yeah. No one's going to lose their job.
Yeah, COVID, I feel like, was fantastic for that, for just allowing everyone to show up authentically, because for the first time we got to see what was inside people's homes. And someone today on the panel mentioned that their parents were doing laundry behind them. And so like their whole team got to see them with their parents. And that, I feel like we have this golden moment right now. We can't lose it. We have to keep the momentum going so that we can all show up fully.
It's like I have a no regret policy. I always say, I never want to look back and say shoulda, woulda, coulda. And I tell everyone later in life, nobody at work will ever remember the meeting you missed or the trip you didn't take. But the important moments that you showed up, your kids will always remember the important things that you were at. And I said, I promise you. And I said, and remember that you got fired from that job or whatever. No one. It wasn't because of that meeting or whatever it was. And that's the things you have to hold on to. So don't miss the moments that matter. Those are the things that define you and your life and your family and all of those important things. That's what makes you who you are. Never forget that.
I love it. Thank you. That's
sage advice.
Yes. Definitely a perfect point to end on. Thank you so much, Shelley. Thank you, Ryan. This was definitely a high point of the day.
Oh,
This is
thank
hard.
you. Thank you, Ryan. So much
Great
fun
seeing
to
you.
be with you.
Yeah, I'll see you soon. Come on to Miami.
I will. Have fun at the NFT
Yeah.
Miami. Thank you
Thanks,
so
guys.
much.
Bye. So we're preparing for our final panel, which I'm super excited about this one because I know both these women personally, because I have a deep amount of respect for them, and because I know it's going to be a fantastic conversation. So please welcome me in joining Pauline Malcolm Thornton and Tiffany Pettit. Pauline is the Chief Revenue Officer of Essence Ventures. She's new to the role, but she is not new to just being a complete media rock star. Tiffany Pettit is the Senior Director for Brand Partnerships at Influential. She's a vet, she's a rock star. Thank you both. I'm gonna turn my camera off and let you take it away.
Thanks, Lataria.
Thank you, Lataria.
Hi, Pauline. How are you?
Hello, Tiffany, and hello, everybody out there in the virtual world.
I know. I'm so excited that we're ending together, first of all. I was just listening in on the panel before, and I'm like really fired up. I think Shelly left the room like in awe a bit. And what she was talking about has a lot to do with your story as well, as just being a very powerful woman in your position right now, but also a mom. And I know that we'll talk a little bit about that in just a bit, but I'm super excited to have this conversation with you.
Same here. And I remember attending my first female quotient event at CES. I want to say this was early days as well, like Lataria's example 5 years ago as a panelist, and just talking about diversity and inclusion for women of color in the industry. And it was a great conversation. And I really enjoy watching what Shelly has done with that platform and bringing women together and educating the overall marketplace about women in the workplace. So
same. Yeah, super exciting. Okay, so I wanna bring us to where we are now. Small story for the world to know. I first met Pauline at our company called Maker Studios, which was acquired by Disney a couple years ago. And the first way that I met you was there was a woman there giving me a tour on like my second day in the office. And she had asked me, have you met Pauline yet? And I was like, I've met so many people, like, I'm not sure. She's like, you'll know when you meet Pauline in the best way possible. And it was from then on, I ended up meeting you. And I think I was just super nervous. I can't even remember the time, like what exactly we were talking about, but I knew then and there that this was someone who I just wanted to stay connected to for time, even outside of this office. And so I just had to tell you that. I know that we didn't talk about this in our prep call, but I wanted to tell you that because I feel like, I think Will Smith said it best. You'll know who you are and kind of how far you've come as an individual by those who you're most connected to in professional settings and personal ones. So I just have to throw that out there. Quick story for the group.
You make me emotional. And we're supposed to have a professional conversation. So thank you for that, but you're going to make me emotional. And I think the world of you as well, Tiffany. I knew from the day that I met you that we would stay connected as well. You're a bright light.
Love this love session. Okay, let's get a little bit more tactical. I want the world to kind of hear you and your journey and where you've come from. Tell us how, I know you're also under a month, I think, in at Essence right now. Tell us a little bit about your background in media and just how you've gotten to where you are today.
Sure. So I'm currently the Chief Revenue Officer of Essence Communications and Essence Ventures. For those out in the virtual world, Essence Communications, you may know us as a magazine that has been serving Black women deeply for over 50 years, and our biggest event, Essence Festival of Culture. But we've actually evolved into a 360 platform where we are speaking to over 31 million Black women globally on a daily basis across multiple footprints and touch points, from our website to our podcast, through influencer or creator activations and really through events. Separate from that, Essence Ventures also includes other properties like BeautyCon. We're rebooting the world famous BeautyCon festival this year that is all about beauty enthusiasts and connecting creators with their fans, as well as Afropunk, which sort of is an alternative. Think Woodstock meets Coachella, meets like just Afro funky Black people from Brooklyn, and then naturallycurly.com. So that's the Essence overall ventures and an ecosystem. And been there for about 30 days, as you mentioned. So very, very new, but to your point, not new to digital media or media in general. And I'm gonna date myself. I've been in digital media since 1999 and in digital media, which is Web 1.0, which is kind of unique because, most people that I've met in media either started in print or they started in television. I had interned at Kraft Foods, fun fact, during college, and really wanted to be a brand marketer and worked there really throughout my college career. I grew up in New York and Yonkers, if you're with me, YO, Yonkers, New York. And this is when Kraft Foods was located in White Plains. So I'm really dating myself. This was mid 90s, right? And then they relocated to Chicago. So I knew I was going to be a brand marketer. I encountered some of the most phenomenal women being that this is Women's History Month. I encountered some of the most phenomenal women at Kraft Foods that really helped shape my career. One of them being a legend, Ann Fudge, who was the first Black woman to be a CEO of an ad agency, Y&R. So that caliber of women, and at the time, she was president of Maxwell House. So really unique experience where I encountered really strong women. Cheryl Atkins Green, who's currently the CEO of Mary Kay, she was also a mentor to me at Kraft Foods. So really just encountered these incredible women at Kraft Foods. So I was like, this is great. I'm going to be a brand marketer. But kept reading about these digital companies that were kind of forging a new frontier on the internet. And I am one of 6 kids, child of Jamaican immigrants. And, Jamaicans it's like, my father's like, you're either a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer. Don't come to me with any other career path. Marketing was cool to him. He kind of understood that. But then I threw them for a loop and said, you know what? I have my entire life to go back to working in brand and consumer marketing. I think I want to kind of figure out this thing on the internet and see where it takes me, because this is a completely new frontier. It's really exciting. I think it's going to change the way that change everything, right? And this was back in like 98, 99. Mm-hmm. Really dating myself now, so you guys kind of can figure out how old I am. And that sort of early insight led me to my first startup, shopping.com, where I was employee number 35 out of 400 employees. And it was a truly transformative experience for me, because it was very different from Kraft Foods, right? Very, when you talk about height of corporate America, very structured. Shopping.com was the opposite of structure. It was very unstructured, but it gave me an incredible opportunity to forge sort of a new frontier, got me interested in sales. And the company went on, I stayed there for about 4 years. The company went on to be acquired by eBay for $650 million. And prior to that, they went public. So it was IPO and also got acquired. So really interesting experience for me, because that's also like where I kind of set my stage on eventually moving into becoming a CRO, because the CRO at the time was just so innovative, and he was constantly thinking of new ways on how to make revenue and monetize. And that really made a big impact on me in terms of coming up with like new monetization strategies and watching him. And I said, this is what I want to do eventually. I want to learn from this person. And so I said a lot in that one question, but that is sort of like how I set path on a career journey. And I was pretty focused on in terms of that transformative experience at Kraft, and where I knew I wanted to be a business decision maker, have a high level kind of career, but again, sort of seeing what was happening with media at that time in the early days led me on this path, and then kind of connecting with this white man who was the opposite of me, but seeing sort of like the cool things that he was doing in terms of monetization really intrigued me. And that's sort of what set me on the path of where I am today,
Yeah.
years later.
What really jumped out to me in all of that, and I think that, I mean, it was, you've had a robust life so far, so I think it was plenty. It was not too much. I'm hearing a through line has been knowing a little bit, at least, what you are very passionate for or about or interested in, potentially things that you weren't interested in either, that you continue to just like not lean into. But what would you say was the through line to kind of put you in your next position? Was it just constantly being curious? I'm kind of hearing there's like a gut feeling you might have had throughout the path as well.
Yeah, I'm a strong believer of learning, always continual or perpetual learning, right? And I think sort of this quest and desire to stay on the cusp of what's new, and to learn new sort of structures and paths, and especially like what was so fascinating about digital media and what made me so passionate about it was how it was just disrupting so many different industries, right? And I knew I wanted to be a part of that. I didn't know I didn't want to be an engineer. I didn't want to necessarily create the disruption, but I knew that, I had a passion for sort of consumer marketing, like that audience, and how people consume media, and also and interested in that innovation. And really, like when I went to shopping.com, it helped kind of crystallize like, oh, this is how I'm sort of putting it together. They're sort of forging a new path on how people shop online, right? And it was very iterative for me in terms of my career, moving from shopping.com to then going to like the early days of MySpace, and how they remember MySpace, how they transformed social media, but then Facebook just took it to a whole nother level. But that quest to learn and always be a part of, how people are consuming media and sort of like where that disruption is happening has always just been a fire within me, where I wanted to be a part of that. And I wanted to be a part of forging new paths, and creating like what's next, and being a part of that and playing a role in that.
I think that's awesome to hear, because I mean, so many people listening in that are probably at different points in their career, and some might have a very linear route, or assumingly like linear route, which could be the case at certain parts of your career. But I'm hearing, like, especially given everything that's happened in the last couple of years, and just the way companies are kind of being flipped on their head to reevaluate what makes sense from a brand perspective, from an ethos perspective, and like what they really believe in, it's given people the opportunity to check in on themselves as well, and pivot towards those things that they're passionate about. So to talk more about your passion specifically, I want to call out the term equitable media. Can you tell us what that means to you, and kind of what you're doing in your role now at Essence?
Yeah, and that's a great question. So, and kind of like what brought me to Essence, and like that sort of hunger and desire, if you will, to be innovative. And while I was doing that, another passion of mine, as I was going through and navigating these spaces, I was often the only person that looked like me in the room. And especially like startups, I was like maybe out of employees, 400 employees. I was one of 4 maybe Black employees and the only woman. And as I grew in my career, I was either the only one or one of 2. Even when we were at Maker, it was like a handful of us, right? And so personally, I started to create sort of like an event series to empower and connect Black women. That you've attended those events, Tiffany, right? And to kind of connect us all together. And that was always kind of like my own mini female quotient, if you will, where women who are like either rising stars or leaders in their field that are women of color, all coming together and networking and building connectivity, and ultimately just creating a shared space, right? And that was incredibly like a big passion of mine, is to help develop like who's next from a career standpoint, especially for women who that are Black women, right? That I'm deeply passionate about. I'm a mother of 2 girls, and we're going to talk about that. And when I said I'm one of 6 kids, there's 5 girls. So I'm very passionate about women. And so for me, I started that in my personal career. And during COVID, especially in light of George Floyd, I wanted to make that a bigger mission of mine, not just in my personal life, but really melding like my personal passions and my professional passions in terms of innovation and really bringing that together. And the opportunity to come to Essence was really serendipitous. One of my colleagues reached out to me and informed me that Richelieu Dennis, which is the owner of Essence, an incredible sort of icon in the business world, which I'll get to in a minute, was looking for an executive leader and at Essence. And Richelieu Dennis was the founder of Sundial. Sundial is the brand or conglomerate behind Shea Moisture. That's one of their biggest brands. He sold Sundial to Unilever in 2018 for $2 billion. And after that acquisition, he also bought Essence from Time Inc. Essence has been around for 50 years, and Time had owned it for quite some time. And Richelieu had a vision to make Essence Black owned again. So he bought Essence in 2018. And in addition to that, not only did he want to serve Black women deeply from a media perspective, but also from a business perspective. There's an incredible wealth gap in this country as it relates to equality and from business ownership to wealth creation. And what Rich Dennis did is he created this New Voices Fund in this same time frame, which was a $100 million fund that was completely targeted to Black women entrepreneurs. And in the past 2 years, that fund has created over 30 millionaires, female Black millionaires. And that's not their product sales, that's their bank accounts. All of that culmination of serving Black women deeply, from celebration to empowering her from a business perspective, all of that culmination really, to me, was just sort of a perfect sort of blend between my passion and synergy in terms of what I wanted to do next. And then being in digital media for over 20 years, when I started and when you talked about Essence, the vision is to really future-proof Essence for the next 50 years. We've evolved past a magazine and an event. We're really, like I said, a multi-platform company and really looking to future-proof and build and forge sort of a Black media company of the future through partnerships with Influential that we've been talking about and building out our influencer activation services and like leveraging your capabilities and AI. and doing a lot of other things in terms of like first party data. So really kind of building a company of the future, if you will, sort of the next frontier. So all of those things sort of culminating together is what led me to this new opportunity. And it just sort of just feeds my soul, but then also feeds my professional passion as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's so it's great to hear. And I feel like there's going to be, even more companies that hopefully are leaning in that same direction and looking to not only, fill certain voids that they may have internally as a company, but then also make sure from a consumer lens that they're serving all audiences and upfront, not as a secondary thought. So I love to hear that. And I'm super excited about you being in this position and the magic you're going to be able to create with the company. I want to lean in a little bit more about innovation. And what do you think that looks like from a marketing lens moving forward? There's so much going on. I know the last panel talked a little bit about Web3. What do you think about innovation from a media perspective?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things there. And I kind of want to go back to about also just equitable outcomes too, that we talked about before I touch on the innovation, because I think what's important too is when I talk about forging a Black media company of the future, one of the big things for us is creating those equitable partnerships, right? And you saw kind of like post George Floyd, companies sort of pledging and raising their hands of spending more because there were deficits, right? And for many years, Black media companies were underfunded. And from a sponsorship perspective, they were often discounted or marginalized. And I think there's been sort of a watershed moment in the era of George Floyd where you see more and more companies saying they're going to pledge to support the Black community and Black-owned media, but there really needs to be more of that, especially when you're talking about innovation, which is a good segue into your next question, because often Black media or creators, if you will, are setting the trends and they're being the innovators, if you will, especially on platforms like TikTok, where they're the trendsetters, be it through the cultural, the dances that a lot of the TikTok creators are making, or the music, but often they're not getting those equitable outcomes in being in like the top 10 biggest earners in Forbes, when you're talking about the digital creator economy. So when you're talking about innovation and where we see ourselves going is really trying to also close that gap for creators in the digital creator ecosystem, kind of bringing what I was talking about with creating those new sort of millionaires and entrepreneurs and funding that from a capital perspective. How do we then take also that focus and those expertise and closing the gap to create more equitable outcomes for creators that are, for all intents and purposes, creating the culture on platforms, but not necessarily getting the financial benefit, if you will.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that you brought that back up. Something, we too are very much so in that space, working with, any and all creators, but making a really proactive and intentional commitment to those that could potentially be underserved in a variety of different communities. And I know Lataria can talk about that probably at the end of this as well. Tell me a little bit about thinking about your personal side of things and your journey as a woman, as someone who's looking to build a family. Tell me a little bit about what that was like. Were there opportunities for you to have chose one lane versus another? Was there a huge focus to make sure that you're doing everything at the same time? Tell me a little bit about that.
Did you say you're thinking about making a family? Did I hear that?
I mean, eventually, tell me how to do it.
I thought I heard that Freudian slip. I am my father's daughter, which means that I've always been sort of unapologetic about how I pursued my career and my passion. I feel that for me, in order to serve others, be it my children, my husband, I have to be authentically me. And being authentically me is being unapologetic of my ambition and drive. So for me, a career was a big part of who I am, and striving for excellence. And, you know, God blessed me with a partner who was very supportive of that. Because I think that the career that I have, it wouldn't be possible without his support. And so I think partnership is incredibly important in terms of having someone that is supportive of you. And, you know, when I say it feeds my soul, it allows me to show up better for my children, for my family, because I'm truly pursuing my passion and what I'm doing in my work. And it's one of the things that makes me happy. I have hobbies outside of work. And, you know, but it was really important for me. I've been intentional about my career. I was also very intentional about how I built my family and my personal life. So I think the advice that I would give is that intentionality, or the right partner that's supportive of you is super important. And then also intentionality with my children. I loved what Shelley said in terms of be unapologetic about, you know, don't sneak out of work. Now it's kind of virtual, but don't sneak out of work to go to that soccer game. And I'm always intentional with my children as well. And the same way that I'm showing up at work, I show up for them and try to create those moments with them where I am, my thing is like bedtime, where I'm like very intentional, where I know that is my quality time with them, to read them a bedtime story. So it's like finding those moments in the day in terms of advice where you can show up for your kids, and know that mommy cares. So that's sort of, not to be too sappy.
Yeah. I think that's helpful. I'm curious to know, was there anyone in particular or any advice that you received that allowed that experience for you to happen? Because I know that there's, again, so much always going on in the world, in our careers, and oftentimes you could be put in a position where it's not as easy to make the jump in one direction or another. Is there advice that you've received that has helped you? Or I can also kind of put that on its side, you leaned into a little bit, you were able to foster, you know, things outside of work for your own or personal development and kind of ways to offline. Tell us a little bit on either of those.
Yeah, I don't have a witty quote to share on this. It's really like been through sort of trial and error, really. You know, I think that as women, especially now as we are growing in our careers, quite frankly, the model that I used to see a lot of women who are very successful were often women who were single, or did not have children. And I knew I did not want to be that. So in terms of sort of being a model, as I mentioned, I'm one of 5 girls, and my first sort of mentors were my big sisters. And so that are like my best friends, they're my mentors, especially one in particular who has an incredibly successful career in corporate America, and she's also a mom of 2 kids. So I really, in terms of example, a role model, my mom was a stay-at-home mom. It was really us kind of figuring it out through trial and error, and having a great support system, my tribe, I say, of not just my sisters, but friends, where we're all kind of living and breathing the same similar lifestyles, and really sort of peer-to-peer mentoring each other in terms of, so I would say my tribe and village, we're all kind of writing this story and narrative together. I think that we've been forging new paths, and I can't point to say this person, I looked at this person and modeled my life after them, because I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. We're all kind of figuring it out together.
Yeah, no, I love that. It's very honest and authentic, and I think that's super helpful to know from an audience perspective. It's almost like, so I want to say, because of women like you in leadership roles like this, that number is growing. More women taking on executive level roles at potentially traditional companies. As that stat continues to grow, it seems like there's a stat on the opposite side that more audiences continue to be served in more equitable ways. And that all comes down to research and numbers and making sure that data is a through line in a lot of the decisions that we're making as companies, as marketers, as founders, as entrepreneurs. How important has research been on both sides of it? Making sure maybe the company stands a certain direction as far as like employees are concerned, but then also it serves audiences that we want to.
Yeah. So there's a lot there to unpack. So when you're talking about research and data, like being a media company, and we collect a lot of data on our consumers and audiences, right? And we believe that the woman, especially we serve Black women, are the chief executive officers of their families and their homes. And the data shows that, right? When you just look at the buying power, specifically in even the Black community, is close to $2 trillion. And 80% of household decisions are made by the woman. Mm-hmm. So that data deeply guides us in terms of, women and the women that we serve are the key decision makers in their household. And also when you talked about have the kind of like the evolution of work and looking at where we are with more and more women in leadership roles. And then I think you kind of also have seen decline too. It's interesting, right? Because with the pandemic, there's been many gains in terms of leadership, but then you also see women leaving the workforce as well. And with the pandemic, you also saw the opposite trend, especially mothers, right, who had to take care of their children during online schooling, which the struggle was real in our household as well. So it's really interesting in terms of there's different trend lines. And so when it's all said and done, even seems like we're coming out of the pandemic. When it's all said and done, it's like I see different types of narratives building, right? You see sort of this exodus of people, of women specifically, leaving the workforce, but then you've also seen this ascension, especially like I would say even gains with women of color. But I think that there's still a lot of work to be done. When you look at the Fortune 500 in terms of CEOs, only one of the 500 CEOs is a Black woman, and that's Rosalind Brewster of Walgreens, right? So we still have a lot of work to go. If you're just looking at sort of like that Fortune 500, and the stats are still there where even for women for all women, the higher you go as far as title, it's still like single digits, if you will, in that C-suite. So yes, there has been strides, but if we're looking at the data, there's still a long way to go as well in making, there's still a lot that Essence needs to do, a lot that female quotient needs to do. Shout out to Shelley. So there's still a lot of work to be done as we sort of are ending this Women's History Month.
I'm glad that you brought that up because I can definitely see, like, for example, in my friend group, there's a lot of people who took a step back potentially from their jobs and started definitely fueling whatever was a side business into something a little bit larger in becoming entrepreneurs in their own right, or being, really involved in creative spaces to, again, be part of the storytelling that these companies might be exhibiting. So that's a good point for sure. We have more work to do as a whole.
And also a lot of those women too, I think, a key point that what you're making there in terms of women starting their own businesses, I think sometimes often culturally at companies, it may not be a space where women can thrive.
Yeah.
Right. Not all, but like talking about the data, you see more and more entrepreneurship and more people with this great resignation, right? Where it's given people a lot of time to think about what really drives them, what really serves them, right? And sort of you see much more entrepreneurship happening, or people, just to your point, starting those side hustles or businesses because they may have not been getting what they wanted to get from the environments, corporate environments that they were in.
Yeah, I agree. What are you excited about? If I were to maybe sum it up even more tactically, what's waking you up every day and getting you excited about the work that you're doing?
Oh, sorry, look at you just coming in. So many things. Again, what really drives me, talking about Black women being the CEOs of their homes and creating more entrepreneurship and having brands help to be a part of that story, to empower women and serving Black women and the Black community at large, because that the Black woman is also the CEO of her community, if you will. So that's really exciting to me. Also, NFTs are super exciting. We are sitting on an archive of 50 years of incredible, iconic covers. I cannot wait to take that into the metaverse from an NFT standpoint. Just beautiful covers. And I'm excited about some of the partnerships that we've been talking about in the influencer space. There's such an incredible opportunity. I'm also excited to go to festival and help everyone on the phone.
Travel.
Join us July 4th weekend at the biggest and best festival in the country. So I got a lot to be excited about.
I love that. I'm super excited too. Yeah, for those who don't know, we can drop a link, we can send and follow up. Definitely slide into Pauline's LinkedIn and ask more questions for sure. But I mean, this time has flown by. I could literally talk to you forever.
My LinkedIn DMs.
Your LinkedIn.
I don't have enough.
Slide in there, guys. No, you have so much, you're so open. So thank you so much for taking the time and speaking with us today. We could do this forever, and we'll definitely have you on again.
Yes. Thank you so much for the thoughtful conversation, Tiffany. Thank you, Lataria. Thank you, Brand Innovators and Influential.
Oh, thank you. So you said you were excited about, obviously Essence Fest, but NFT covers, I'm excited about that. Like, that is such a great idea. You have to do it fast because it's
iconic covers. So, and even think about, like, one of my favorite covers is 1991. Look at me dating myself again, but I was in the second grade. No. I was in the second grade, but 1991, when Naomi Campbell was on the cover, and this was at a time when general market publications were not putting Black models on the covers. And it was just so inspiring to see her on that cover, as well as like coverage of, like, you guys know that I love fashion as well, and just seeing like Paris Fashion Week covered and through that lens. And so just the incredible covers that Essence has done over the years that have been really inspiring. I think in the metaverse, would be
no brainer.
Yeah, for sure. Just the fact that Essence has been leading the cultural conversation for 50 years is incredible. To see that step into like Web3 is going to be so fantastic to watch. We are all watching, Pauline. So thank you so much, because it has to happen. And when it does, it's going to be fantastic.
It will happen.
Yes. So I guess we're going to close out. Thank you guys so much for joining. This day was fantastic. Yes. Intozaki Shange, who's the writer behind For Color Girls. She once said, where there is woman, there is magic. And today there was definitely magic. So thank you for all of the fantastic speakers and sponsors, for brand innovators, for Influential, for making this day possible. This was a joy for me to MC. I've never actually done this, but just as a fan of all of the speakers today, was just so incredible. So I hope you enjoyed it. The next Brand Innovators events are posted on the website. Please check it out. But Influential is having another Brand Innovators events on April 14th, and that's going to be dedicated to live shopping. So we hope you can join that one as well. Thank you all, and have a great one. Bye.